pushing across the road now.
Last guy from zoomed it. I'm leading it.
One on my smoke. 1 HP, left side smoke. Right middle.
Needed it.
Rock right side. Nice. Good shit.
Right all the time. Do they leave? And you drive.
They're ready on the car.
Don't shoot them.
Going on VAR.
Are they all there?
They're stuck.
Yeah.
Up dead. They're war.
One sack on orange.
Knock.
Other team. We're
Right by
fighting
me.
first. Yeah, I'm here. One stay.
Need help.
One close, one far.
Yeah.
I'm pushing the close guy.
To the smokes, just drive to the smokes.
Just drive past him. Just drive on him.
I'm just throwing one more flash.
Look behind the car. Okay.
Nice.
Loaded.
I don't know if Face died. Yeah.
Him as well.
Pass out.
Pass out.
Come in. No,
Try and
not
pass.
coming. Sending away.
Oh, shooting buggy.
Doing buggy. Well.
Stop on green.
Help me.
They don't knock him above you.
Nice.
I'm behind blue.
Red in the container, sir. Knock the left.
Right low, take twice.
One HP.
Netting the close guy.
One HP. I got one.
In the blue, so.
Close guy left.
Last guy. Nice. They're gonna race up on Lagoa.
Probably just getting the gun back while you can with that knock.
We'll be playing here
The one
next zone.
drone
guys.
vendor from middle track.
Boss.
Yeah. We'll be playing here next zone, by the way.
Me too.
I don't know where
We
he
can
is.
reset now. We can reset.
Yeah, maybe two.
On my left, one guy. Somewhere orange.
Inside my house one.
Всем привет, с вами Аля из команды Navi.
Привет, ребята, с вами Иван.
С вами Костя, Мелман из Нави.
С вами Example из Navi.
Сейчас мы вспомним самые красочные моменты прошлого глобала.
Все, стартуем.
Looks like they're gonna play spoiler on this one right now. It's gonna be a quick push coming out, but there you go. Now it's gonna be Example finding it down. He's making the push. You need to have your moments, and it looks like he's gonna try to have it. He's gonna be careful. Two members of Cerberus still in front of him. Goes for the spray, gets some damage out. Spots out another one. Example refuses to go
Нас уже вытесняла зона, мы уже, у нас не оставалось другого выбора, как идти на Церберов. Был дан колл, что двое стоят сзади, смотрят, прикрывают, а я и Example идем под синькой под Церберов.
Поэтому для меня это только А. Больше я бы не поставил.
Example, S-tier перетаскиваю. Ой, сюда.
И неплохая игра, в принципе, была. Я думаю, это C-тир.
Один из неплохих моментов в моей жизни, поэтому S-tier.
It's like they're trying to prep some type of vehicle fortification in front of them, and it's about the only option that they've got. Vehicles now are just going to go ahead and start to roll out. People should hear that engine shot's going to start coming out from Twisted Minds. Going to try to roll into it. Some shots do come out. Spyro's going to go down, and whoa! Navi just runs right into this one. He is outside the blue, though. That's great. It's no problem. But wow! Twisted Minds gets eliminated. That was an insane push by Navi.
У нас единственный, кто выдавливал зоны, и нам нужно было принимать какое-то действие. И так как мы тогда, я помню, знали то, что твисты на коре, в твистов там получится, не получится, но пуш был такой своеобразный достаточно и очень сложный. Но так вышло то, что я остался, я там нокнул одного, и пацаны там на драйв-бай заехали и убили всех. Однозначно закинул его в S-тир, потому что мы там, наверное, выиграли то, что не выигрывается, что очень сложно выиграть.
Так что, это один из тоже самых крутых моментов. Так что я его не могу оценить меньше, чем S-tier тоже.
Я бы ответил это как скорее что-то около А-тира.
Так что я тоже отнесу этот момент в S-tier.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have a new champion. Navi's patience is rewarded in the biggest of ways. $1 million they now get a hold of.
Очень непонятный для меня, потому что лично мы не понимали в середине игры, что мы уже чемпионы, и нам нужно доиграть до конца было в любом случае.
Поэтому я бы тоже в S-тир его закинул.
Так что это, я думаю, А-тир для меня.
В плане эмоций это хороший, крепкий А-тир.
Самого такого понимания победы еще не было до конца.
Well, he got pushed back into the blue. It's right next to him. The blue is going to get the knock. Attack has gone. That's going to finish it off. At the
Финальная победная игра навсегда останется в моем сердечке. Я не сразу смог осознать то, что мы стали чемпионами мира.
Не знаю, что еще даже сказать по этому поводу. Это надо прочувствовать.
Именно после катки, когда ты встаешь, и ты понимаешь, что вот ты точно выиграл. Так что это однозначно самый лучший момент на турнире для меня, когда ты выигрываешь последнюю катку и встаешь чемпионом.
Отнесу этот момент в A-тир.
Одни из самых лучших эмоций, которые я испытывал, в принципе, в своей карьере. Поэтому определенно S.
Мой однозначно самый лучший момент в жизни. Поэтому я закину его точно в S-тир.
Это было первое командное поднятие кубка у нас. Это Best-тир.
И поэтому я бы закинул его в А-тир. Приятно, но недостаточно.
Трофея, для меня это А-тир.
То есть поднятие кубка немножко хуже, чем в момент, когда ты встаешь победителем.
И в конце на сладенькое у нас скины от команды Na'Vi, которые будут выходить 27 сентября по 25 октября. Это чемпионские скины, набор, который поможет поддержать как команду, так и игроков в отдельности. Все-таки для меня, я думаю, это S-тир, это важно. В принципе, это значит, что это история в игре.
Очень красочные, прикольные скины. И очень круто то, что разработчики так поддерживают именно команды, которые вот выигрывают. Поэтому однозначно в S-тир.
В А-тир.
И приятно иметь в игре свои скины. Спасибо PUBG за такую возможность. Это также очень важно.
Я буду рад видеть вас на пабликах, в наших пинах. Всем спасибо, всем пока.
Это будет большая, огромная поддержка для команды, для меня и для всех, кто участвовал в этой победе. Успех!
Так что и ты сможешь выигрывать любую каточку с ними.
Прикольные фановые скины. Будем бегать на пабликах. Мы точно. И ждем вас в этих же скинах. Всем спасибо.
They're driving with the cars.
Focus green, I think, yeah.
Knock one.
One F2.
You should be in the green smoke.
Yeah, he's knocked on blue. Let's try to get the flash.
Be careful, look.
Just let him die. In your top 4.
Pushing up the hill.
Hovel, pushing up. Get the flag, get the flag. Running left, left. Nice.
Try to flash him and hit the hill.
I need to push under.
One active. I can res.
There could be two active.
You mark car, have a nade.
Like on me, just on me on the yellow. He's alive. Dead. Kobe one. Big guy. You took me, T-Bone.
Nice, nice.
What's the name? Healing. One more. Two up. One up.
Good north of me.
Gonna gun me.
Just under?
One gun me. Just under me. Knock on me.
Nice.
Also the bridge is on the...
There's not many alive, by the way, boys. Okay.
Nice. 10 for me. Running low.
I'm flashing over. Flashing left side corner.
Shit.
Let's go. I'm gonna have really good eyes here. Come on in. Anything green? Dark one in compound. I'm from orange. I hit him once in orange. Right side of the smokes. One more knocked. One on the flash. Maybe orange. I'm going for res, Michael. That's a large.
The far right, guys.
Don't forget the car. You need the car for
Knock one in the mollies.
One active close. One more of BB locked. Just two knocked, 180 BBL.
Wait, ultra more.
There's one corner there, so...
One of them is gonna get knocked in the car.
It's SRM here, okay?
Two knocks. Don't push this though, because Twist is gonna push this.
I got 3.
I'm crawling to you, Brexit.
Yeah, I'm holding over you. No, you do
rest 2 then.
On my left.
Time's down. That 5 soon, but what about to one? One skirmishes goes down, but they're down to just 2 as I say that. Question mark before they make their way on over one of the people. To be a set. It's going to be the perfect moment for the terrible command.
Yep.
They're running in the cars.
Focus green, I think, yeah.
Knock one.
One active.
He should be in the green smoke. Yeah, he's knocked on blue. Quick, let's try to get the shot. Be careful of...
Just let him die. And you're top 4.
Pushing up the hill.
Hovel, pushing up. Get the flash. Running across the pit. Nice.
Try to smash him, I need to heal.
I need to push under.
Healing.
Yeah,
one active. I can res.
There could be 2 active.
You mark car, have a nade.
Like on me, just on me on yellow. He's alive. Dead. 4v1. Dead guy. Dead. You took me, Timo.
Nice.
Easiest win about.
Healing. 3 seconds here. 2 up. One up.
North of me.
Gonna gun me.
Put him just under?
One gun me.
Yeah,
Just under me. Knock on me.
Nice.
What's on the bridges on the...
There's not many alive, by the way, boys. Okay.
Nice. 10 from me.
One him up.
So.
I'm blasting over. Blasting left side, kind of. Nice.
Let's go.
I'm gonna have really good eyes here. Probably on the tree. I'm on it. Anything green? Dark one in compound. I'll pull my orange. I hit him onto my orange. Right side of the smokes. One more knocked. One on the side. I'm going for res, Michael. Yeah. That's a large.
The far right, guys.
Don't forget the car. You need the car for
Knock one in the mollies.
One active close. One more BBL knocked.
Just two knocked.
180 BBL.
Wait, ultra more.
There's one corner there, sorry.
One of them is gonna get knocked in the car.
It's SRM here, okay?
Two knocks. Don't push this though, because Twist is gonna push this.
I got 3.
You wanna push them?
I'm crawling to you, Brexit.
Yeah, I'm holding over you. No, you do rest 2 then. Go quickly if you
On my left.
I'm pushing across the road now.
Last guy from zoomed it. I'm leading it.
One on my smoke. 1 HP left side smoke. By middle.
Needed it.
Walk right side. Nice. Good shit.
All the time.
They're ready on the cars.
Don't shoot.
Going on bad.
Welcome to the update 26.1, where you'll experience a rejuvenated Erangel, the return of tactical gear, the launch of a new rank season, and much more. Let's get straight to it. Time to play Tourist again and re-explore Erangel, enhanced with new features and revamped landscapes. Gain new advantages by discovering secret rooms. Refine your tactics for the freshly redesigned ruins, Milta and Stolber areas. And keep an eye out for our KFC collaboration that's finger-licking good. We are also reintroducing tactical gear after a brief hiatus, during which we fine-tuned and rebalanced it based on your crucial insights. Now re-established as a world spawn item, we've adjusted the performance of both the drone and spotter scope to better synchronize with the overall game balance. Check the patch notes for all the juicy details. Additionally, in an effort to elevate strategy and teamwork, each squad is now tagged with a unique number visible on the kill feed. Lastly, we've polished up the match report page to offer more precise, match-specific details. Consider it your personal analytics dashboard. There's plenty more packed into update 26.1, so make sure to dive into the patch notes to learn more. And we'll see you on the battlegrounds.
Help him. Up one.
They're driving with the cars.
Focus green, I think, yeah.
Knock one.
One active.
He should be in the green smoke.
Yeah, he's knocked on blue. Let's try to get the flash.
Be careful of...
Just let him die. And you're top 4. Excellent.
Pushing up the hill.
Hovel, pushing up. Get the flash, Running left the pit. Nice.
Try to flash him, I need to heal.
I need to push under.
Healing.
Yeah,
one active. I can res.
There could be 2 active.
You mark car, have a nade.
Like on me, just on me on yellow. He's alive. Dead. Probably one. Safe guy. You take me, Timo.
Nice, guys, nice.
Easiest win about.
Picking over me.
That's a knife. Healing.
Knocked.
3 seconds.
2 more. One more on the One more on the same knocked.
One up.
One man. Put north of me.
Gonna gun me.
He's gonna pull up anywhere.
Put him just under?
One gun me.
Yeah,
Just under me. Knocked on me.
Nice.
What's on the ridges on the...
There's not many alive, by the way, boys. Okay?
Yeah.
Nice. 10 from me.
One in middle.
No.
I'm flashing over. Flashing left side, kind of.
Good shit, guys.
Let's go.
Blind. Yeah, road green.
I'm gonna have really good eyes, yeah.
Yeah, he's probably on the tree. I'm on it.
Anything green? Dark one in compound. Off on my orange. I hit him once on orange.
Right side of the smokes. He's gonna pick
One more knocked.
Nice. One.
They're driving with the cars.
Focus green, I think, yeah.
Knock one.
One F2.
He should be in the green smoke.
Yeah, he's knocked on blue. Let's try to get the flash.
Be careful, look.
Just let him die. And you're top 4. Excellent.
Pushing up the hill.
Hovel, pushing up. Get the flash, Running left the pit. Nice.
Try to flash him, I need to heal.
I need to push under.
Healing.
One active,
one active. I can res.
There could be 2 active.
You mark car, have an 8.
Like on me, just on me on yellow. He's alive. That's 4v1. Safe guy. You take me, T-Bone.
Nice, guys, nice.
Easiest win of our...
Healing. Two more. One more. Two up. One more. Same nade.
One up.
Fireman.
What's up, gamers? Welcome to day 2 of the PUBG EMEA Championships Fall Playoffs. It is the second day of the upper bracket, and at the end of today, 8 teams will be making it through to our grand finals in 2 weeks, which is very exciting. 8 other teams are going to have to move on to the lower bracket tomorrow. It's the PUBG boys joining you, and me, Sam. We're going to be keeping you company for the rest of the day. I'm going to jump straight into it. If you missed yesterday, don't worry. We'll update you with all the things you need to know, but I actually want to touch on a question that got asked yesterday to FaZe, who obviously just ran away in day 1. They have qualified already. And Avenger, you actually said something in the interview. You asked James about the close competition in the EMEA region. We never have that one team that just dominates all the time. We do always have these new champions rising. Why do you think that is?
Yeah, it's definitely also up to what James said yesterday, and also one of the reasons why I asked is like it's just everyone getting better. You know, all the young grinders, they are grinding, they're playing as much as they can, and then you have everyone else that's traveling to tournaments. They maybe aren't able to put in as much time, and it's just you know, the grind from all the players that are trying to reach the top is just catching up to everyone else. And of course, there's like very top level, high level strategies that the young grinders won't know, but the mechanical skill, that's something that they can catch up onto, and sometimes they'll just win fights and win battles that will put them into these spots here. And I still think, and there is and there will be for some time, like we're gonna have like a separation where we keep seeing like the same, you know, 3, 4, 5 really good teams on the top, and then you're gonna have your, you know, 8, 10 teams that are the same kind of teams that's being rustled in and out, or the same players on different teams as we've seen throughout the year, or the years actually, that's being kind of recycled. But especially this year, we've seen a lot of new kind of upcoming talent, and that's something that's really exciting, to be honest.
Let's take a look now at your format, so you're up to date with exactly how our tournament is running. And while we do that, Saga, do you think it's a good or a bad thing that we have such a close amount of teams at the top level?
Oh, I think it's a great thing. The more competition, the better, because it only pushes everyone to improve that little bit more. I mean, we've had long stretches where it was Twisted Minds in their various forms, whether it was under Northern Lights or a different organization, where they were just consistently dominant, and it was almost as if we knew the outcome of a tournament before we go in and everyone was playing for second place. Now that there is that pressure on them at the top to perform, and while they do have a sense of alleviated pressure given that they've already qualified to PGC at the end of the year, so this isn't necessarily as important for them to play for the win. The fact that the other teams are really sticking it to them, and even teams that have come up through the open qualifiers are really competing and playing at a similar level to them, it's amazing to see, and it really speaks well for the future of EMEA.
Taking a look now, we've got 6 matches today. We're going to be kickstarting on Miramar, 6 matches to qualify. Avenger, you so excited about that?
Yeah, I'm super excited. Obviously, it's the last day of our bracket, right? So we're going to find who the 7 other teams are that's going to be joining FaZe Clan in the winners bracket, because to be fair, they're already through no matter what they do today. Same placement point system as you always know, 10 points for the win here and 1 for each kill. But I gotta say, honestly, yeah, of course, going into Miramar, continuing that, I think it's super exciting. You know, with we have a BO12 going, we have one team that is this wild card for today that can pull off all kinds of shenanigans. So that's going to be exciting to see. And of course, once we get into the grand finals, there's going to be $25,000 for the winner, Sam.
As we take a look at our participating teams, I am curious, do you think FaZe is just going to cause absolute chaos today, Avenger, considering that they've qualified? Or do you think they want to get all the points they can just to make a really big statement moving into the grand finals?
It's going to be hard to catch them. Like 22 points is quite a lot. It's like a good game, like a win with 12 kills, right? That they are ahead. So depending on, and again, as we talked about yesterday, and I talked a little bit with Phosphase and some of the other guys in the community, like, right now, there's no incentive for them to get either first or eighth, and the amount of points that they have right now, they can just have fun with it. They can deny some teams that they potentially don't want to see that is looting close to them, and push them down into the lower bracket. Like, there's so many opportunities for them today. I don't see exactly like hot dropping, but I'm expecting you like bridge camps, like dirty setups, dirty third parties, and like full commitment of into fights that they necessarily wouldn't have yesterday. As we heard from James yesterday, like play safe, calls multiple times from Gustav. Also, it's like if we survive this, we win the game, like etc. So super interesting. And once we get into the final, if you win that, you're going straight to PGC.
That's the big thing, right? The PGC points. As much as the prize pool is fun, this is what all these teams desperately want to get their hands on those points, Saga, because they want to find themselves a PGC. And right now, for a lot of these teams, FaZe messing around is not something that they're going to want to see, because they really just want to get into the grand finals.
Well, there's different ways that FaZe could approach this. They could look at potentially the finals of this event and say, okay, a team like Ascend, we've seen them get tangled up in the past, particularly not only on like Eastern Bridge on Military Island zones, but on the southwestern side of Miramar as well, where they have been setting up and causing some problems for Ascend. And that's kind of a local targeting that's really for EMEA events. Or they could look again at the PGC points leaderboard and say, okay, teams like Na'Vi, DA are close behind us, and DA is already in a bit of a struggle boat. So if FaZe Clan decide, all right, we're just going to make sure that we outplace DA and they don't overtake us, and that's going to be at least one additional team who's trying to push up into those top spots for the PGC qualification, makes their life a lot easier. So there's different ways they can look at it, and it'll be interesting to see which they choose, if any.
When we take a look at the scoreboard, one of the teams that got a chicken dinner yesterday did a great job. They're currently sitting in second place. Not necessarily a team I would have even mentioned if you asked me who I thought was going to make the top 8 Avenger, and that's We Live Again.
Yeah, very much on the shoulders of a fantastic player that's having the tournament of his life so far, of course. So coming in and popping off like that. And I actually have a question for Saga here, Sam, if I may. Like, if DA is in a struggle boat, I would like to ask you, where does that leave BBL? On the harbor?
No, they're just in the water. They're barely holding on. They're barely swimming.
Okay,
they don't have a boat.
I actually removed my BBL player. I actually removed my BBL player from my Twire GG Fantasy League tonight because I don't believe. I have absolutely no faith in BBL, and I'm quite sad about that. Of course, you can play on Twire.gg. The fantasy leaderboard right now is up there. Avenger and I are doing quite well. If you do, you get to put together your favorite team. Obviously, you can earn some Twire points and you can exchange those for PUBG merch and G coins. I am curious as to what is going on. Saga, you have been the king of fantasy for some time. What went wrong yesterday?
Well, you know what? I had Beamy on my... I think I lied at the start of the show. I said I had Molodox, and honestly, I'm kind of glad I didn't because... I mean, I look at the stats. Molodox has 0 kills, so I kind of dodged a bullet. But Beamy was the man I put in his place. He was a couple of extra K, and I mean, you heard in the team comms that played at the start of the show, perfectly cut, by the way, as T-Bone exclaims about how it's the easiest kill of their... easiest win of their F, and then... it just stops. But after that, for Foot, things didn't go great. And that was really a big problem, not just for me, but for a couple of us. I know some other people had Beamy on their team.
Some mention it, okay?
Honestly, after game 1, it looked really good. Foot Esports, Na'Vi, they really popped off, and they've done enough to keep themselves in the competition and in the top 8 for now, but haven't really pushed as far as, let's say, FaZe Clan, which pretty much everyone else has a FaZe Clan player, and I think that might be a slight problem for me.
Avenger, did you change your team at all today?
No, I'm sticking. I have Naleb on the bench. If I had him in instead of Beamy, I would have gotten like 14, 15 more points and potentially been top 50 in the world. But I think Foot still can pop things off. And like with the amount of PGC points, I feel like it's almost impossible for them not to go to PGC. Yeah, I think it's just very much about them getting kind of into the Rumble. They had some players that obviously went to the Nations Cup. So yeah, interesting to see how, or a lot of the players went to Nations Cup. So interesting to see how it kind of goes back into the same old of playing with the usual boys in the team, and they have to get used to that, of course. Yeah, I just expect them to be like in that top 8, somewhere around, you know, the top 5.
A little bit of prediction time, I suppose, and I know that this is always a ridiculous question because it's completely dependent on circles and things like that, but do you think the 8 teams we're currently seeing at the top of the leaderboard, do they keep those spots, Avenger, or do you think that the likes of BBL, I don't know, might have a miracle today?
One good game to start things off with for BBL, and they're like still in the top 8. Like the bottom 3 of the top 8 is so extremely close that like any team right now outside the top 8 with one good game, they are literally in. It's more so the top 5 that I think is going to be quite steady. I feel like they're too far ahead of the kind of mid pack that like they need 20 some points to stay inside the top 8. It's more like that, the bottom 3 spots in the top 8 that is kind of up for grabs. So the question is really how much of a shuffle happens with that.
Saga, are you in agreement with Avenger?
Absolutely. I mean, we've touched on the gap that FaZe Clan have above second place is 22 points, and you know that's a game's advantage over them. Well, the gap between BBL in 16th and Entropic in 8th is 24 points. So it's basically exactly the same, except it takes them from dead last into qualification rather than second into first, which in this qualification format doesn't really mean much other than sort of bragging rights and a little bit of momentum. So it's definitely still doable for any of those teams. I would also look at a team like maybe Exalt, possibly even Sarvam. If they can get some good zones in their favor, they are a team that defends compounds very well, but when they have to make pushes, they sometimes get a little bit MEA and just make a full send straight to the center and it falls apart. Just similar things that we've seen. We've seen similar things from Pacific as well, just getting tangled up in some awkward engagements, particularly on Miramar, where we're starting off today. I still am baffled as to why they rotated south out of Chumacera and ended up fighting in Ascend like 6 kilometers away from where the zone edge was. It didn't really make too much sense strategically. So if they can avoid things like that, they could very easily climb their way and close a gap that's only about 10 to 15 points for the majority of teams.
Before we keep talking about what to expect for match number 1, don't forget that we really want to get you involved in the conversation this weekend. So make sure that you jump onto Twitter and tweet at PUBG Esports. One of our PUBG partners, Elisa, is going to be there. She's engaging with you. She's going to be watching all the matches. You can chat to her. She replies to everyone. So get in there, have conversations. Let's make sure that everyone knows what is going on with #PECFull. Saga, you mentioned Exalt. What did you think of their performance yesterday overall? Do you think the addition of Uber's been good for them?
I think there's infinite potential, but so far it really hasn't worked out. Game 1 looked very good. They played a very risk-averse playstyle. They had a potential chance to get tangled up early on. They opted to move early, get a strong 2-2 split, and it looked pretty good. But after that, things kind of fell apart, and hopefully that doesn't happen today, because it is a team that, again, they're in the PGC point standings, they're looking very strong. So for them to not make the grand finals does leave them vulnerable. They've just over 1,000, and there's plenty of teams that could overtake that. So overall, they're going to need probably about a top 8 to secure their spot at PGC. So they do need to step it up a little bit today for sure.
Right, it's time to find out if our analysts got it right with their pre-game predictions. We are heading to Miramar. Toby and Kalaris are ready to take you into game.
Yes, let's do it. Biker Kalaris here, ready to go. We've got Tobias Windblast here to my left-hand side to get it all going. Toby, how you doing, fella?
I'm good. I'm excited to see you wearing a jacket. All I knew was James is wearing a jacket, but didn't know what was including. And I'm getting kind of the Biker Mice from Mars vibes from you, so it's good. I like it.
You know what? I'll accept that because the Biker Mice from Mars were cool. Also, the Street Sharks back then. we're just sort of revealing how old we are, so I'll kind of stay away from that. Although I think maybe they revamped it recently, the bike.
I wouldn't mind that. That's a live action I'd go watch for sure. Yeah.
Live action? No. Anyway, moving on swiftly. I'll tell you who doesn't need to do anything else to move on. FaZe, of course, yesterday they got themselves 3 wins on the board out of 6 here. Toby, will they let anybody else win this video game?
I don't think so. We've seen it in the past. Now with this new lineup, newer lineup that they have, we haven't at any point seen them slow things down just because they're ahead. This for them is essentially practice for what's to come, which is PGC. They want to stomp a global event, and what better place to practice it by going up against some of the best in the EMEA. I think they have no good reason to just go out and let's have fun with it, let's experiment a bit. No, they should play as hard as they can and continue playing this somewhat newer play style that they've implemented of being more passive. Just perfect it. Do it as best as you can, and again, no better place to practice it than right here.
It looks calculated, it looks mature in its approach, which is really cool. It has some restraint, but still we know that when they need to be aggressive, they can also be that as well. I think when you look at the 5 teams that really dominated kind of the headlines yesterday, Toby, FaZe, We Live Again, of course, Twisted Minds, Na'Vi, and Howl to some degree, finding themselves with 50+ points at the moment. It's really cool to see a kind of a mix there in terms of like the performers, especially We Live Again taking 2nd place.
Yeah, I mean, Sosa top fragging throughout the day. Not a name that I had on my mind coming into yesterday's match. Just seeing how kind of how many good players there on the server. Sosa definitely not up there in my expectations, but amazing to see We Live Again, a team and a name that we have had the pleasure of watching in PUBG for a very, very long time. Just never up in the very top echelons of EMEA PUBG. So great that, as they said during the desk as well, just so many. The competition is getting closer, let me put it at that. It's getting much closer. Just because you're a partner team doesn't mean you're the best in the region.
And we're getting closer to finishing off the upper bracket now. It's game number 7 here of PEC Fall upper bracket, as we have everybody dropping from the plane for Murmur. And one focal point I have for today, Toby, is I want to see Na'Vi continue to do well. They have, of course, currently out of positions point-wise to get themselves to PGC, and I want the world champions to be able to defend their world championship.
Yes, that would it would be weird not having them there. They are, of course, very close, like literally one spot out coming in to PEC Fall. But of course, that also means that should they, for any reason, not make the grand finals, then it's pretty guaranteed that they would in fact not be able to qualify. So I know for sure want to see Na'Vi continue and also continue with this new lineup, having Fairest on the server now. I think many people, despite having seen Fairest play well with Exalt, wanted to see, can they do it? Can he replace Uber? And off of yesterday's performance, I mean, yeah, he could. They did pretty damn well.
No, absolutely. And of course, Na'Vi here, you can acquire the 2022 PGC Champions Na'Vi skins that are available in-game right now. And also, I do believe that on Twitter, on X, I should say, I suppose, there is being given away as well. So you can use the hashtags PECFall as well as hashtag Na'ViPGC22 to enter. And you need to give a reason as to why you think you deserve the skins. So they're very colourful. You'll be spotted on the battlefield, but that's fine because you'll look cool whilst doing it, I suppose. Toby,
why do you deserve the skins, James?
Why do I deserve the skins?
Yeah.
I already have the skins.
Here I am, giving you a chance to tell everyone how good you are at the game, and all you say is you already got them. Fair enough.
I'm not good at the game.
No, that's what I'm saying. You had a chance to try and kind of deceive your entire community, but not going to happen. Instead, we'll take a look at FaZe as they start their rotation. We saw just before a hard western circle to kick things off. Remember, sandstorms are here, and they have just started. So everyone's going to try and make their rotation start down. FaZe probably gonna be the last one to the party, unless if they opt to emergency pick up their way to the circle, because they are in Campo Militar, which now finds itself a little bit further west than it was in the past. And yeah, pretty long journey ahead of them.
Cool drop though, right? I do like the new Campo Militar. I think it's just that little bit easier to be able to go there, because again, it's not where it used to be in the far top right corner. So you've got a little bit of extra time that you do save whilst going up there, and it's great loot. So kind of very condensed loot between those warehouses that you're running between. You don't have to be trundling up loads of stairs here, there, and everywhere. Maybe on just a few buildings like the police buildings, etc. But other than that, I do like the new Campo Militar.
I was always so confused when Miramar first came out because there were so many unique locations. I mean, Campo Militar, Prison, Alcantara, and the I mean, it wasn't Alcantara at the time, but ruins up towards the west. So many unique locations that were so far on the edge that I never got to see them. So now, having pushed some of them at least further towards the center or more playable late game terrain, it's nice. Who knows? Maybe we'll see Campo Militar in the very late game more often now that it's a bit further towards the center.
I do have concern for Pacific as we take a look at them here, having thrown a smoke out early on in this game. I didn't see if a fight was really unfolding just yet. They do have a sandstorm on top of them, but interestingly enough, in the previous couple of games that we saw from Pacific, they were taken out very early. So they absolutely need to negate that here to be just get into the mid game. You can't constantly be going out in the early game. I mean, as you can see, 15th place right now. It's kind of not great. So let's push that a little further, boys.
Really isn't, but as Desk was alluding to as well, look at what's ahead of him. They're not even a great game, just a pretty decent game away from top 8. It's still very much within reach. So yeah, if there's a time to turn things around and avoid that lower bracket, then now will be it.
Exalt with only 11 kills coming out from yesterday. Also not kind of what I was really expecting from a roster like this. Uber as a replacement to Ferris, kind of almost having that one-for-one trade here between them that haphazardly occurred between the two rosters. Again, I said it yesterday, he's a pit bull. If you let him off the leash, he will go out and get frags. It's just whether or not it's all going to work out. And right now, they have a pretty decent 2-2 spot split across what is a rough circle for those rotating in from the north.
And I'm not going to lie, if you're Exalt in this situation, and of course you lose Ferris, that's not what you want to have happened. He goes to Navi, the big orc of the region. Makes perfect sense that he would want to do that if given the opportunity to. It's not the worst pickup to get Uber in return. You know, it's I'm sure that Exalt is pretty satisfied with picking up the current, or one of the current world champions on his team.
And a name that is arguably in the running for GOAT, right? Like, it's difficult to argue that about someone like Uber. Even Floof agrees, apparently, in the background. But, I mean, you've got names like Tiggleton in that conversation, you know? Like, there's a debate around it going on the moment online, and I'm not going to kind of go further than that. I would just say that usually I would go with Uber in terms of achievements.
Yeah, let's see here. Oh, Fate heard the vehicle from Lou up over the top. But as you can see, further towards the southeast, DA are set above them in this kind of 3-layered situation. They wanted to clear out the Twisted Minds push coming through. But now, Exalt having to just kind of accept the fact that Lou is nearby. They're still hitting their vehicles, and as much as they want to peek it, they're also continuing to take shots from up above in this new brickyard area, which I'm not gonna lie, I kind of like. I actually really do like the layout of it compared to how it was in the past. It was always so awkward to fight through, but now, as we can see here, great overview. Thank you so much, observers. It's just, I really love it. Really like the layout. It's kind of become a whole new fighting area where before you could only really prone and lay low there, unless if it was very early.
Precisely. Yeah, the bricks were just too low, as you're kind of alluding to before, and really didn't give you too much to work with. It was really a location you would unfortunately take after everywhere else was taken, right? Yes. Whereas now, it does provide you a little bit of cover. Quite ample cover, I would say.
Yeah, it does still have its limitations. Again, as you can see, I mean, as long as DA, or any other team for that matter, is on the hillside above you, you're very limited in how much you can run around and peek things. So for Exalt, the way they're trying to play it right now, having a 2-2 split, I think it's honestly the perfect way of trying to maintain control. Issue is, they are on a 2-2 split. So even if they do want to group up now, knowing that they have a player, or an opposing player, I should add, in the nearby vicinity, should this next circle shift west, I'm curious to see how Uber and Fate are going to opt to cross on over. Because where Molodoc and Art are currently sat, that's a pretty prioritized spot. And, well, with that said, Uber double tap finds Lou. That's going to be a little bit of a breath of relief.
Not a bad start. Not a bad start there. That might give them the opportunity to start moving. In fact, he's repositioning the car here for a second, realizing he's coming under fire, has to move away from that, find himself a little bit of cover. You don't want to be sat in that car whilst those reinforcing shots are bearing down on you.
Also, I just got to say again to the observers, thank you so much for having the the map up in this early stage of the game. Of course, we do want to see Uber get out of here safely, but it's also very important to be able to keep track of exactly how all these other teams are maneuvering on into this first circle, which we saw is very far down towards the southwest side.
No, you know what? I like the observers better. You know what, observers? Thanks for being cool, all right? Just that cool too. Humans, all right?
Yeah,
You're my friends.
I'm sorry I never said that. Yep, you see, the observer approval comes through.
Nice.
And, yeah, there you go. They like you too, James. They like your Motor Mice from Mars jacket. Or cosplay, we should call it.
Nobody likes me.
Yeah, I mean,
they reluctantly deal with me. All right,
that's a fair way of putting it. I suppose.
Yeah.
FaZe, one of the last few teams to make their way on down. As we said, they were probably going to be the last. I think Samla is fighting them for that achievement. And it makes perfect sense to me that they're not more in a hurry. Obviously, I mean, for starters, they've had zero chance to scout anything coming in, so no reason to stress it. Also, should this circle go anywhere northeast, they know that, as we can see too, the center of what is this phase 1 is so compact. And there's literally nothing for them to go for. So why aggress? Like, why try to kind of become a part of what will be a huge traffic jam should this next circle hard shift? Because if previous days are anything to go by, early game hard shifts, they have been pretty common.
Yeah. Prevalent, apart from on Vikendi, apparently. But yeah, I mean, if you look at the kind of central spots, there are some of those compounds down in the valley that are not taken currently. But I mean, teams like Foot could easily just bomb towards them because they're in close vicinity towards them. I do like what Vorpal Swords did, which currently just before they were on that bridge south of Valdemar, but they've wrapped all the way around, realizing that would have been an absolute death sentence if they were going to try and do that. So we'll see as the shift comes in now, as Just Correxy is left outside, and it's dead center. So this is as kind as it really could have been to the majority of these teams.
You see, and this is actually where the Sandstorm is at its worst. FaZe have just gotten to the ridgeline. FaZe have just gotten to a position from where they wanted to scout forward. And the game says, oh, you wanted vision? Nah, you're not getting any of that. So now FaZe forced to rotate blindly into this one. James, the spearhead of the operation, getting into the circle. Of course, they have been able to see a little bit before the Sandstorm arrived. So they'll be driving blind for a little while longer. Well, I believe we did see a knock come through for BBL. Yes, first kill on the board for them.
Nice. That's an increase when it comes to points. I'm happy to see that. Oh, this is very close to one another.
And again, past each other.
Yeah, it limits how much information you're going to work with. Formulation gaming here might take some shots from where you live again. I mean, they ultimately are in an amazing position. Arguably, probably already qualified as long even low points here throughout the day. So there's not too much of a threat here for We Live Again.
I mean, sometimes you hate the Sandstorm, sometimes you thank it. I think Intense is alive because of that. He drove literally through the We Live Again rotation, touching and weaving the vehicles as they came out of the sand. But yeah, able to live and ride home about it. Now he does have Semler, or they do have Semler up towards the north next to them. So, of course, having to decide whether or not they want to take a fight outside the circle or try and make their way in without having to do so.
Trying to look for more information from these rocks. Always quite a good checkpoint location to start rotating through these rocks. It really does provide ample vision across this area, and they do realize that Formulation Gaming is below them. Oh, even able to spot him as he gets in a car. That is very unfortunate for Ironic, as now Physics will go down as well. Semler has caught them completely unaware.
Yeah, again, I mean, that Sandstorm didn't grant them any favors whatsoever.
Yeah.
And Nyx now, of course, as they get the knocks, they're hearing the shots from the other side of the valley. They are well aware that this is not the last firing scrot for them to run through. There's plenty of teams on that southern side ready to greet them as they come on through. But how do they rotate on in? That's what they're trying to plan right now with every little bit of vision they're getting.
I want to see Ombre hit something with the Dragonov, but I don't think we'll be seeing that too soon because only a 3 times, not able to see a huge amount of detail when it comes to those buildings in the distance. Michael able to finish off a lot of Formulation Gaming who are rotating here. So BBL with a few more points here and there, and now the Sandstorm kicks in and they can't see anything.
you say a few more points. We're 12 minutes into day 2, and they already got half the points they got yesterday. So I'd say that's a pretty decent start to the day. I had a chance to talk to Clip coming into today's matches and asking him, like, how are you guys doing? What's been going wrong? And I think one of the reasons, I mean, not necessarily just yesterday, but as a whole, they have had some kind of underperforming results, so to speak, as of late. And he said they've been changing up IGLing. There's been a lot of opinions on how things were to be done, but they think that now, like, they're a momentum-heavy team. Once they get things going, if they can get things going early on, they feel like they're as good as anyone in the server. And who knows, a couple of kills here on formulation early on could be kind of the spark to ignite a strong BBL comeback.
I mean, we've seen success from this west side before in terms of eventually being able to crest over these hills when teams have been slightly split on top of those hills to their east side. But now it's going to require potentially big wide wraps unless they want to take huge fights and then have to come off the hills anyway, as the circle does kind of shift to that southeast side. And Pacific's trying to keep an eye on Twisted Minds. Slightly wounded were Twisted Minds earlier because they lost Lou, but they're going to be bombing through it for this circle.
And this is where the map can really bait you, because you look at it and you think, oh, it's just a couple of 100 meters. Yeah, but that's literally like climbing and getting down from 2 separate mountains. It's very difficult to transition in this area of the map. And BBL now, you can see out on the far western side here, having to figure out how do they get their way on in. There is an ascent split in front of them, but I think BBL, I mean, scouting forward, yes, they'll try and wrap all the way south around. They know that so many players came into the circle from the north. I think they're looking to go south.
Should be. Ascend might end up getting crashed here by BBL, if BBL has anything to say about it on this side, with Chris and Mika going to be holding it down. SKS as well as Dragonov in hand. Org also for Chris.
They see it. They see the emergency pickup. They want to take him out before they get a chance to leave, because having them emergency picked up here, that's a clear sign that this is a split.
Very opportunistic here. Just going to nade straight onto the emergency pickup just in case they've taken it. And actually maybe into the building a little bit there. But they had to abandon it. They had to give up the idea.
I like it. I mean, even if they are, because BBL can still back out of this, even if they do, they're like, you know, we just screwed over a team's rotation. Like, they were planning on just taking this and leaving, and now it's on Ascent to figure out what they're planning on doing. Having a team right next to them again, I mean, as Clip said as well, with Rustenma now in charge, they've gone from playing a very center-heavy play style to sit on the edge more and just kind of anticipate in similar fashion to what we saw from FaZe and Na'Vi yesterday. Play more of a, let's see what happens in front of us before being the ones to necessarily kind of trigger the action unfolding.
I like it because, you know, some people have been critical of emergency pickups in esports, but there are definitely advantages and also weaknesses to it. Like this, like a huge indicator in the sky that says, we're about to do this, and then somebody can come and ruin it, which I think is very exciting. They're going to have to drive away, Amika and Chris. So darting on down this hillside, but it's plan B for the Ascend boys.
Yeah, great pressure applied there from BBL. Already seeing, I mean, as we're talking about momentum-heavy team, and let alone the fact that they can execute a play like that, even if kills don't come their way, they're able to kind of, as a unit, push forward and take out the competition. Sabem, in the meantime, have Schiller on his own trying to defend against Semler, able to hit one, but no knocks come through. Second time around, not gonna happen. He's gonna go down now as we see the kill feed starting to pop off.
Completely lighting up here. Semler's not doing too bad against Schiller. We'll be able to take him out. CCNX is on the way to try and reinforce. So is Odin as well. They're going to be breaching this fast, trying to stave off the tide that Semler is throwing their way, but they're in the opposite building here. So this is just a bit of a slow push towards them, if I'm honest. CCNX is down to a nade.
Yeah, only one on their feet. Odin should be able to, nope, as I say that, get the rest on up, not gonna happen. Forced to back off of it, like the push here from Semler. Nice angle from Odin, picks the first one, gets the, no, not gonna happen. Second one doesn't fall. Smart push, smart kind of angle to come in from Semler here. There was only one with a chance to get vision on him. So clearly very kind of decisive in how they wanted to approach it and pretty much executed it to perfection. You can never engage a building like that and expect to come out without any casualties. So the fact that they only lose one has to be considered kind of mission accomplished to the extent that they were hoping for.
Especially at this level, right? At least trades for knocks, and then probably you would have people finished anyway. But, I mean, it works out. They've got themselves an okay compound here in this circle. I say okay relative to some of the teams that are just nowhere near this circle at present. Looking at Entropic as well as Pacific, who are in the good graces right now, as Entropic's going to reconvene together. This is going to allow Foot to come in on the backside of this and find themselves a piece of the pie.
Look at the amount of teams up towards the north. We've got three full 4-man rosters. That was a tricky one to say. Set up there. And if this circle doesn't, I mean, mega hard shift north, they're all going to figure out how do we move into the open from here? I don't see there being, I mean, even just 2 teams coming out of that north side alive. Of course, Na'Vi right now can't really engage on it, but DA has to be well aware that Exalt have just pulled up right next to them. In the meantime, you can see Twisted Minds trying to deny Ascent any sort of entry into this one.
A big blitzing from BBL as well, already being shot at by Foot on that left-hand side, trying their best to get where they need to be. And Send is down. Pacific was able to completely blast them into oblivion upon entry to their territory. And Howl here is now also trying to make the march.
Yeah, but Howl trying to do the exact as the Ascent boys just did. Howl, I mean, it wasn't flashy yesterday, but a lot of top placements got them into what now is 5th place overall. In the meantime, Rustin Mount runs over his teammate. Sure, that wasn't intentional. And Howl, they're just about 1 good nade away from elimination.
Yeah, rethinks it. He needs rid of that door to start things off, I think. Unless he's going to go for a window. Tries for it. Does not go in, though. It's on the backside of it. Kind of smart, to be fair. There's no reason the Howl should be both in there right now. And we'll get that knock. And even the double. Good stuff by Pacific. They're really holding this down very nicely.
Very smart. They must have read that one was inside, one was out. I like the idea of nading behind to deny any sort of vision, because they knew that the player inside the building couldn't get an angle on them from where they were running. So if you take out the backside player first, the guy up close literally has no chance of defending against the nades coming in. So very smart play coming in there.
On the money. Like it a lot as we continue things on here with Twisted Minds now. They're trying to take some pot shots here and there, but they're scrambling for a position soon, because unless they get an extreme hard shift, they will have to move, and that's across roads and then up terrain, and it will shift away from them here. And Tropic once again sitting very nicely in the middle of this. Again, though, I can't help but feel, you know, they're allowing Foot plenty of room to get their anchor point in the circle.
Yeah.
I know it's, you know, they're still alive and they're still in a great spot, but this has allowed Foot lots of room.
I'm not gonna lie, this is a bit of a surprise to me. I feel like these circles have a tendency of always going up towards... Oh my god, that's a... That's a Pentafaust to the knee. Uber now crawling around the middle of the street. Not sure he's going to be able to survive this. No, indeed he won't. But these circles have a tendency of going up towards the church, now centering down on the Entropic compound. I think this might have a few players surprised. I mean, we saw how many players were set up north, maybe anticipating the northern shift at some point. But New Miramar says no.
New Miramar says no. That's right. For Na'Vi, it'll be saying no soon if they're trying to scramble into this circle. There is not many entry points for them. So what are they going to do? They could go back to the Na'Vi special, which is just kill everything on the edge and hope for the best.
Yeah,
admittedly, they're quite good at that.
That is a pretty good plan. I mean, when they execute it well, and with Ferris as well, they were able to do it yesterday. It's not the worst kind of strategy. Again, if you can pull it off.
Let's see then. DA quite clumped up at the moment here. A few nades could completely ruin their day, as the push-up is going to start occurring. If they are able to smoke off their lines of sight, push up and get nades on them, that is absolute destruction here for DA.
I'm seeing an example with 5 of the kind. Let's see now, they're pulling up closer. Maybe it's just to distract for a bit, but no, now they are within nade range, and 1 or 2 well-placed ones could be the absolute dismantling of DA. Nade starting to rain on in. That one is going to be really good, Marco. Down to low HP, falls in the end of it. Metralius, I like the idea of pushing forward. Able to catch Millman off guard. Now Example forced to nab it from afar as well. All of a sudden, Na'Vi's plan here not working the way that they wanted it to, and the majority of it is Metralius saying, you know what, they're expecting us to prone down. They're expecting us to back off. Let me aggress instead. And just like that, they take down 2.
On the other side, Ace doing a lot of work for Foot. This is the end of DA, though. As we kind of expected, the aggressive smoke plays really paid dividends here for Na'Vi to at least keep themselves alive and get a few kill points on the board. Anything else, any other move for them there probably meant the end of Na'Vi. So at least this gets them in kind of, even in a wounded state.
And from an east side brawl, we go towards the west, where Foot now have a tall order ahead of them. They need to defend against not only Rustenmar, but the entirety of Exalt as well. Fate is up close, easily within nade range, and I think AT has absolutely no clue that there's one setup here. As you can see, forced to back off, but with 1 HP, is able to get away alive.
Not bad, BMU with the Dragonov trying to hit some of those shots on the distance. Not able to connect with too much here, but BBL down at the south of all of this. BBL still has work to be done. They've got themselves the 4 kill points, but Rustamar here is kind of stuck between a rock and a hard place. Blue Zone 8 goes down, doesn't clip anyone really on all of this, but Ace is looking to clip the wings here of Exalt, but they move up. Fate takes him down. It's going to be up to T-Bone here to try and find something off of it.
Can't really fault 8 for missing those shots when you have double blue zone nades and the actual blue zone blocking off vision. You can barely see anything through all of that. Let's see now, T-Bone. Nice angle, unfortunately. Can't find any of the knocks. Smalltalk down low. But again, this is allowed for Beamy to wrap over to help out. Now, Foot finds himself in a 2v1. And there's again, one more of the kind. P90, just for James.
Love it. I don't know how much it's going to get done in this game, though, as Foot is a little bit wounded here alongside Exalt. I mean, whoever comes out of this is probably going to get blitzed down as they try and move east from their position. Na'Vi is also being blitzed by the position of Pacific right now, as they had, admittedly, a great compound to work from, and they've done it. So far, so good here for Pacific. Let's see if they can get even more.
Yeah. Foot Esports started off the day yesterday with a win. After that, it was pretty quiet until the very final game of the day. So, in repeat fashion, coming off to a good start here in day 2 as well. But, of course, hoping that the following games won't be as quiet as the ones yesterday ended up being.
T-Bone taken to the roof. I like this angle, considering that Exalt has to play up against it. It's perfect, and it works.
Nice.
Good stuff from T-Bone there to be able to shut down that assault coming from Exalt.
Yeah, right down to Semler we go. 2 teams here who didn't have the most success yesterday, but fighting to climb up that leaderboard. Again, it is very tight down in the bottom 8. So for both Semler and Warble, this could be a huge bump up. Should they be able to come up victorious in this game. Milo, though, is alone. They have 6 kills on the team so far. And, of course, he wants to get the flush on Yokaram before anything else happens. Tries to spray through the smoke. Not going to work.
I mean, I'm impressed that Volpelzord survived during the majority of this game, considering their initial attempt at an entry point to then the wraparound here to take the other bridge from that South Island, and then still find themselves an okay compound across the road here from Semler. This has been quite the winning situation. They've only got 2 kills on the board, but it's enough to put them in some decent placement point positions.
Yeah, nice flex out here from Lugarooks, and they know they have Foot Esports set up above them. They want to deal with them before the fight on the north side comes to an end. Should Na'Vi or Pacific come out victorious, they know they're going to be quite out in the open to both those teams. But we'll see now if Lugarooks can get something done. T-Bone is up close. I was just going to say they might not have seen him, but indeed they have.
Yeah.
Lugarooks instantly able to find him.
Entropic had to have been anticipating this for a good 7 or 8 minutes, right? Considering how much they allowed Foot to have whilst they were moving down to compounds elsewhere. It's only Beamy now with a P90 in the distance. Entropic doesn't actually have that much ammo here available to them, but it's going to be enough to be able to shut this down, regroup up, and then stage the next moves as I watch a crate fall down the hill on the map. That's lovely.
Nail up should be able to get the res on through. Indeed he will. Specific again, I mean, still 4 alive. Ready and waiting for this. You would expect to be Na'Vi push coming forward. Beamy goes down for Esports out, but a good turnaround again for how the overall performance yesterday was. Na'Vi, you can see they want to wrap south around, but they're still being contained by Milo, who hasn't left the compound yet.
Quetput moving on up here, trying to find himself a central position. Realizes exactly where Naileup is, who now has the P90. I'm like the P90 radar. I keep track of it everywhere it goes.
P90, yeah.
I love it. I love it.
Did Ivas not see Milo? I think he must have. Yeah, he has a pretty good idea. The issue is you can't be standing still. I mean, that's maybe, again, the Dragunov fear, right? If you're stood still anywhere on these hillsides in the late game, you know that one bullet could be the downfall of you. It's like just bolt actions and semi-auto. It's pretty damn dangerous.
I mean, exactly as you say, like, there's been a smattering of MK12 minis still in play and things like that, but with the bolt actions pretty much being dead because of the Dragunov and how it functions, every fight is now fast. Every fight is now extremely rapid and reactionary, even at these long distances.
I mean, I asked Clipped earlier today as well, because he was during the Nations Cup tournament as well, kind of going back into becoming the bolt guy, and I asked him, bro, are you like so bolts now with the Dragunov? He's like, Toby, the bolt is dead.
Yeah.
Rip bolt actions 2023. I mean, there's literally no point. The bolts are strong in the mid game to set up a fight, but in the mid to end game, you're within, 100, 200 meters anyway, and the Dragunov does exactly the same, but faster and better. So there's literally 0 reason to pick up a bolt if you have a Dragunov.
Makes sense. Clib's a smart man. We've got ourselves Pacific, who are trying to be even smarter as they're moving into the middle of the circle, trying to control quite the swath of land here against a potential encroaching Entropic from the north. Shooting out the tire himself, lower that kind of center of gravity on this car, not in terms of like going around corners, but just the fact that now there's less of a gap underneath it to be able to shoot at from here. And Nailab, as well as the boys, still looking down from this high ground. But Na'Vi's done so well to stay alive in this game. Still coming in kind of late-ish, taking out DA, being able to cross these roads. Good stuff from Na'Vi.
Well, Entropic not in a hurry. Again, it wasn't the most fantastic day yesterday. Yeah, he started up again. I mean, kind of similar to how PUBG Esports played today. They started up with a pretty decent 4th place in the first game. Ever since that, pretty quiet overall. So, of course, wanting to bring this one home in good fashion. Don't want to take any risks. And they still have a 4-man strong Pacific to go up against. Mexi, clear idea of where Celtic is sitting. But they still have Na'Vi to worry about. And with Milo dead, if Na'Vi gets to wrap all the way around here, that could be Entropic down.
Smoke very important so he can move away from that car unhindered by any shots that may come forwards once it blows up. So good preparation to make sure that he's not going to be down straight away. But now he has to flee or sit there and then truly be exposed. I suppose technically you could sit behind the exploded car and wait for that, but he's going to make the push up here. Mexi goes for the spray, and it will actually be Nailab in the distance with the MK12 to take him down.
Yeah, so difficult to traverse that hillside. I was going to say credit to Pacific for being able to stay alive for as long as they were, because as you can see, they have the circle. There's a reason they're proning down. There's a reason they're hiding behind vehicles. They know that Entropic has to come to them. They've cleared out the east. They know that Na'Vi has made their way up the hillside. I think Entropic is starting to realize it too. So just by being passive, Pacific has actually set themselves up for a third-party opportunity in this late game. Could very well be theirs to win, but they have to stay put until the fight between Entropic and Na'Vi starts.
Big move by Entropic, though, here, coming down this hill at the moment, in the car as well. Quetpa not able to really hit those shots, but Alia will on Nailab. That's a brilliant angle here that Alia actually has to disrupt the flow of Entropic coming down from that hill. And they still have a little bit of this lip to work with. Not much, but a little bit.
Liam stepping more and more into the fragger role of the team, leading damage yesterday. And over the past tournaments, he has really been claiming those numbers. It's in the past been Uber and examples show, but with Uber out now and Ferris in, doesn't matter. Alia continues to perform at a top level.
Nice attempt with the foldable shield as well to provide a little bit of extra cover whilst they moved up to that shack. A flash goes down. Ferris more than willing to turn for it. And now the dot has been centered. So for Alia and Ferris, they're hoping for a knock here, a knock there on either side to make this move. Thunderlost will be knocked by Ferris as the Na'Vi's just taking fights with both of them. They don't care.
There's no stopping these boys in yellow at all. They're effectively just crawling in between them. But again, once they have to come off this ridge line, it ain't going to be Sinalia right now looking to take this fight solo against the entirety, or what's left, I should say, of the team on the other side. And he finds the double headshot onto Voldemort. Quetpa, solo player left alive for PCF. And just like that, Na'Vi now will fall. But Entropic says thank you. Quetpa, though, 1v3, already found the first.
Not too bad here. Mexico's down. Will he be able to do more with this? Flash is already being primed and good to go here for Entropic. Quetpa moves back. There's no saving Voldemort, surely. If he moved back here, Iverson, maybe some jump peaks and things like that, would realize that they've given up too much ground.
Yeah.
And now Quetpa here trying to dance around it.
Issue of committing to the low ground is you lose all information of what's happening on the other side, but double headshots come through. Almost able to get the knock on the first. They're both so low HP, but look, Harooks able to stay alive for long enough, able to dodge and weave, and Entropic out victorious.
Sick play, sick win here by them as well. Of course, I mean, they had a great compound to work with. So did Pacific, to be perfectly honest, as well. But Entropic here getting themselves a victory in what is a stacked lineup with Na'Vi trying to encroach here from the east side as well. They had to be patient about it, and they did it very well.
Gotta give it to Quetpa, though. That must have been somewhere along the lines of 180 damage done to the last two players, but they were both alive with 10 HP. He was hitting so many bullets. His pre-fires on that rock was perfect, but just could not find any of the two knocks. That's so unlucky.
Yeah, much needed points for Pacific, right? Considering that they were not really in the dumps. Not as in the dumps as BBL was at the start of the day. Let's be realistic about it. But that's actually going to shoot them up quite nicely here, considering that mid-pack was quite fierce, quite broad in its horizon. So good stuff for Pacific, who definitely come in as one of the underdogs here to the winners bracket. But let's hear from the desk now and see what they think about our first game of the day.
Entropic takes the first win today, and before we talk about them, I want to talk about Alia from Na'Vi, because Saga, he was on fire today, starting out very strong.
Yeah, and hopefully we get to see a little bit of it. It's really good to see Na'Vi come out again. They were in a pretty awkward spot for a long time in that game, just going back and forth over the valley, looking to just get a bit of harassment onto Howl and then back on towards DA, committed to that push. But as they made that move around the eastern side of the ridge towards the very end, there was big potential that they could have had a lot of impact in the final fight, and both of the other teams were just hoping that it would be targeting the opposition. In the end, it was pretty even, actually. Na'Vi did some damage onto Entropic and did some damage into Pacific, and then said, hey guys, you just take the 3v3 from now on and we'll see what happens. And a couple of headshots from Ketpa, really close actually to clutching that out. If the final 2 body shots were headshots, that's a GG, but just unfortunately a pixel or 2 in the other direction. It could have gone the other way, but big win for Entropic.
As we kicked off PEC for the upper bracket playoffs yesterday, I said that I thought Na'Vi had made a huge mistake getting rid of Uber Avenger, but I have to take that back. I think this looks like a revitalized Na'Vi. We did see this yesterday as well. They started off very strong, struggled towards the end of the day, but once again coming out, do you think this is their opportunity? I mean, are we going to see our 2022 PGC champs back there?
I mean, it's hard for them, right? Because they're like 300 points behind FaZe and PGC points. So for them to get in there and maybe push the little legs out, if it's a team that currently is not in the top 6 for PGC points, then it's going to be hard. But like, I wanted to obviously just stay focused, play what they have been playing so far, and we're definitely going to be seeing them in the grand final. And then if they're able to get, you know, your top 3, top 4, we should definitely be seeing them there. And I think Fairest is a fantastic player. He doesn't have Uber's experience. Uber is still a very capable and very mechanically gifted player. So I think time will tell is the best way we can say it, right? It's after just 7 games, it's not enough to decide yet, but let's see. First, you need to make it to PGC.
Let's take a look at your scoreboard now, and Kylaris actually mentioned it as they finished up that game. Pacific Esports, Avenger, not a team that maybe came into this with us thinking this is a team that's going to be trouble for a lot of those top names, but yet a good performance from them, and they played really well.
Yeah, they're able to step it up for this one here. They had 18 points going into today, so getting 13 here is definitely a step up that we need from them to be able to maybe potentially, you know, contest your current top 8, but with Na'Vi, with Foot doing decent, it's and Entropic of course also on the cusp there. It's something that's going to be interesting. Formulation, a team that's they're 6th I think going into this, getting 0 points, that potentially could lose them the current top 8 spot, so they need to step it up for today.
A team that did step up for the first game at least, Saga, BBL, 5 points, considering how little points they got yesterday. That pushes them into the double digits.
Hey!
Absolutely massive. The gap is closed. BBL's back. I think the big problem that they had in that game, it could have been more. They just slightly overcommitted, and maybe this was just them seeing an opportunity and thinking we have to take it because we are behind. Even though it wasn't massively, they were behind coming into this, and when Twisted Minds kind of split rotate into them, sent 2 players towards them, they all just full sent out of the compound, left it open, and Foot just said, cool, we'll just walk into the compound and now you're stuck down at the bottom of the hill. And then Foot were the team that had to hold off against 3 or 4 teams and eventually did so. It did cost them a couple of players, and eventually then Entropic made them move out to clean them up. But all of the points that Foot picked up in that game could have been BBL's had they not committed as hard as they did. But that might just be a symptom of them being at the bottom, and confidence might just be lacking, and they just had to go out and make something happen. But it's good to see the positive signs are at least there, and they're still willing to commit to those kind of engagements.
Do you think, Avenger, that BBL is going to be able to make some sort of incredible run today, or are we going to see them in the lower bracket?
All right, let's go some maths here, right? They got 5 points in this game. That's 7 points leading into this, right? It's gonna be like 2 really, really good games and 3 decent games for them to do it. So it's gonna be rough. I don't really see it happening, but they still have to go out and try to like compete with these guys, because they're gonna be playing against 7 of them in the lower bracket. So right, they need to step it up obviously now, and 5 kills, fine, but that should have been your average throughout the last 6 games as well.
7 matches have been played and we still have more to come. We're going to take a quick break and then we're going to head over to our second Miramar.
In the dip, orange.
Let them pick, okay?
Right. Sure. Hit twice. One in the second house. Knocked second house. One more in the second house. Full team. Yeah. Second house low. Kill second house. He's low.
Knock one on me.
Second house alive.
Yeah, Molly on nade in there.
That's nading you too.
No one. Holy fuck. I think that's church. Just carry me, just carry me and take me to the middle.
ECF4.
I think it's church that shot me.
I'm knocked out my fucking twisted mines. Knocked him.
What the fuck?
DA is driving on Navi. It's gonna be a lot of kills.
Navi 3.
Wait, now, guys, Navi, yeah, Navi's in yellow. You're like completely different. I hear steps.
Okay.
Nice.
Right side.
That's where he naded. Yeah, that's pretty good. Nice. Go down now.
Running in front of me.
I'm coming.
No close. I'm safe. Take your time, second plate. He's crossing. He's crossing to the check. Cross to the check. Two guys to the check.
Guy. I need res. I know the red car guy.
Navi can peek now. Come here. What's my right, Ivas? Navi peeking me.
Come close.
Navi dead. On me, under me. I'm taking info for you. Peek him. He's still alone. On the close.
Close. Peek him together.
Nice.
Guy.
Hello. We talk a lot about teams winning games, tournaments, and spots at PGC, but now I want to talk a little bit about you winning because, of course, the PGC 2022 Champions Na'Vi Battle Gear skins are now available for a limited time. You can get them till October 25th, and we actually have a skins bundle to give away today. All you need to do is head on over to Twitter and tell us why you should win it, or give us some sort of fun, entertaining tweet. Do something that will make us laugh or smile, and make sure you use the hashtag Na'Vi PGC22 as well as hashtag PEC4. It is very important though that you are following the PUBG Esports Twitter account, because if you win, they need to slide on into your DMs, and they can't do that if you don't follow them. So there you go. That's your opportunity to win. We are moving on to the second Miramar. And you know what I really love in these breaks, Saga, is the chance to actually get an opportunity to listen to the team comms. They're really entertaining and interesting. And I know that you quite enjoy them because you comment on them quite a lot.
Yeah, true. I mean, particularly right at the end, there was a little bit of, oh no, Mexi pickers in fantasy are going to be in shambles after he gave up his life at the end. But selfless play to get the information, and, you know, even someone like Kalaris can at least get the benefit of that and be a little bit excited for it. And even if he's upset at the fact that he lost out on some points at the end. He can probably be excited about, I don't know, a P90 or the fact that actually we did get to see one of those new Miramar spots in play, the Brickyard. So some of those places that don't yet have callouts, maybe, who knows, in the next couple of days we'll see some plays worthy of giving them names, but you know, PUBG boomers will probably still find a way to call them Liquid or Monkey or something. So we'll see if anything comes up this time around. Hopefully we're going to get to see a little bit more of some of that new Miramar in action.
It is now time to head on over to our casters, and I've decided that Kylaris is a bit like a bird spotter, except it's the P90 spotter. That's what I am now going to name him. Gents, let's head to Miramar.
I'm trying, but my old eyes don't really work that well. I try my best, but yeah, more P90s, please. More Miramar on the way here, Toby. That was a bit of a banger of the game. I was enjoying that, Toby, and hopefully we get some more today.
I liked it a lot, despite the second. I mean, obviously, first circle was pretty rough, but most, if not all, teams came into the circle pretty as expected. And then usually when we see that second circle center up heavily, you're like, oh my god, now the entire edge is going to be torn to pieces. But teams kind of found ways to make their way in. And I think, as we said during the game, and as Saga alluded to now as well, the Brickyard being more than just a one person can hide out here spot, I think has really helped improve that area of the map. So kudos to you, PUBG, for making Miramar even better than it already was.
True, true. You know, if we gave it a call out, we might even call it Brickyard. Crazy stuff, I know. But anyway, we've got ourselves match number 8 here.
Chimney Place.
No, shut up, you. Match number 8 of PEC Fall upper bracket, as we have all of the teams dropping out once again. Really cool to see Pacific do something in the previous game. Yeah. But Entropic now on the warpath, trying to find themselves a top 8 spot properly locked down.
And this is not me hating on Entropic, but I really did want to see Ketpa come out victorious there. Like his pre-fires on that rock, the way that he was leaning into it all the time, he was playing it so good. And when you stay alive for as long as he did against Lucaruks and Ivers, like most people don't get to do that. We've seen Lucaruks and Ivers do 2v4s. I mean, them individually do 1v4s, and Ketpa really did everything he possibly could to bring it home. But again, as you say, for them to finally get things going, I think that's huge for Pacific.
Well, another team I truly have my eyes on at the start of today, and now coming into this game as well here, Toby, is Ascend. I mean, they came into today at 9th place, right? Just slightly outside that top 8. This is a team that was obviously impressed on kind of the regional basis, has impressed internationally, and to a degree has impressed, for the most part, as a PNC roster almost. Yes, thank you for the portrait. We appreciate that. Impressed.
If you're ever doubting who the observers are, when something like that happens, you go, oh, Ansvar. Ah, right. Yeah, I forgot about that.
It's the boys over in Sweden doing the things. I like it. They're cool. They're really cool, you know? It's just, I'm the best caster. You guys are cool. Don't like Toby as much as me. There you go.
Whoa, whoa. I mean, I'll agree with you with parts of what you're saying there about you being the best caster, obviously.
Thank you.
The rest of that, I don't know about you. Yeah. Some getting their looting game on here as Rolf finds himself a mini. He's probably desperately scouting for Dragunov, so is everyone else on the server, and goggles for maneuvering through in sandstorms.
You put a lot of emphasis on Rolf there, like a growl.
It's
almost.
as if it just rolls off the tongue so easily.
That was awful, but
I'm desperately trying to sink to your levels, James, but it's so hard for me.
Yeah, if you want to sync to my levels, we can talk about how Martin was alluding to dirty plays in the pre-show. I'm like, I couldn't help but laugh.
Want to see
hoping
those?
for none of that.
Yeah, no, that would be something. So, said a player we got to mention coming into today's show, the current top fragger of this lobby has, I mean, we don't need to say it more than the stats show there. 18 kills on day 1. I don't believe he had a single kill in the previous match. So, phenomenal performance for SoSet, for We Live Again, a roster that we have had the pleasure of covering over the past couple of years, but a roster that also at the same time has never really breached into the very top echelons of EMEA PUBG. But as James said in the interview, it's not just the Twisted Minds era anymore. I mean, the online grinders are here now. And as we both said on cast, James, there are so many new additions to the game now that it's kind of reset the whole game experience era of the newcomers might be good fraggers, but can't play up against the top performance of experience. And now with all this new stuff, it's just kind of nullified.
Yeah, and as always, EMEA is the region where you see that most because we have so many active players, so many good players on the ladder playing ranked. Vard's able to take out Vorpal Sword to start things off. He's one of the vets, but still a grinder himself as he's able to take down the first frag.
Oh, wish I should have kept him as my captain. It's okay, I have example now. I think I'm gonna be all right. Are we just gonna... No? I guess you weren't going to talk there. Fair enough. It's you're done. You'll just leave it to me to talk for the rest of this one. As we can see, all these teams making their way up towards the north. I would be very surprised to see a lot of commotion in the beginning of this game. Now, I know we already had one casualty, but that was kind of a weird crossover situation, especially seeing where the teams are currently positioned. BBL are going to be playing it slow from the west. Ascend with Brexcore already up in Oasis. I could only imagine are going to play it very slow in. And then for Esports, I actually wouldn't be too surprised to see them up to emergency pick somewhere north, or maybe wait for next circle to pop. I know that they have started playing Edge more. They like to play in from the north and the east side of these type of circles, but curious to see if they're going to up to drive all the way there, because even though they do have plenty of time, it's still quite a journey to get up there. Or if they say, you know what, emergency pick up, fly up north somewhere, and then try and vehicle our way in from there. But we'll see. We'll see what's going to happen with them.
I would agree. I mean, they've already shown tendencies yesterday of whenever they've tried to hit an emergency pickup or just play in later, it has normally been in from the edge, even being an emergency pickup, right? Of course, everyone says, when you get an emergency pickup, you've got, let's drop as central as possible. But 9 times out of 10 in a lobby like this, all those compounds are going to be taken. So what are you doing? You're going to get blitzed. Or, I mean... Even the small, minute details of just when you land in an emergency pickup situation, your character is basically frozen there for a second, right? Like, these players can exploit that pretty rapidly. So,
definitely,
it's risky.
Definitely. We saw them used yesterday, of course. Some to great effect, some not quite so much. Who was it? I believe it was... Was it Entropic that flew right into the very middle of where Salvim are currently sat? On the east side of Hacienda, and then landed because they got kind of they got beaten to the compound by Ascent, and then were forced to just sit and play in that open area. Not too good. So timing's of course important when it comes to these rotations. And now looking at FaZe here as well, they do have WeLive again up on the northern side of their split. They're pretty much split a kilometer apart with water treatment in between. It's gonna be all right as long as they have set up exit routes. They definitely need fire escapes in case any of these two positions gets properly pulled up on.
And that's kind of the okay thing in a lobby like this. When you're playing 2-2 and you're anticipating a lot of teams around you playing 2-2, you can see on the map right now that, yes, okay, some of these 2-2 splits might be close to one another. They'll take a few pot shots here and there, but not really aggress on one another too hard because everyone's kind of expecting a lot of 2-2 splits.
Exactly.
So it's just kind of like flexing your muscles a little bit, but not really being super aggro on any position.
And one thing that's also very, very fun to watch with these circles in particular, where as you can see, the majority of teams are pretty, I won't say bundled up in the middle, but a lot of teams are sat somewhere center heavy. Look towards the east. You pretty much can draw like with a kilometer wide brush, an entire line from the, up from just north of essentially where the crate is dropping in, and the entire eastern side, like 80% or 80 degrees, I suppose, of that circle, you can draw all the way down with no one there. If we see a hard shift now, James, towards that direction, chaos is going to follow immediately after, because everyone's aware that it's open and up for grabs, but teams are already so not cemented, but a lot of teams are kind of really well tucked into their current positions, of course hoping and expecting the circles to come to them, that rotating out is going to be, I think, incredibly difficult for quite a few teams. Also, you'd have to rotate around or through water treatment.
Is it weird that when you use the word brush, it triggers my hobby brain instantly, and I was just starting thinking about...
There might be a world where I did it for you, James. You know?
I like that.
If we were to highlight what they're currently in the middle of doing... Yeah,
okay, all right.
Yeah, I'll stop.
If we could dry brush this particular mountain, no, let's
that's what the sandstorm is. It's a dry brushing of El Pozo.
Yeah. unfortunately. And nobody can see anything, all the details from there on out. But anyway, yeah, we've got ourselves the circle slowly closing. For Foot, they have not opted to go for an emergency pickup. They're just driving on in slowly. I guess they realize that a lot of these teams have already, for the most part, centered up, so they'll have free reign of these rotations for the most part. I mean, you can still come in with an emergency pickup in hand and then play it once the next circle pops. So, yeah, we'll see.
We are two of the same mind, James. I know it's terrifying to think about, but we kind of are, because I couldn't agree more. I wouldn't be surprised if Foot spent extra time looting, maybe because they were looking for exactly that. So if we do get that wild hard shift and they go, well, how the hell are we ever going to get there? Oh, yeah, wait. We just call in the chopper and it brings us there for free. I wouldn't be surprised if that's what they opted to do. Again, coming in very late, having to scout very slowly. But if this one swings north, I'd be hoping, I mean, for Foot that they have something like that in their inventory.
Yeah, for sure, because any move north on a hard north shift is fraught with so much danger, unless you're willing to take ages going around the east side, and even then, you're probably coming in too late. So this is a circle that you might want to employ it on and try and hit some of those compounds east of Oasis, but it looks like they're still in the car, still driving, so they might not have it.
When the game tells you it hates Ascent without saying so, and they're just literally in the middle of a sandstorm. I mean, I guess they did get the circle, so that's what they get with it. A sandstorm to follow. And look at all the teams now opting to wrap east around. Again, the mountain up north of water treatment is pretty much impassable as long as FaZe is set where they currently are. So look at Na'Vi, look at Savim, look at both Vorpal and Foot all the way down towards the south, all now looking to wrap pretty much in the direction of the sandstorm. They want to clear the mountainside and get all the way around before this next circle pops. And of course, when we do have a Samler and we do have FaZe up high, that will cause commotion. So already now Savim forced to go the other way around.
FaZe is taking an insane compound, right? That compound, you can see everything around, which is very, very important. I remember back when we had our tactical gear given to us, my friend would just get a drone and just fly around in circles, spotting absolutely everybody, never mind us spotting everything from the scopes that we had. It's a ridiculously strong position that FaZe now finds themselves in.
Yep. In the meantime, Twisted Minds I'm seeing right next to BBL could be a fight in the making. I've seen BBL kind of creep on up towards this Twisted Minds position for a little while. So curious to see if any action is going to unfold as they do get closer to one another. Sabim, in the meantime, again, continuing to try and dodge and weave their way to safety into this new area of water treatment. A few extra oil drilling facilities or whatever it may be has been added on that eastern side. So good to see that in use, although it might having only been for a little while. At least that grants Savim a little cover where previously there was none.
Yeah, they're well versed in taking over water treatment. I mean, we saw it in the previous Miramars yesterday. Savim in there, looking good to go and trying to figure things out. Likewise, we're on board with Twisted Minds and BBL, who have found themselves in a bit of a conflict. Perfectix is not here, as he is donezo for the team for this game. So 3v4 potentially present, but Smash been spotted.
You say conflict, I mean, now they do. I was going to say, I don't think they have any idea that he's here. But Lou peeks on over, finds the double, and Rusted Mind. Michael, it could not have been timed any worse for them. They had just gotten in their cars, in the pickup truck, started accelerating downhill. And as soon as those two knocks came through, they knew there's literally no reason for us to turn around. We don't know what we're going into. We didn't know it was a trap set up. And kudos to Lou and Twisted Minds. They set that up and executed it perfectly.
Yeah, love the levels that we're playing on right now when it comes to Lou, like making that move. For example, you see him run back after getting it, has that foldable defense shield there to just pick up, and that is covering his back angle whilst he's making that move, which is it's just awesome little things that you can get away with now in PUBG Esports, as we do have ourselves Pacific trying to make the move as well. They're caught in a bit of an odd spot in terms of circle. Unless they get a hard shift here, they're going to be passing past a lot of teams. So see what their options are going to be.
They're looking at the compound with Celtic rotating. I'll go, you know what? We saw Formulation miss out on a winning game yesterday. Let's just sit here and wait for the triple southern hard shift that is bound to happen anytime now. In the meantime, Foot, well, we thought they were maybe going to take vehicles. Not the case. They have opted to drive all the way around. Wide out in the blue still. Now phase 3 is going to happen. It's going to center up. And this is going to be a spicy one yet again. And again, an area of the map that we don't usually get endgames in.
Vorpal and Foot can clash on that rotate, though, so we'll see if that actually comes to fruition, because they're both effectively going to be wanting a similar entry point to this circle. They know that that entire mountainside where FaZe and Na'Vi is going to be taken. Both teams know that. So how do you enter? It's probably going to be a hard north kind of pierce into that circle. But Twisted Minds, with the emergency drop, they're going to be dropping straight on Na'Vi.
Yep. Trying to hop right down on top of them. The issue is now Spiro sees them and he's realizing, we're in trouble. We got to get away from here. But you're sitting ducks, or flying ducks, so to speak, and that's going to be Spiro down early on. He is able to hit the ground right before he falls, but it ain't going to matter much. Had they timed this better? Imagine emergency pick-upping into a sandstorm. Now that is 9 trillion IQ if you don't want to be seen. Of course, you need the sandstorm to be timed right, but still.
Yeah, I must admit, I do feel like they've been saved slightly by it anyway, right? The fact that Batulins and Lou are down on the ground and nobody's shooting at them just yet probably is thankful for the sandstorm for hitting them when it did. But now they've got to be concerned. The sandstorm's gone. What cover are they going to be working? The Vorpal Swords is moving up near Lou, as you can see on that right-hand side of the map. And Foot is very split on their entrance in, with BBL looking towards Vard.
I mean, again, they kind of have to be. They have zero info of what they're running into. They're essentially moving uphill as we speak, so they have no clue. They've only just arrived to the circle. As you can see here, Vard, well, you need to use the vehicle. You need to use anything to gather info because no one's shooting before they're shooting at you. So peek, get shot at, go, well, that's not the direction we want to go. Then go back the other way around.
Yeah, for sure. That's the tough thing with big wide wraps, right? You have very limited time to gain the information you need. They do know and knew for a while that Vorpal Swords was ahead of them because they could hear the cars whilst they were making their rotate. So they're going to opt to take that angle here and see Vorpal Swords on the move around. So it's better the devil you know than the devil you don't, I guess, when it comes to this information.
For sure. There are 2 players here. Vard has cavalry. 80 is pulling up now as well, and Vard finds another one. Nabat peeks around, instantly domed as he falls to the ground, and Vard now gets to sit around for a little while longer. As you can see up on the hillsides, the PUBG Esports teammates have joined the party.
So BBL is holding and getting some good angles on all of this. Knock one from Vorpal Swords. Foot has been more patient about their approach to Vorpal Swords, and Vorpal Swords just, it almost feels like a slight bit of inexperience for them to sit here and think that everything was going to be okay. Or again, they just felt like they had no opportunities, no real entrance to this one. But Alia, P90 watch, we've spotted it. Commander, there it is. Fantastic.
There you go. P90 as Alia tries to peek on forward, and yeah, that's just it's a laser beam. There's nothing
it is. It's so satisfying to play with. It's unreal. I especially like the water gun skin or Nerf gun skin, whichever one it's called. I don't know. It looks great though. It's the best skin ever because it's the only skin, right?
Yep. That's usually how it is. It's the best because it's the only one of its kind. It means I'm now formulation. They need to make a move. They've just been passed by, or currently I should say, being passed by Pacific. So they know that running up this hillside is going to be dangerous. I don't mind them staying where they are for now, though. Sit around for a little while longer. Make sure that no one's filling in behind you. And then play up into the hillside yourself with your backs clear. I like the idea. So we'll see if formulation opts to stick around for longer or not. In the meantime, Hopper and We Live Again continuing to dish out damage. The issue is Suma's just fallen.
Brilliant spot for them up this hill. They can shoot out quite a bit themselves. And some of these teams up on this hill are basically kind of covering each other almost. Like if you know that We Live Again knows that there's a team in the compound east of them, then they don't really have to be too worried because they know that that team's probably going to stay there. So they just have to pay attention to their south, north, and of course west here as they were watching Pacific enter that shack. And I mean, they're limiting their movement completely in a shack like that. So it's good stuff by We Live Again.
Now, Circle moving up towards the north. DA doing the exact same thing as they try to find somewhere to call their own issues. There ain't really a whole lot to pick and choose from. They're going straight towards the center here with already down. They're going to be going right into the open arms of Pacific. I'm not seeing any knocks in the kill feed just yet, but surprised that it hasn't come through. And now, as I say it, Metralius and Code Margo both gone down as James is trying to stay alive as Samla is right on the other side of the ridge line.
Yes, they are. And James is subverting their expectations here a little bit. When you're Assembler, you're expecting all of this team to try and hold up on that high ground in that compound area. But James going for the off angle, and it's beautiful here. Rolf goes down to start things off. And that is That's picture perfect from James right there.
You see, it does roll off the tongue quite well, doesn't it?
I did it intentionally. Yeah, it's
yeah,
good. It was good.
I know you did. It felt good. I could hear your smile while you said it. Exactly. James peeks on over, gets the flush confirmed. Milo down as well. And now, Hombre grows in hand. Well, if there's a gun you want to best James with, that would be one of them. Able to take him down. Not being able to find the flush just yet, but James obviously a bit isolated from his teammates. That should be him down and out.
It's not P90 now, but it's a good gun. He got himself the grows, as you say, with him moving on up now against this Howl here, getting obliterated by It's Chris and Ascend. That's big points on the board for them to get things really rolling for their campaign here in the upper bracket. I'd love to see them in the top 8. Let's see how this goes. Let's see if they get a circle shift in their favor. Otherwise, they'll be moving up this hill and having to be doing it quite aggressively.
Yeah, huge position grab from them as well. And now, back to formulation we go. So we were saying before, like the idea of them sitting around waiting this one out. Issue is Sarvim doing a lot of damage to them. Baron Peak able to find the first one. Perfect flash timed on the other side. And the double comes through, making a triple. Sheila and Sarvim tears down Formulation Gaming. Now, Sheila does get knocked, but Res should be following up right now.
Fate and Semler actually heard a lot of this as well. So Fate is moving on over on that west side. Looks like Semler was trying to kind of sniff it out here as well. So Sarvim definitely not out of the woods just yet, but at least they were able to get Schiller up quite quickly. That nade came through just as Formulation was dying, and the blue was not pushing them. But look at that Hombre. It's got a bit of an angle on them, as you can see on the map. And he's going to be backing off, realizing now he has been spotted himself.
Yeah, it's a tricky position as well here for Entropic. They're hearing the footsteps of FaZe, but those FaZe realize that a team has claimed their compound. They were up here before themselves, and they went down to try and clear the east side, but I don't think they have any idea whatsoever that Entropic has taken over where FaZe left off.
A little info on Fex as he moves towards the wall now. Org in hand. Gustav likewise, trying to find a spot.
Yeah, they know now. They definitely know now.
No connection. That wall will block it from bouncing towards Ivers, but Gustav does have a connection going his way. It's Mexi to start things off, and now the aggression is going to have to come out quickly. James jumping out the window, trying to move up against this hillside. Kurexi on that wide flank on the right, looking for an angle himself. Does actually spot out Nail Up, but realizes he couldn't get a full spray off, so going to go for the blue zone nade and try and do some damage that way.
I like the idea. Try to isolate them. Try to limit the buildings they can utilize. In the meantime, Na'Vi continuing to dish out damage on the northern side. They have to fend off against both Twisted Minds and Foot Esports, while Melman is trying to get kind of an idea of what's happening down here to the south. Ibis trying to wrap around one of the victors of that previous match in Entropic, wanting to deal with James. I think he heard him run up the staircase. Yes, indeed he did. That nade is cooked, but it's on the wrong pin, or on the wrong window. No damage done.
Yeah, if you're Na'Vi and you're seeing these knocks and kills in the kill feed, you are loving it. That's a bit of a disaster there for James. Really unfortunate. Nailup was playing the snicky snick play here and able to jump out and pounce on him, but walks straight into a molly as well as shots coming in from Kurexi here. Trade for trade alike. Ivers in the smoke, tries to find himself. Kurexi on that off angle. Can't quite find him just yet.
Oh, the young Finn able to find the double, and now let's see if he can get more of it from up high. Vex is there as well, ready to help out, but the thing is, if this takes any longer, Na'Vi might engage on it. Correction though finds one more. Vex finds the last, and just like that, Entropic dismantled. Vex finds one, but Corexi with the 3-piece. What a huge step up. They were down 2. Gustav fell early. Teams fell instantly after. And just like that, despite being 2v4, they still come out victorious.
Not bad wounded, though. And that is going to allow then Na'Vi to eventually conquer Twisted Minds and then move south if they want, having a lot of room available to them as they enter this circle. The majority of the fights probably going to be taking part on the west here for this as Ascend, Ruston Mar. Once again, the remaining player here from BBL trying to scrap together some points if he can. But he will be gone here, thanks to It's Chris shutting him down.
Yeah, tough early rotation for them. I mean, they were trying to rotate, and then, of course, with Twisted Minds taking out 2. And when you're fighting in the open like this, just any loss of players early on can be you down and out early as well. And unluckily for BBL, in a position that could actually have been very fruitful had they sat 4 on that north side hill, just wasn't meant to be this time around.
No, definitely not. Melman has been trying to scout out to the best visibility this south side, realizing that there are smoke still pluming. And I mean, if he gets whiffed, that is, of course, I mean, he must know exactly which team has come out of that, considering kill feed counting, etc. They should know that there is a vulnerability here that they can exploit. So you can see them on the map right now, moving down towards that angle, realizing that they can control some of this area. But beyond that, like if you think 50 meters forwards for them on the west side, you can't get huge amounts of information because of the way the terrain works out. So they're being cautious about it.
Yeah, Circle Center is effectively a massive ball right now, and everything that isn't that is a compound that they can't really breach into, or could, but would come with a lot of risk involved. We see now We Live Again trying to flex out of the compound once more. They want to make sure that Brexco and Ascent cannot make their way up in their direction. PUBG Esports is still up to the north and down towards the south. FaZe now being pushed on by Samler. They have Schiller next to them too, though, so fights on these outskirts happening as Phase 6 is closing on in.
FaZe billing them a receipt here. Long time coming, the FaZe similar fight from this game. And Curexian Fex will shut them down completely. I don't think they realize that Schiller's still there, though. He has been sneaky during all of this. Line nil for Fex will not take the shots.
He lets him leave. He should know that it's FaZe who are here. So if Correction starts shooting, if he falls, you'd have to imagine that they engage. And actually, as we see that, We Live Again out. They were the ones with control of the center compound. They will fall. Schiller finds one. Elia finds the other. FaZe, no idea what was hitting them. Down they go. And now for Ascent trying to make their way up the hillside. Exalt able to get one, but Kiliakai instantly finds Moldok in return.
Trying his best. They're going to send a nade across here as Mikas. Foot shut that down as much as possible. Moldok's going down quickly. Kiliakai will finish off Uber as well. So that's 2 for him to kind of take the scraps away from them. As Exalt, just one left alive. Sees Fate at the top of that smoke. Goes for a spray on the opposite side of it. Also sees Schiller in the distance here. Kiliakai wants to shoot at everything.
And I mean, even if it doesn't get a kill off of it, Malta, even if it doesn't get a kill off of it, it's a lot of pressure applied and it's allowing for the rest to come through. So Brex is back on his feet now as the mortars keep raining on in. And again, I mean, while it happened off screen, the fact that We Live Again died just before on foot go, oh, well, I guess we'll take the compound then. That is huge. Great read, great understanding. And kudos to We Live Again for trying to kind of flex out and take control and force teams off. They just could not hit the shots needed to keep them alive up there.
And at present, it's a world champion that's been battered and bruised throughout the year, but they are looking sick here to start things off for PCS4. They've got so much control of this circle as we see the cleanups going down here on the west side. Fate's gone. Schiller still in the distance. He's done a great job to stay alive on that south side this long.
Definitely. Top 4 guaranteed. And if you're lucky and Ascent, then Na'Vi starts fighting this one out. Who knows? Who knows? Maybe there's a solo and Schiller who can get things done. Millman trying to lob one more over. 239 meters. Is that going to hit anything? I don't think so.
Yeah, unless Ascend moves forwards about 20 meters, it's not going to hit much. As he's slightly off. You can see it there in the pit.
Right next to Schiller's compound. Or shack, I should say.
Yeah.
Oh, this one. You've seen him on the side. That should be an easy cleanup. Now they know he's there, 3v1. There should be no way they take any casualties in this push. But, having said that, they are going to be within line of sight. Okay, Mika will take that fully blinded hipfire kill, I suppose. Not going to be complaining about that. 11 kills for Ascent.
Burn him out. Just do whatever they can here to make sure that it is clean and clinical, not have any knocks on your side themselves. But now Na'Vi has flexed across the whole of this circle. They're keeping an eye on foot. They're keeping an eye on Ascend. If anything's going to be their downfall, it's going to have to be great gun skill coming out from Ascend here. 3v3 down towards the south.
If Foot reads this right, that Melman is sat solo up towards the north, they could completely backstep Na'Vi. And you see they're shooting at him now. They're seeing the AK over the ridgeline. If they find him here, that is Na'Vi playing with no control, and they would have to back off or instantly take the fight to Ascent. But as long as they don't have to breach that ridgeline, as you can see there at a distance, as long as they don't have to breach that, they play with the disadvantage. So as soon as Na'Vi has to give up their ground to fight Ascent head on, they'd be running down that hill straight into the open arms of Ascent. So Na'Vi really relying on Melman staying alive here. Yeah, especially precisely. With this circle popping.
And as soon as Melman realizes that's his Dragonov looking at him, you don't continue peeking. You just stay there and make your presence felt by, having peeked prior. There's no reason for you to be really aggressively peeking. But that being said, Vard has pushed up against this. He's looking for an opportunity. Saw him on the ridgeline. And that's it. That's what you need to do. Little jump peek here and there. Show your presence. Will stop Foot from making a rapper against the other three.
But Beamy is looking at him, obviously looking at exactly where Vard probably just spotted him out, saw him seeing Melman jump around. He's still there. He's still there. Still peeking. Gotta stay alive, though, again. I mean, Na'Vi, they know that they have Ascent right next to them. With the circle closing in, they're like, PUBG Esports, they're inside the circle. They don't have to push us, but Ascent, they have no other option than pushing towards us right now. And if we just stay here, we don't have to push, but if we just stay here, we make Ascent think twice about potentially pushing into PUBG Esports instead of us.
The cool thing about that from Melman is that he's moving so kind of unpredictably from ridge to ridge. You don't know how many it is on the other side of foot. So it could have been 2, could have been 3, who knows? As now they have rendezvoused together a little bit more of Na'Vi. They've slightly been able to find a position where they can reinforce, but still Foot is playing rocks. They do have a position to work with.
Example, going back down into the middle. Spots Beamy, instantly takes him down huge. That's Vard slowed down, but they cannot give that up either, because if Vard is allowed to go back and get a res on here, if this fight happens, that will be very, very, very disastrous for Na'Vi. Melman. Spots Brax over the top, can't quite find him though, and Mika, Killiakai as well, able to take down 2.
It's a disaster for Na'Vi to lose as quickly as they did there, as now it is just a small opportunity for them to be able to flush out the position that we're seeing from Ascend. Ascend hit at just the right moment here, but it's example, the cyborg of PUBG to be able to take the first one here. Brexico already down. Killiakai tries to speak over, but example's there for the trade to start.
You see that Example had to turn around. They knew they only found one on PUBG Esports. They knew there's a risk coming through, and they know that if they don't deal with this now, they will get backstabbed. They were set up for the perfect third party themselves, but all of a sudden they have become the meat in the sandwich. Na'Vi is in trouble. They are able to find Killiakai. Nice headshot from Melman onto Mika. He knew he connected it. They find them. Now they have to reset. It's a 2v2, but all of a sudden it's an advantage for PUBG Esports. Beamy and Vard fully healed on up, or at least almost, as a nade start raining on in.
Perfect stuff from Foot to be able to make this move when they did here. A slight slip up from Na'Vi in the trades against Ascend has now opened this up completely for Foot Esports to get the second win on the board here for them. Blue Zone Nane moves forwards. Another flash to get things going, but they're looking for the off angles here to completely suffocate the position. But Melman, it's a 1v1 now.
Dangerous to spread out, dangerous to try and take this into 2 1v1s up against Melman. He might not be the fragger of the team, but he sure is deadly, and he's clutched out many of these situations in the past. Vard crawling for info, trying to see what he can see over the top. Beamy spots on over, gets the flush on Example. But now let's see, can he find Melman? Can he take him down? 1 versus 1.
Beamy doesn't have a helmet. It's completely destroyed. As well, I mean, it's destroyed compared against Melman that does. So slight advantage maybe. AKM versus Ace 32 though. The peaks might go in his favor, but Beamy with the Ace 32 is able to do it. It's a double win here across 8 games for Foot Esports here, Toby.
Foot Esports journeyed from the far south, wrapped all the way over towards the north, and crept their way on in. It wasn't a slow burner, though. They brawled their way from fight to fight to fight. Like, once they made landfall on the northern side, it was hard, but they earned every step of it. And I wish we could get a better view of the We Live Again ambush that was effectively set up by both Foot Esports and Ascent, because they went down instantly. And Foot Esports claiming that compound, huge turnaround.
Yeah, it makes you think, right, in terms of circles like that and being able to make those big, wide rotates. Sometimes it's not all in vain, Toby, when it comes to a win like this. Great stuff by them.
Oh, definitely. Definitely huge. But now let's hop on back to the desert. The last Miramar have just been played for you here on the upper bracket. So let's get ready to hop over to another map after this.
Acosta said it, but I mean, it was Avenger. What an incredibly big game from Foot Esports.
Yeah, that was huge for them, of course. Coming into this, they had 43 points. They're one of the teams that we kind of said was going to be on like on the cusp of being still in the top 8 here, and that's going to close it out for them. They're going to be, I think, jumping into the 60 points mark, so that's going to be super, super good for them. Obviously, that's a huge game for them, honestly. Like, them moving in late into the northern side, first fighting Volval Swords, then taking on multiple other teams, then be down to a 2-man. And then, of course, Vard and Beamy being able to kind of third-party this last fight between Na'Vi and Ascent. Ascent, of course, getting killed early on. And then Melman opening like that. And it's just a super tight 1 versus 1 here, Sam. What a fantastic way to end this here.
Why is it your favorite? You mentioned this. You said it's one of your favorite places to have an end game. Why is that?
Yeah, I mean, overall, how the terrain works and how that compound works, it's you almost always have like a play to make, no matter how far you are out. Like you kind of play upwards towards a high ground hill. The compound is not like a fortress. You can kind of ambush it from multiple sides. Where Na'Vi, they played from, they have a little bit of a defilade, a little bit of canyon to play from. So it's like almost always up to the players and the teams, their utility use and their mechanical skill to win the game, and not like based on either luck or another team third-partying another team. It's like decision-based winning here, and that's obviously the third party in the end from Foot, and the forced fight between Ascend and Na'Vi was what opened the door from Foot, and then of course mechanical raw power there from Beamy winning the end.
Saga, I'm pretty sure Na'Vi might be a little bit frustrated with that because it could have potentially been their game to secure themselves a spot in the grand finals.
It really could have been, but I think T-Bone said it himself yesterday after the games. He said, we're done with our little bit of feeding. Tomorrow we actually go and shoot people. And they did exactly that. And unfortunately, you know, maybe having an AK at the end, it's a decent gun. Mel was hitting some headshots with it, but up against Beamy with an ace, it just didn't really stand much of a chance in the 1v1. But again, it was Foot, like you said, the decision-based plays. Foot was really doing well at keeping themselves out of danger for a long time in that, and just making the correct decisions when it came to third-party fighting. The big example for that was We Live Again. They held the compound on the side of that mountain that was very close to that end game for so long. They were there in phase number 1, and then they pushed out when Team Ascend was trying to make their appearance up the west, and they got completely eviscerated from Exalt on the south and Foot on the north. They just completely crumbled, and that sort of allowed Ascend to make a push into the late game, but still Foot didn't overcommit. They kept themselves low, out of harm's way, and then made the plays when the opportunity was there, and that's really what separates a team from getting a good game and actually coming away with the win.
There we go. Your scoreboard from that match is now up.
Nice.
And I mean, Saga, these points are going to change things up considerably on the leaderboard.
Yeah, massively. Especially for Ascend, we have to talk about them. They're the top of the leaderboard despite only placing 3rd when all said and done. But that actually separates a pretty enormous gap between our top 7 and our 8th place. There's something like 15, 16 points between those, which I'm sure we'll see in just a second. But that makes it actually very interesting, considering that it's the top 8, and realistically, unless one of the teams who's currently in the bottom 9 has a massive sort of ending to today, there's really only one spot left to play for at this point.
Let's take a look at that leaderboard now and check that Saga is in fact correct. And here it is up on your screens.
Oh,
Avenger, can we just...
Unfortunately.
It was Howl. It was Howl. Okay.
Yeah, there's a 15-point gap here, Sam, between 9th and 7th.
Hey,
he forgot about the 7th. Yeah, exactly. That's fine. But I think you're right here. I think, and even Saga and I, we talked about it in the game, Sam, and you heard, of course, as well, that I think it's very likely that we could end up seeing the current top 8 actually being the 8 teams that end up going to the grand finals. Like, they're getting their things started, and as Saga said here, there's a gap. 15 points between 9th and 7th. It's a good game. Like, it's a win and 5 kills for you to go into this, and it's just like, these teams are so good, they're gonna like put on, you know, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 points each game on average from now on. So just 4 games to go. You have to have like 2 really big games, or 2 wins even, to be able to catch up to the current top 8 from our like low to mid pack.
As Avenger said, we have 4 games to go, and we will kickstart one of them right after this.
Knock in yellow on the blue bin. He's getting res on the blue bin on yellow.
We can go to 2-story.
Outside wall.
I'm going for 2-star, okay?
Yeah, do. I'm gonna
Try and snake the knock.
He's resing on the wall, like outside wall. Yellow.
Yeah.
Gonna jump over into the middle of the compound right now.
It's alright, it's running around.
They're both in office.
going in
office. Oh,
They're both in office.
Let's go leave. Was the north command fair? I'm gonna stop that first for now until he's over.
I can leave. I'm dead. Makes no audio. Who has two? I think 2 guys pulled up, I'm not sure.
Yeah, 2.
One is like east guys low.
Knocked on me.
There are 2. Nice. You should be knocked somewhere.
Exactly on blue, James. Yeah. Maybe heads up it. Decent nade. You have no info about one car, by the way. Knock this guy on the ridge.
Nice. No, not the other house.
Two active. One still across. Other side of the compound.
You need to push Correxy, I think. Flex is pushing.
Kind of.
Outside on Correxy. Outside of me somewhere. Knock. Go together now, go left there. Group up. Yeah. Nice, guys. Insane.
Did the South team die, by the way? SR?
No, they were running on yellow. They were running on yellow.
I'm just dead.
It's switched solo.
Dead.
Nice.
Yeah, I'm dead.
Alright.
Fucking
Knocked inside sack. Second car behind.
Yep, I have one now.
This SLR is one up, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
In the smoke.
Running in the smoke.
Knocked.
Yeah, left
he's over the ridge, I think.
Yeah,
no, he's over that ridge. Yeah, he's over the ridge.
Smoke.
Nice, BB.
BB's just so much better, guys.
You just know it's Melba?
Welcome back to PEC Fall. Saga, straight into this. We took a look at the leaderboard just before we went to that break. Is it the final nail in the coffin for Digital Athletics and BBL? Are we seeing them in the lower brackets?
Right. Yeah, probably. It's about 26 or so points. The gap really has not... They've not made any sort of dent in it since the start of today, and it can still be done. There's still 4 games left to play, and who really knows what happens on Vikendi and Tego these days. So it's possible, but the way things are going, it's very unlikely.
Don't forget, we would love to hear from you. And Elisa, one of our PUBG partners, has taken over the PUBG Esports Twitter account. She's there, she's waiting. Tell her what you think. Tell her what you think about the games. Tell her if you agree with Saga. And also, tell her how you feel about Avenger not being allowed to talk in the pre-match segments. With that said, it is time to go into the game. Our casters are ready. Kylaris, Toby, you get to talk now.
Biker Kalaris back. These are my favorite segments when Martin's not able to speak. But you know what? I'm channeling my inner James from the interview yesterday. But my favorite thing about the FUT wins here, Toby, is the fact that T-Bone's got something to say at the end of every single one of them. It's so good.
Payme is just better, guys. I really love it. I'm not doing his accent justice. I know, but I love it. The game from yesterday as well was the easiest win of our lives. It's just phenomenal. I love it. More of it. And I think it's so many teams are saying they're momentum based, they're momentum heavy. 4 teams when you not only have a good game, but on top of that get, the laughs and the good vibes and have a guy like T-Bone on your roster who can really corral the troops and have people be happy in a pretty tense competition. I think it adds a lot to a team and its performance.
Yeah, definitely. Awesome to see. Really cool as all of these teams challenging for that top 8 at the moment. In terms of what the desk's talking about, yeah, some of these teams, it's looking a little bit rough for them to try and catch on up at the moment, especially considering form that we're seeing from them so far. For BBL, for example, they're finding themselves in so many spots where Rustamar's the last one alive and he's trying his best, he's trying his damnedest to get them forwards, but it's really not working out. So I would like to see it. We've talked about BBL ad nauseum, about how good this roster is individually on paper, but something's not lining up, even though they've got a few more points today, relatively speaking.
And it's still not impossible for them to venture into top 8, but I would say even it's highly unlikely, especially with how well these teams that are on the hunt closer are playing right now. And BBL, I don't know if this was a miscommunication thing. Again, Lou, we saw him sat out behind that wall for a good while there. I thought initially that this was just, BBL not knowing that Twisted Minds were still around. But we saw in the replay here in the break that BBL were the ones engaging on the compound. They were the ones trying to track them down, and they just lost track of Lou in the midst of all of it. So a bit of a I don't want to say blunder, but just a bit of a small errors that have huge consequences.
Game number 9, time to Tego, as we do not have the burning plane. As I saw even before on the map feed, it wasn't moving at the speed of light, so we are saved. Although I'm getting word that it will be a remake here. Tobers.
Should we give it back to Martin so he gets a chance to talk, or do we just keep talking?
No, don't give it back. Don't give it back to Martin. I don't need to hear from him. No, I mean, that being said, now could be a burning plane. Who knows? Who knows?
That was the reason for the remake. They were like, no, just remake. This is we don't like it. It's cinematic, it's beautiful, but we don't want to cost the lives of the pilots. That's too much.
I've got a PUBG Esports theory. I think the finals of PGS2 might have been tweaked slightly, because it's like 10% chance or something to get those burning planes, and out of the 3 Tagos we played, we got 2 burning planes. I
think there was 5 in the tournament out of 6 possible. It was pretty pretty burning. It was on fire, a lot of fire. But you know what? It is what it is. And even if a 10% chance, it can still happen every single time at 10% because math. So I just say if this is something that's potentially staying in the game, the players know as soon as the game starts, and they just plan accordingly. I mean, it's you can have a terrible plane path where the plane isn't burning, so it's not like it's impossible to play around. It's just yet another of those. We've kind of thrown in a couple of curveballs. It's just there's a lot of curveballs that the players are currently trying to figure out how the hell do we juggle all of this.
Oh yeah, absolutely. There's been more curveballs thrown in the last year than all 4-5 years before it, right?
And you say the last year. I say the last couple of months.
Yeah, probably.
But again, I don't necessarily think it's for the worse. I just think it's caused a situation that we currently find ourselves in, where players are trying to, kind of sort out how do we maneuver through all these new both maps and utilities and everything that has been added at pretty much the exact same time. And I think it's phenomenal for us to sit back and watch. I mean, we get to cast it, but for the viewers as well, getting to see some of the very best players in the world go out and essentially teach you how are you supposed to be utilizing these things. Because believe you me, there's still players, casual players, running around playing PUBG games that don't know how to perfectly utilize the blue zone rate, that don't know how to perfectly do an emergency pickup rotation. And what better place than sitting here and just getting masterclass after masterclass in exactly how to utilize all these things.
I mean, so obviously people were concerned and scared of the idea of having Panzerfausts in, having mortars in.
Still am, good, yeah.
Fair, if you want to take that route. From my point of view so far, there's no world where it's been truly oppressive in esports play just yet, right? Like Panzerfaust and mortars, they've not been oppressive. People haven't been using them in all circumstances, extreme circumstances. We've seen knocks here and there, and we've seen some finishes, but it is not constant. It's just kind of a sprinkling in here and there from my POV.
I will say, if this is the debate we're having now while we're waiting for the next game to start, Panzerfausts, I agree, they haven't been as brutal as I thought they might be. I thought we were going to see drive-by Panzerfausts all day, every day. It has not been the case. Mortars, on the other hand, I feel like we've seen a pretty clear showing of how powerful they can be when given to a team who already, most likely, is in the better position. It's for the teams like we saw with Millman here, set up high on the high ground with not really too much to fear, being able to just lean back and lob mortars all over and engage in a fight at a distance that you usually wouldn't be able to take any part in. I think because we're already now seeing, we saw Tickleton do a 400 damage headshot against Tycon with it. When you can perfect it to that level, which we know and expect the pro players to be able to do down the line, but when the pros already now are as good at utilizing the mortars as they are, I'm worried for like down the line, even just PGC, how much better they will have become and how no dip is a safe dip at any point ever again.
Yeah, we'll see. Like that's time will tell, I suppose, as time goes on. Considering that, I think if you do have vehicles available into the late game, you should almost always be taking a mortar with you in current play. Like not necessarily maybe taking up a load of room in your backpack and things like that, but having the trunks of these vehicles available to you and having the potential to be able to move this kind of equipment around, I think it is very strong to have in the late game, because the distances are just more easy to figure out in the late game, right? Especially if you've got a defensible position.
One thing that I've seen, to go away for that for a little bit, but still stay within what is the current meta that we're seeing. And we can go off of what we saw yesterday from FaZe and Na'Vi, how they had slowed things down a bit. We can go off of what I heard from Clip in the conversation earlier today. They're looking to play more edge-heavy, similar play style to what FUT Esports is doing. Also, keep in mind how often do we see FUT Esports and BBL right next to each other on the server. It's happening quite often. They're very similar in their play styles, and I think that's part of the reason why we're seeing a team now like Howl, who might not have been flashy yesterday, but so many late game presences. Like they had, 4 out of 6 games were in top 5. And I think it's because there's just so much room in the middle right now. So many teams are trying to play this slow approach edge play style where they want to see the kind of the lay of the land before they just go in and double down on a fight or on a spot. That leaves for the teams that do dare to just send it to the center and play whatever they claim, it gives them that much more space to maneuver. And I think that's part of the reason why it seemed like Howl, who would normally be fighting maybe 1 or 2 circles earlier, now get to just kind of sit in the center and wait things out for longer.
Yeah, and a little bit of that percentage comes from the emergency pickups that are available, right?
True.
The fact that teams probably feel less pressure to go bomb it center straight away, and then that gives those teams that are already center an opportunity to be a little bit more secure. But let's get to it. Thank you for your patience, guys, as that remake was going through. It's game 9, baby, here of 12.
We have to start the game already? I thought we were on a good podcast segment here for a moment. It was feeling good. Good conversation back and forth. But yeah, game is on. Tago it is. And yesterday we ended on the southeastern outskirts of Ouyang. Would be surprised if we were to head down there again. Having said that, James, we have seen our fair share of heavy southeast endings on Tago already.
Yeah, I've seen for the games that I've covered, it navigates down there quite frequently, but we'll see. I'm excited for other locations. I end up playing, for some reason, an abnormal amount of Northwest Island myself. So it'll be interesting to see if we get the foothills over there as we wait for all of these teams to situate themselves, get them locked down and good to go. I'm not seeing any real heavy conflicts here, but there's no conflict when you pick up the Na'Vi Battle Gear skins from PGC 2022. The champions, Na'Vi. Get them.
Na'Vi. And will they be again? Would be impressive to see. At least here, they get themselves a circle to kick things off. A wholesome prison ending. Now we're talking. Now that's something we haven't seen ever. I guess maybe Water has something to say about that. But who knows? Maybe Ferris would be pleased not having to move at all this game, should the game go down there. Or even the kind of swampy, oily fields of just west of where, or I should say between where Na'Vi and We Live Again are currently positioned. It would be interesting to see something in and around there. It is open. It's difficult to play, but that just makes for a much more, I think, interesting endgame when players are forced to make cover where there is none.
Yeah, I think the cool thing when you're like let's call it a coastal drop for a circle like this is you know that the points of contention are always going to be in just 2 directions, north and east. So for you only really have to worry about those 2 angles at the moment. I mean, yeah, okay, you could in theory argue that, okay, you're pinned up against the water a little bit, but not that much. They'll be totally fine on their movements through here as we jump on board with Ascend, who was able to get themselves, 13 kills in the previous game?
Yeah.
They are blasting.
Solid performance indeed. Now within a top 8, within reach of what has become a bit of a pack up top. You can see from Howl and up above, all the way up to 3rd, just 9 points between them. So one more good game for Ascend here. That could have them skyrocketing straight into the top 5.
Big fan of taking a look at all of these numbers at the beginning of the games as well as seeing all the beautiful faces of the players here, all representing their colours, representing Ascend, who's done very well this year. It's undeniable. So I'm hoping that they're able to continue on with that. Nice guys just in general as well. Just remember spending a lot of time in Kuala Lumpur in the swimming pool with the Germans because they love swimming and they love playing with the ball.
And the Austrian can't can't keep anyone out of the conversation. we enjoyed time with everyone except for Killer Guy. He just
Actually, I feel like he was there the most out of all of them.
He was. He was the one who brought the ball to the swimming pool. Yeah. Thank you, Killer Guy.
Yeah, cool.
Thank you. Yeah, it was nice. Vorpal is our next team to take a look at. The team with the most consonants in one player name, I think, ever. As Pew and the gang starts their rotation game. It's not exactly been a flashy performance from them. Having said that, I like what we've seen from them in terms of rotations. And I think while upper bracket might not yet be the place they can thrive, I wouldn't be surprised to see them find top 8 once they make, or if they make their way into lower bracket or losers bracket. Because I do think they have enough going for them that once maybe the top edge of the competition becomes a little lower, they can still thrive.
I mean, let's take the winners out of the previous game, FUT Esports, who came in just behind where Vorpal Swords was coming in. If FUT Esports is not in that previous game, who knows what could happen for Vorpal Swords.
Oh, yeah.
So, yeah, just these small differences, these kind of butterfly effects across the lobby could be huge for a team like Vorpal Swords. At present, though, it's like a 14th place for them right now with 24 points. It's not terrible, but it's not great. So, you know what, boys? Step it up a little bit, you know.
Yeah, I mean, they're ahead of both DA and BBL, two pretty big names in terms of EMEA PUBG, so they've got that going for them, which is nice. Yeah. And back to DA, the team that we were just mentioning. We did see them side by side with Pacific for a brief moment, and now separated once more, allowed to wrap around up on that northern side of the circle. As Pacific continue their rotation towards the center, where they're, in similar fashion to the previous game, ain't really all that much to claim.
No, for sure. I wonder why they're called Pacific. And EMEA.
It's not Pacific, it's Pacific.
I know it's, I know, but I'm curious about the org themselves. So I'm going to do some research.
Yeah? Right now?
Right now.
You need to cast while you're researching, James? Or what are we looking at here?
Absolutely. Keep talking to me.
Yeah, okay. Get back to me in 15 when you found out why they're in Pacific. Yep. Sounds like a reasonable thing to spend your time on while we're in the middle of a broadcast. I think that's a great priority you got going there. Vorpal Swords peeking on over, not really finding a whole lot. And I'm not gonna lie, I've seen some chatters comment on this particular screen that we've got going here of the map being showcased more on the main feed. And honestly, I'm all for it. As long as we don't miss out on the action, I think this right now is very, very, very good for always having an idea on exactly what's going on and understanding why certain fights are taking place. And speaking of fights taking place, Voldemort does get himself knocked the mat, jumps on over, peeks on over, finds the flush on one. Schofield has been knocked, but I think Howl should be able to reset off of this, because as you can see here, Pacific, the majority of the players are down that compound. And as long as he can dodge and weave between the Wheel of Again bullets, I think he's all right.
Founded in 2018 with the idea of supporting young people who grow up watching esports and want to work in this field. There you go. That's Pacific Esports. I found their website, loosely Google translated it, and there they are in a fight losing Fender Lost.
Incredibly unspecific.
Wow. That's not that bad.
Yeah, no, I'm getting there. I'm getting there. Slow and steady wins the race, you know. Yeah. Howl, in the meantime, well, Slow and Steady has won their race. So far, again, a team who has been sending its center, which, of course, in itself is a pretty aggressive move. But after that, kind of just hunkering down, chilling things out, letting the edges burn, and then sit up tight and wait for chaos to come to them. And now they get to do it once more. They've left this position. They don't like being surrounded early on in the game. And we'll see what they can make happen as the last few teams make their way down towards the circle. Again, we mentioned FUT and BBL just before, James, and how they have started applying very similar playstyles and look up towards the north. They're set, not side by side yet, but I wouldn't be surprised to see them potentially running into each other as this game unfolds.
Yeah, it's quite the stark contrast to how much they do kind of mirror each other a little bit without really, I don't know what's happened in the back, or, you know, I mean, of course, a lot of our players have played with a lot of our players, right? There's a lot of cross-pollination, so there's a lot of like shared ideas that do get passed around in terms of like when to rotate, how to rotate, why to rotate. No, we know why.
You know why I think they're doing it? It's for the social media managers. I'm not going to lie. Some of the best rivalries we've ever had in PUBG Esports is BBL and FUT Esports. You can be sure that whenever one team wipes the other, or if something funny happens between the two, they're instantly on social media with the perfect meme setup. I love it. So maybe just part of the contract. We got to find some sort of memery in every single game, and that's why they got to run shoulder to shoulder.
Should we add fuel to the fire? BBL's the coolest.
Whoa! Okay, FUT is the coolest. There you go. We've joined the party. I can do that because there's Danish players in both teams, so I'm okay.
Oh, okay, fair.
Oh, and there's British players in both teams.
Yeah.
Oh wait, yeah, there are. Yeah, Michael and Bart. Yeah, there you go.
At this point,
we get to pick and choose as we please. Are you really I mean, I guess you get to say that, but if you aren't, then you're from Poland, I suppose.
Exactly. I can be choosy and pick you whenever I want to be.
You get to pick one. In the meantime, now, Twisted Minds out on that northwestern side. If they can fend off here against Samler, if they can, if not take them out, then force them to rotate towards the north again, they're going to have so much space up towards this northern side. The thing is, I don't think they're aware yet that BBL is wrapping in right behind Samler, so this might be more chaotic than what than what Twisted Minds would necessarily want in the early game. I think that's why they're leaving.
Maybe. I also forgot that the observers are the coolest, so BBL or FUT doesn't win. But anyway, on board with Twisted Minds here, who have done absolutely enough, right? Looking at how many points they've been able to garner from these games. 59 points. I don't think there's going to be enough teams pushing them out with the form that they can bring. Bit of a rough shift. Some of those teams on that west side as BBL. It's going to be ruining the day they ever came in late, whilst FUT Esports, who is apparently the coolest, are moving in quite happily on the east side with a lot of room. So they're cool.
Circle Sender Hosan. This could potentially turn out to be yet another of those spicy city endings. Maybe a dirty city ending if you were to ask Martin. I'm not quite sure. But, but here comes Twisted Minds full speed forward. They have seen Exalt in front of them, and I think they're just waiting for them to stop now. Art has done just that. But clever maneuvering for Twisted Minds. They heard the vehicle decelerate or brake on the other side. And have now just kind of let it creep across. As I say that, though, Art peeks on over, finds a headshot instantly. And Perfectix, again. Previous game, he fell early. This time, a little while later. So at least people don't get -3 on their fantasy teams. But that's yet another match where Twisted Minds has to play without Perfectix.
Can't catch a break on these big sends through. But at least the other guys have been able to make landfall, in inverted commas, on Hosan. They really committed hard to that west side of it. Been able to eventually get past the majority of Exalt. Sarvam somehow navigates to the center of every Tago circle I've ever seen in my life. And they're really good at doing it. I don't know what it is about this team, but they love Tago.
Yeah, it's... I'm sure they wouldn't complain to have 2 of them in each broadcast day. That would be up their overall scores quite drastically, I'm sure. Them and Howl sat side by side here. The two, I think, over the 2 PGSs we've had this year, probably both of them being the surprises in terms of participation. Howl, obviously, in PCS1 and or PGS1, I should say, and Sabam in PGS2.
Yeah.
Impressive that they made it there, and I will see if either of the 2 can make it all the way to PGC. Howl, of course, being, if not guaranteed, then something close to it with the amount of points that they currently have.
Yeah, right, because they would take the MEA spot at present. I'm trying to think of anybody who's close to it. I think DA was the closest.
FUT is ahead of them, but...
Oh, yeah. No, you're right, technically. Yeah. Oh, well.
But they're still set in 3rd place, so I'd be surprised if something really wild that I can't math out at all right now would have to happen for Howl not to still be in PGC, even if they don't even qualify for the finals of PEC4, which right now they're looking to do, so shouldn't be too much of a worry for them. Na'Vi down towards the south. Again, we're seeing this slow BBL maneuver their way in from the western side. Hoping, of course, to all PUBG lords out there that this next circle swings down in their direction.
Trying what they can. It's a slow and steady pace for now. I don't mind this barrier that We Live Again and Exalt has set up across the hills over on that west side for any of the other teams trying to get in. As example, trying to do the dancing thing away from the shots going his way from Ascend. We're on the far south side, and if the circle shifts north, eventually they could maybe check out some of these crates, but there's a actual flare drop crate here for Entropic. That's cool.
Not too shabby when you're set in a decent position. They do have formulation just down towards the south, but should be able to get into this pretty easily. PBL in the meantime, finally pushing down towards Na'Vi, actually forcing Na'Vi to think better of this engage. You can see them leaving down on the southwest side as Michael now gets himself knocked. Circle goes towards Hosan once again, and I think that's why Na'Vi was leaving. There's no point in taking this fight. Let's just get the cars, get the engines rolling early on, and then once the circle pops, we're ready to rotate. And look at the amount of teams. They're essentially just skipping because they left just a couple of seconds before the circle popped.
Yeah, they moved at the perfect time to try and negate the potential barrier that We Live Again would have had, as they wanted to rendezvous along with one another. Here comes Samla, though. They're moving in to Hosan. Where are they going to hit? One of the buildings on the edge here, not really being blasted out of the sky, so they've been able to get away with this scot-free.
Yeah, able to maneuver on through so far, as we now see formulation full-on pull-up on Na'Vi. A lot of kills in the kill feed right now, as our eyes are still on Howl, trying to fend off against FaZe.
Formulation being barraged here. And a lot of smoke's going down to try and cover the approach here from Na'Vi, but also if they're able to make their way into it, it would cover their angle that Entropic's trying to look down on from some hillside. Here come the nades, though, flying forwards here. Try and blitz down this location. One inside, one on the back as well, as Intense. Just trying to dodge as much as possible. Once all of this utility comes in. Ferris also being peppered through some of this smoke.
Yeah, Na'Vi only has so much time to pull this one off. Finally, Aliam gets something going, takes off one. They need to find a Ronic too, though. They need to reset, because as you said, they do have Entropic shooting at them from behind, and these smokes are only going to last them so long.
Eventually, if you're able to push up this hard against it, Ironic would take down Ferris. Will he go for the flush? No, it will be Example hitting the nade on him. Should be able to get Ferris up here if they're able to survive. Sit in these smokes. They've still got a few available to them, so they should be able to recover for a bit.
FaZe. CFX here, peeking on over. They know that they have them just inside, but just, again, don't put... I think this is the new, kind of the news, the new FaZe dogma. Do not enter a warehouse if you don't have to. Especially if you know that there's an opposing player inside waiting for you. Just stay outside, you know? Why go inside? Touch some grass, man.
It definitely worked out. DA here, now all completely caught in this. Gustav moving up to the higher little areas against it, trying to make sure that there's no other teams coming in on the backside of it all. Or maybe he's run out of nades and he's looking for more. Who knows?
Yeah, could be the case. I'd be surprised if this doesn't stalemate for a little while longer, despite how close they are. But look up towards the northeast, how close Foot Esports and Vorpal Souls are, and how much space whoever the victor of this fight will get. Like, the compound up towards the north, the entire ridgeline that Beamy and Vada currently on, if they come out victorious here for Esports and this circle swings anywhere remotely east, they are going to have so much control of the next circle. Oh, there you go. That's what he
found something.
A big boomstick is what he got. And, nothing.
Ah, come on. Even you got a little bit excited when it went off just then. You were hoping for a knock. Come on.
Yeah, what I was hoping for too was this circle, which we've just been given. I think that's part of the reason Gustav is running off now. You're going, you know what? There's more to be fought for this game. There's an entire city to be fought for. So let's back off. Let's allow for DA to come to us and hope that other teams might actually pull up on them in the end. And look at this BPL in a race with Ascend to try and get up towards the northern side of the circle. They know that with this shift, the entire north side of the city should be free, as we know that it is.
I'm sort of surprised, actually, that it is personally. But yeah, I mean, if they're sending up there and they're able to find a spot, great stuff. Spray comes through. Vard with more pickups here today. Imagine if you had him as captain. But yeah, he's doing all right.
Doing all right. Able to find one, almost got the double. We saw the amount of HP the last remaining player was able to get away alive with, but able to do so importantly. And now for Foot Esports, 4 alive. They don't have to enter the city again. I mean, I think the way to play this one, if you're Foot, again, going back to their more passive playstyle now, sit out on those hillsides. Do not enter the city before you're absolutely forced to. Because should this circle go mountain-bound, then, I mean, they're going to be in all kinds of joy.
Yeah, absolutely. This is, there is an opportunity for them if they get it, right? And even if you don't get it, you just try and cover your approach with a lot of smokes. If you've got some utility available, it might not work out, but it might work out. So considering how many teams there are in Hosan right now, that might be the most teams I've ever seen in Hosan.
It is a rainbow city and then some. And I'm surprised. I was just going to say surprised we're not seeing more Dragunovs in play, but Spiro, as I say that, does manage to find a headshot with it. Na'Vi, in the meantime, trying to take out Ascent down towards the south, and again, similar position to where Foot was before. If they claim this mountain or this hillside, I mean, they're in such a good position should this next circle go away from the city.
Not to do a cast.
Wait, is Entropic pulling up on them? Entropic is coming in. You can see it on the minimap in the bottom right-hand side now as well. They think they're reading this. Why go into the city if we can third-party this, claim this for ourselves, and then play the mountain on the southern side? They want this. And in the meantime, well, that's a really close-range Dragunov, I think, as Marco just had his brain splattered all over the wall.
Yeah, probably zoomed in and just crossed over his crosshairs. That's unfortunate. But yeah, for that actually really hurts DA now because FaZe used the opportunity to push on it and destroyed them in that warehouse. So, I mean, it was patient play from them, and they really took the opportunity.
Well, sometimes all you do is wait for a mistake to be made, and that's arguably one of the worst mistakes you possibly could make in a situation like that. So, unlucky for DA. Down they go. As Mika bleeds out as well. Fairest has the jammer pack on, so no damage done from the blue. I actually really like the jammer pack being added to PUBG. It allows for edge fights to be prolonged a bit, at least in the mid game.
Yeah, I love me some jammer pack. It's great. And for the most part here, Alia's moving with it, so not even really taking the ticks and still preserving some of his jammer pack. Fairest is not, though. He stayed in the blue, now ticking down a little bit. Gonna have to heal on up. They're always got their backs against it, but Alia and Fairest are able to make magic happen here. Fairest goes down, but so will Alia. Brixco manages to finish it off. It was close, though.
And look at this. Who comes for cleanup duty? Entropic sprinting up over the hillside. They could not ask for anything better. So much damage done here by Na'Vi. And now they're going full speed forward into the blue. They don't care. They almost nade themselves. That's not what you want to have happen. Maybe slow down just a little bit. But they do still have to find Brix.
And drove forwards. Surprised he didn't exactly... Maybe he did have the information. And now Nailub's just waiting here. But they're not looking exactly towards him. So... that little lie down. Maybe he didn't see him exactly. Still in the blue.
They know he's there. They know he's there. All of them are looking towards the south except for Lucarux right now. Even with the circle about to close in, the priority is to kill the solo behind you.
Finish that off. You've got an opportunity to be able to approach Hosan as well. There are a few little dips and buildings that they can use to try and approach. As you can, Lucarux and Mexi are trying to calculate basically where they need to go. Whilst the other two are looking out for Brexco. Dies off to the blue, but... I mean, the Tropics, they've basically cleaned up their back, right?
Now the next mission here is for both Entropic and Foot Esports to figure out where is our entry point. How do we claim anything in this circle? The upper hand here for Foot, I should say, but that was before T-Bone got knocked, would be that they have had more time to scout it out. But Entropic, they don't mind. They'll just peek on over and tear off his helmet.
Trying. Here for Foot as... their approach, it's been a bit slower towards Hosan, considering that hillside has been pushed out, like we were talking about. But now they're looking for an alternate route, and Beamy may have scouted one out. There's crates coming down up towards the north, and they're looking to approach from that angle, considering they know that this one's covered.
Yeah, I don't mind this whatsoever. They were the ones to take out two of the Whirlpool players too, and they saw them rep north and have yet to take casualties. So if there's a first team to run into, why not have that be the team that you know for a fact is down to just two?
All right, I've got my P90 goggles on. Do we have... Oh, he has an arm. Is there a P90 elsewhere, maybe?
I mean, I'm sure that if we were to look at everyone's inventory at the same time... wait, does Beamy have a FAMAS and an arm?
Yeah.
That's pretty beefy, not gonna lie.
I was hoping for the P90, but I'll take a FAMAS.
You might get it.
As long as it's not an Iron Sights FAMAS, I'm a happy boy.
Wait, is Vard coming back to pick up 8C and T-Bone? I think he might be. I think he might be sending it all the way back to help pick up his friends because the tires got popped. I think that's exactly what's happening here. Like, yep, we lost our car. The tires are gone. No, oh no, 8C got bumped by the car that's low HP. Will he survive this journey back to the northern side? Shots being fired. Just one good tack could take him out. But for now, it's Vard taking the bullets, and I think 8C is happy that that's the case.
Yeah, it's a Jammer Pack Fest. I think he actually had one on as well to be able to protect him from some of those ticks. Yes, he does.
Oh my god, this is so cool.
So valuable. But yeah,
as city as can be.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. I don't think I've seen as Hosan a circle as this Hosan circle.
Oh, it's pretty Hosan when you look at it. Pretty Hosanna for Entropic. Well, they finally got into the outskirts of the city. Now they gotta get into the city proper. The crossroads is where we're gonna end this party. Blue zone nades. Dragonovs might become a first. Like, Dragonovs might just end up becoming your main gun here. And then shotguns. I don't know.
What about a Panzerfaust, mate?
Could be. Could be.
Yeah. Let's do it. I want to see some. FaZe has already been messing around with them. It's only Fex alive, though, because he knows that Pacific's going to be pushing on. And, well, he's not alive anymore.
And he's gone.
You're out of there.
Yeah, that was destruction of everything that was FaZe. And Fex in particular. Here we have Hello My Bad. Groza in hand. Ghillie suit equipped as well. Issue as he's up against the entirety of Entropic. 6 bullets in the chamber. Almost enough to find knock number 2, but not to be. That's going to be We Live again out in 11th. We're still not in placement points yet, James. And these teams, this is... I mean, we remember yesterday when we had a phase 6 with 8 players alive? This ain't it.
Look at it. Look at it. This is going to be glorious. And what's cool as well is we could end up having drops in the middle of roads, which adds like extra cover and stuff like that. We've seen it in the past. Comes around the corner here. Does the man with the Pumpy to be able to pick up 2 on Sarvam, who were playing this slow and steady in Hosan. But then the shotguns make it much, much faster.
Great play there from the map. We've seen him before do things like this with the shotguns, and that might have been the most British call-out you've ever done in your time of PUBG casting. Got him with the pump, eh? In any case, solid double pick there for the Matt, able to not only, of course, get 2 kills and 2 more points on the board, but also maintain space, which I think right now is absolutely crucial for these teams that are sat in the city center.
Nail up taken to the roofs. There is still a little bit of transitioning required for this team on the edge, but they have been able to make it up to the buildings, which is mission 1. And now you can see the crates coming down. Potential for better loot, potential for a P90, but also potential for you to just use this as a little bit of cover as you're approaching with smokes from building to building. So it definitely does help. You don't need, you shouldn't underestimate the potential for it.
You can see the city here, the layout of the land. There's a little bit of space towards that eastern side, but everything in and around the crossroads. This is always what teams like to do in these areas of the map. Sit close to the roads, because that's effectively a small river in a city ending. So that's an angle you don't have to concern yourselves with before the circle shifts away from it or forces you to make a play in that direction. So you see BBL, Exalt. I mean, all these teams trying to get up roadside, because that's effectively, again, a corner you don't have to worry about. But the circle said, where are there the fewest players, James? And, well, to some extent, that's where it headed.
Still a lot of room for people to play, as you say, with those buildings north. This could be a blessing in disguise for Foot, who, fully enough, is going to have BBL to run through, potentially on that side of things. Now, there were other crates that people were looting down there, which could have the elusive gun in. We'll see later on. But Entropic's done all right to keep themselves alive down towards the south.
I mean, the fact that they're still 4 on their feet with what they've had to go through is pretty damn impressive. Not gonna lie. Foot, now, as you said, closer and closer to BBL they go. They had to find each other eventually, and now's the time. Spiro trying to allow for Res on Lou to come through, but needs to heal up.
Ombre takes down CC and X. Sartham's done not much with this Hosan circle, considering they were here so early. They're getting blitzed as Semler's now moving in from that south side. Howl could end up getting pinched if they're not willing to take one of the fights with these teams as time goes on. But here comes the arm from Beamy trying to blast down Wood.
It's in these situations I kind of wish there was wall penetration. Just see him go for it, and there he goes. Yes. Finds him on the transition. Pew, goes down.
I mean, I'd like to see the Lynx AMR have wall penetration, right? That would be cool, because considering it's like a tank buster, but yeah.
Yeah, but doesn't shoot through bricks. They're too impenetrable for weaponry. Yep, that's how it works. Twisted Minds, thought they saw a gap in the smoke there, but Tulin's not quite getting it, and that's going to allow for Exalt to regroup on the northern side of the street. They want to cross over to Foot, they want to cross over to BPL, but of course hoping that that fight will unfold before they have to make the move themselves.
Taken to the rooftop, going down the smokes, keeping an eye on as many positions as possible. Can see how in the distance here. Beamy with the FAMAS, little red dot on it as well. This gun's a killer. As if Exalt crosses this road, and they're going to have to eventually, realizing that all these smokes are going down, time is running out for them here. They need to make a strong transition against a Foot that knows that they are going to be trying to encroach on their territory.
We said it just before, the roads are effectively rivers and all of this, but Beamy is there ready and waiting. 80 gets a double. Beamy finds one more, and that is the butchering of Exalt on approach. The road proved too hard for them to cross, and down they go.
Need a little bit more smoke coverage on the other side of the road. It was only in the middle, which really didn't mask their approach too much at all. But now BBL still on the doorstep here, knocking on that door, trying to sell Foot something. But Vard is not buying. He's back up on his feet. As Rustam Mars looking for an angle, but a little bit apprehensive about the approach that he wants here.
Yeah, they still have a chance to get into the circle, kind of dodge, like wrap around FUT Esports. I think that's what they're trying to do. Not cause the fight straight up close, especially with the smokes. They're not going to grant them any favors. Try and wrap underneath, find them on cross-ins, and that's exactly what happened there. Michael looked forward, looked to where he thought Foot was going to go, and find T-Bone in transition.
Let's see here, Michael. Still bopping and weaving, looking around, waiting for an opportunity. As sees a lot of the smoke coming down. Nade! Tries to run away from that straight away. Good reactions from Michael, just to not get himself knocked.
Yep, able to get out of that one alive. Oh, well-placed nade here. That's a double kill waiting to happen. Does it bounce off the wall? No. Doesn't need to, though. T-Bone goes down again. Had just been rest, but falls once more. Second nade lopped on over. Damage done to Vard, but again, no kills coming through, and that has allowed for FUT Esports to get a foot on. And as I say that, though, 8C, my friend, you're on fire, and this should be him knocked at least, yes. So Michael gets the flush on T-Bone. 8C down now, as well as we see Samler completely torn apart by 3 different teams.
BBL still trying to move on forwards here. The blue is going to be pushing them. I don't think they really have many more little points. And another nade takes down Klib. Not many jammer packs available here to BBL. Picks him up and trying to run him in. Oh, one more tick. Ooh.
Oh, goes down in the end of it. That was just my fantasy team, like, photo of it. Just my players killing each other. Just, yeah. No one getting points off of it either. Perfect. Just the way we wanted to see it happen. It's Rustam Mar again. I mean, they know that Foot is trying to wrap on them continuously. And honestly, while having taken 1 casualty now, I think they're doing a pretty good job at trying to hold FUT Esports out, because they know that the fights are happening on the other side of the street. No one can cross north to them. So as long as there's shooting going on in the south, they can full-on focus FUT Esports.
Trying. Let's see if we move on up here once again. Rustam Mar gets caught by some bullets, but will find himself a little bit of cover. Can move up to the 2nd floor of this building to try and find an opportunity against them. But that nade was already being prepped for it. Rustam Mar comes around the corner, though, and blasts him down. It's a big win so far here for BBL, but can they finish it off? Beamy still alive with the gear to rule it all.
Yeah. They said it themselves, up close, they're as dangerous as anyone else on the server, maybe even in the world, when they're feeling it. And right now, they're doing what they can to show it. Issue is they've been down so many times that bleeding happens faster, and their helmets and vests are long gone at this point.
Almost Michael finding ahead. Try and go through. Oh, drops off the roof here. And will come out. Beamy is doing work with the FAMAS once again. The high ground, though. Oh, Rustam Mar's able to finish it off. Can he get smash in time up here? Because meanwhile, on the other side of this, Twisted Mind still battling Sarvam, still battling Entropic, and Pacific has been able to find themselves a little respite for the moment.
Yep, Spiro trying to creep further forward, let the smokes do the work for him. CC with the Panzerfaust in hand. Does the shot come through? Does Spiro get to live? 5 HP, 1 more tick would have taken him down. I think the issue now is for CC, if he uses this gun or the Panzerfaust, he might end up going down himself because of it.
That is true. Got to be very careful about that explosion. Spiro! Ooh, considering he was in the smoke, I'd be a little bit blind as to where the blue starts and stops there, so that was scary.
CC's just crawling forward with the Panzerfaust in hand as soon as he peeks on over. That's death coming through. As I say that, no, he fires it off, but not able to find anything. Does Patulin see him? I think he hears something. Yeah, he definitely knows. There's a player on the other side, but can't find him. 4th jump shot ain't gonna make it either. But in the end, the blue gets the better of him. Sarv him out in 5th.
That's one way to go duck hunting, but we've got ourselves Entropic still trying to move through this very open area. Pacific are being blitzed down by Rustam Mar, as well as Ivers finding smash on the other side of this. Rustam Mar's gone here. Still some decent points for BBL trying to get this going, but Ivers with the spray transfer against Twisted Minds absolutely destroys the pop-on entry.
Ivers just took out the last 7 players on the server for Entropic to finish up in 1st place. Their 2nd win on the day. What a performance in a very, very, very hectic city ending.
flick of a switch, just everything turns on when it comes to the end of those city endings. And Ivers played it to perfection. Entropic, I mean, they were holding down that south side. We were commending them for that. But the way that they then transition through Hosan and the fights that they take along the way as well, is Entropic back?
It is very rare for sure that the last team to join the city party comes out victorious, but what a slaughter they were able to pull off.
All right, well, back to the studio. Let's hear from them after Entropic gets another win on the board.
Two chicken dinners for Entropic. And imagine if you had a BBL player on your fantasy team and then you swapped them out for Ivers on Entropic. I think that would do a really good thing to your fantasy league score, wouldn't it, Avenger?
It would, but it's very unlike you to do such a thing, you know? It's all about the IGLs for your case. But I gotta say, though, I love city endings. And this is like exactly the reason why. There's so many good decisions to be made. And for Entropic to come in this late, like one of the last teams, as Toby pointed out, to come in on the southern side and to take over and get this many kills here, super well executed by them. And of course, good decision making throughout, like they're taking control of exactly the right places. And yeah, that's just exactly what I love to see here in a city ending like this.
I mean, it was something that Saga said earlier on, where the teams that were sitting in the top 8 were starting to look like they were cementing their place there. And Saga, what is going on tonight with Avenger and his lights? Saga, it's looking very much like those big names are doing just that, trying to make the points difference between themselves and the lower 8 much wider. And we saw it there. They're coming out far more aggressive than what we've potentially seen them at the start of today.
Yeah, I think maybe the one exception to that is we're not seeing as aggressive as a FaZe clan as we might have thought coming in, where they can play with full confidence. They were kind of lurking in corners with shotguns for a while. It did net them a few points for sure, and that gap is still just growing game by game on top of it. But for teams like Ascend, who were just about breaking into that top 8, it wasn't quite the same story, but definitely the ones that already do have a foothold, again, maybe with the exception of Na'Vi, they died a little early on, but Entropic for sure has really solidified themselves now. With 2 wins today as well, they came in, again, very late. It's a very typical Entropic style of gameplay. When they don't get the phase 1 priority, they just always make sure they hold an edge, make sure that their backline is clear. And when they did eventually make their way into the city, they knew, okay, there's no one behind us. We cleaned up the last solo from Ascend. We're safe. We could get on the roof. And that gave them extra angles onto the teams. And I have no idea how Beamy didn't get completely beamed when he crossed the road, but I'm glad he didn't, because the FAMAS was absolutely hitting.
A little bit of credit to BBL Avenger, because obviously finishing in 3rd place, 9 points. But I mean, I don't even think that gives them more than 30 points on the leaderboard. No, it doesn't. But at least they're trying.
Yeah, and as we're talking about here, like it's very much solidifying itself here. You can see the huge gap now, 18 points from 7 to 9 here with Pacific, and Formulation have had a really rough day. Like they have not lived up to day number 1 here. And yeah, it's still, I would say, like if you're in 30 points right now, Exalt even at this point here, one good game, like you're still taking it away from Ascend at this point here.
So it's going to be a fight for maybe what, Saga, 1 or 2 spots in the top 8?
Yeah, definitely. I think the same could really be said about the day 1 performance of We Live Again. Compared to day 2, it just hasn't worked out the same way. And they were playing a really solid game, or a game plan in yesterday's matches, where they would do a very similar thing to what Entropic would normally do. They held an edge, they looked to third party some fights, and when it was clear when they could then make that move, that was how they really picked up a lot of their points, and most of it was on Miramar. But Miramar's been and gone today, and it was nowhere near the sort of 18-point average that they were getting yesterday. So there's a very good potential that they might just slide down into that 8th spot. But the good news is the Miramar games that did go well for them yesterday went so well that they're still about 20 points clear of a team that could potentially push them out of that top 8. So they're not 100% safe. They're definitely one of the teams that is the most at risk, but they have a big enough buffer that they can get away with having a game like this where phase 1 prior was really good for them and it kind of slips out of their hands.
We are halfway through the 2nd day of our upper bracket playoffs. Only 3 games left to try and find your spot in the top 8. We're going to take a bit of an extended break now so you can refill all your snacks. And when we get back, we'll be going to Vikendi.
Всем привет, с вами Аля из команды Нави.
Привет, ребята, с вами Иван.
С вами Костя, Мелман из Нави.
С вами Example из Нави.
Сейчас мы вспомним самые красочные моменты прошлого глобала.
Все, стартуем.
Looks like they're gonna play spoiler on this one right now. It's gonna be a quick push coming out, but there you go. Now it's gonna be Example finding it down. He's making the push. You need to have your moments, and it looks like he's gonna try to have it. He's gonna be careful. Two members of Cerberus still in front of him. Goes for the spray, gets some damage out. Spots out another one. Example refuses to go
Нас уже вытесняла зона, мы уже, у нас не оставалось другого выбора, как идти на Церберов. Был дан колл, что двое стоят сзади, смотрят, прикрывают, а я и Example идем под синькой под Церберов.
Поэтому для меня это только А. Больше я бы не поставил.
Example, S-tier перетаскиваю. Ой, сюда.
И неплохая игра, в принципе, была. Я думаю, это C-tier.
Один из неплохих моментов в моей жизни, поэтому S-tier.
It's like they're trying to prep some type of vehicle fortification in front of them, and it's about the only option that they've got. Vehicles now are just going to go ahead and start to roll out. People should hear that engine shot's going to start coming out from Twisted Minds. Going to try to roll into it. Some shots do come out. Spyro's going to go down, and whoa! Navi just runs right into this one. He is outside the blue, though. That's great. It's no problem. Wow! Twisted Minds gets eliminated. That was an insane push by Navi.
У нас единственный, кто выдавливал зоны, и нам нужно было принимать какое-то действие. И так как мы тогда, я помню, знали то, что твисты на коре, в твистов там получится, не получится, но пуш был такой своеобразный достаточно и очень сложный. Но так вышло то, что я остался, я там нокнул одного, и пацаны там на драйв-бай заехали и убили всех. Однозначно закинул его в S-тир, потому что мы там, наверное, выиграли то, что не выигрывается, что очень сложно выиграть.
Так что, это один из тоже самых крутых моментов. Так что я его не могу оценить меньше, чем S-tier тоже.
Я бы ответил это как скорее что-то около A-tier.
Так что я тоже отнесу этот момент в S-tier.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have a new champion.
Navi's patience is rewarded in the biggest of ways. $1 million they now get a hold of.
Очень непонятный для меня, потому что лично мы не понимали в середине игры, что мы уже чемпионы, и нам нужно доиграть до конца было в любом случае.
Поэтому я бы тоже в S-tier его закинул.
Так что это, я думаю, A-tier для меня.
В плане эмоций это, хороший, крепкий A-tier.
Самого такого понимания победы еще не было до конца.
Well, he got pushed back into the blue. It's right next to him. The blue is going to get the knock. Attack is gone.
That's going to finish it off.
Here we go. It's their first international title. The first title for their region. Your 2022 PGC champions, Navi!
Финальная победная игра навсегда останется в моем сердечке. Я не сразу смог осознать то, что мы стали чемпионами мира.
Не знаю, что еще даже сказать по этому поводу. Это надо прочувствовать.
Именно после катки, когда ты встаешь, и ты понимаешь, что ты точно выиграл. Так что это однозначно самый лучший момент на турнире для меня, когда ты выигрываешь последнюю катку и встаешь чемпионом.
Отнесу этот момент в A-tier.
Одни из самых лучших эмоций, которые я испытывал, в принципе, в своей карьере. Поэтому определенно S.
Мой однозначно самый лучший момент в жизни. Поэтому я закину его точно в S-tier.
Это было первое командное поднятие кубка у нас. Это S-tier.
И поэтому я бы закинул его в A-tier. Приятно, но недостаточно.
Трофея для меня это A-tier.
То есть поднятие кубка немножко хуже, чем в момент, когда ты встаешь победителем.
И в конце на сладенькое у нас скины от команды Navi, которые будут выходить 27 сентября по 25 октября. Это чемпионские скины, набор, который поможет поддержать как команду, так и игроков в отдельности. Все-таки для меня, я думаю, это S-tier, это важно. В принципе, это значит, что это история в игре.
Очень красочные, прикольные скины. И очень круто то, что разработчики так поддерживают именно команды, которые выигрывают. Поэтому однозначно в S-tier.
В A-tier.
И приятно иметь в игре свои скины. Спасибо PUBG за такую возможность. Это также очень важно.
Буду рад видеть вас на пабликах, наших кинах. Всем спасибо, всем пока.
Это будет большая, огромная поддержка для команды, для меня и для всех, кто участвовал в этой победе. Успех!
Так что и ты сможешь выигрывать любую каточку с ними.
Прикольные фановые скины. Будем бегать на пабликах. Мы точно. И ждем вас в этих же скинах. Всем спасибо.
I'm watching above you.
He's driving.
We just kicked it. We can clear the hill. 2 active.
AT, go back. We're fine.
Yeah, good flank, good flank. VS2. Good shit, guys.
Do we push? Is there only one? Yeah, let's go.
Go left.
Behind.
Behind the house. Hit
Low.
twice.
2.
Both there.
Inside.
Good man.
People in the cross of us. So much fun.
Nice mesh. Flushed. What are you saying about orange building?
One activation. Okay.
Should be over this ridge on blue. I'm nading. I'm nading, careful. He was in front of you.
I don't see anyone.
There's more down somewhere.
Maybe in blue still, careful.
It's not straight in yellow. No. They're playing the hill also. Just take the car, boys, and go to the
Pulling up on him to rest him.
Yeah.
Don't make the truck stop to rest him.
Where should we stop in the
Just
div?
go in the div, go in the div.
Don't just stop before. Yeah, just come to me.
I don't know, we should get info on the apps. I think you can stop on blue and it's safe.
I don't know, like, just be ready, I'm gonna go down there.
Yeah, I'm also gonna go that side too. I think this angle's kinda doomed.
South looks fucking pissed.
VS fan active.
On the tree in front of us!
Nading.
Three.
First three. VLA, how many?
Solo.
Healing.
Knocked him in this close house.
Hovel.
Nade, blue zone or something.
I'm dead. Double blue zone.
Close to us, AT.
2 knocked. One more.
Nice!
Get fired up.
For you.
He's close left in the corner.
I'm blind.
Dead.
Nice.
Use smokes. We wanna.
I'm going inside.
On the wall.
One up.
East wall.
I'm gonna peek him first, on me. He's outside. Dude, how? Fucking hell, bro. He's my space. There you go. Can I me here?
Somewhere close to me, one guy.
One active.
Close to me, next to me, on my right side.
Outside right. I'm blind.
Play star. I'm last down.
Nice. GG.
Welcome back to the PUBG EMEA Championships for fall, and it is of course our upper bracket playoffs. We have 3 matches left before we know which 8 teams will be making their way to the grand final. And Avenger, what are you expecting from Vikendi?
Big polar bear attacks, storms, no matter what, some funny things, right? Because it's the last map of the upper bracket that kind of in this wildcard pool of Tego and Vikendi, right? So always fun things. We have a lot of teams that are currently very safe. So I'm hoping to see shenanigans come out. As the guys on the cast, they would say, like, dirty stuff, whatever. They're always trying to make it weird, but that's just them. You look at them and you think they're weird, so that's fine.
There we go, that's fine. Remember, I just want to remind you that we are giving away a fantastic skins bundle tonight. Of course, it is the PGC 2022 Champions Na'Vi Battle Gear skins. All you need to do is tweet something fun, creative, entertain us a little bit. Use the hashtags PECFall and the hashtag Na'ViPGC22, and then make sure that you're following the PUBG Esports Twitter account, because if you win, they want to slide into your DMs, and you can win a skins bundle. It's as easy as that. Saga, expecting the same from Vikendi, or do you think some of these teams are going to be taking this very seriously now, no shenanigans, because they'll be terrified of losing a spot in the grand finals?
I'll tell you what, I would be very interested to see how an urban ending like that would work on Vikendi. There's a couple of really big cities, but so far mostly what we've seen is either open fields or mountains, so it would be actually very interesting. Doubt there'd be any polar bears there, but there might be a little more of those team comms with some Geordie tilt that we heard a little bit when BME comes through and shreds half of BBL with a FAMAS. But, hopefully it goes a little better for them because it was definitely a step in the right direction. So hopefully we can see a little more from that.
I've just had an urgent request from production. It's very important that we pull up the Twire leaderboard right now for our fantasy picks to see how it's going. And there it is. Holy hell, Avenger is so far ahead. I hate that.
I can't believe it. It's unbelievable. How is this guy so good? Oh, I'm not muted. Oh, no, man.
I was in first. For a very small time, I tasted victory, and now it's gone.
I'm sad that they're leaving out one of our members of the cast because Toby's actually dead last. Jorazar has taken him over.
Yeah. Yep.
Why would you go throw Toby under the bus like that?
I don't know.
You were last? Toby, you were last, but you were actually very last.
I think Toby's actually only on 153. It's supposed to be Jorazar on Toby's spot there.
Yeah.
Oh, well, there we go. We're going into the game. Toby, I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
So, if I can please take the scene here for a moment. For starters, it's all luck. Secondly, I think it's only fair to say that I am a very kind-hearted person, and I know that the likes of Martin and Sam and Saga and you, James, you'll it's tough. It's tough sometimes working with a guy like me that just outs you in in-game knowledge day after day, broadcast after broadcast. So I feel like I need to give you your small wins where you can. And if that's fantasy, if that makes you happy, if it gives you something to unite yourself around, you know what? Then I will gladly do that for you. That's all I have to say on the matter.
Hyperventilating for a moment there. That was just too funny. I appreciate the laugh. I do. That's nice.
I just can't get it right, man. I don't know what it is. You know what? I'm not gonna lie. Every single time, even in the Miramar game, I have Example and Vard, 2 of 4 players left alive on the server, and they both end up getting flushed before BME kills Millman. I mean, I can't catch a break, but it's fine.
The best bit is that all of our rosters are really not that dissimilar to one another.
That's the thing. That is the thing. And it's every single time too. I feel like I'm just cursed at this point. But you know what? My dad once told me that some people have luck in games, other people have luck in life. And I guess I'm just lucky in life, Yeah, that's my luck.
I feel like I'm lucky in all of them as well.
No,
so
you can't be, James. There's got to be something you just not... No, you know what? I hope you get a hailstorm soon.
No. I tell you what, I'm not lucky in height, right?
You know what? I got that going for me, and it's pretty nice.
Yeah, I'm sure you enjoy flying. But anyway, let's get into it. Game 10 here of our 12 for the upper bracket, as we've got a pretty decent playing path for our Vikendi, our one Vikendi of the day. And sure enough, it's going to navigate down to that southwest. But you guys at home, the Na'Vi Battle Gear skins for PGC 22 champions are available in-game right now. So make sure to go and purchase those. Or you can head over to Twitter and you can use some hashtags, as Sam's already alluded to, with hashtag PEC4 plus hashtag Na'Vi PGC 22. And tell us why you think you should win a bundle today.
Are we going to get a dirty Cosmodrome ending today, James, you think?
Well, if Martin's got anything to do with it, yeah. He's all about them dirty plays.
It might just be the case. And you know what? This is yet another phase 1 hard edge circle where a lot of teams will have to rotate on through. We saw it on Miramar. We saw it on Takeo as well. And, well, if today's game's anything to go by, I'm sure we're going to see it on Erangel as well. So some of these teams, looking towards Ascent, looking towards Pacific and Formulation as well. Quite a journey ahead of them, and where those long rotations on Miramar and to some extent on Takeo as well now might be all right because you kind of know what you're running into, you know the timings of different teams. There's just only so much data to go by on competitive Vikendi matches that I wouldn't be surprised to see, despite rotations the previous 3 matches having gone all right, that this could cause some chaos.
Yeah, your wide rotates on Vikendi, if you're not careful about driving, can sometimes quickly go awry. The Zima actually is an awesome car. Like, it's perfect for this battleground, right? I was listening to PNC and Paper Thin was like, I don't like the Zima. And I was thinking to myself,
what?
Okay, he's crazy because it's like one of the best vehicles to control in the entire game for Kendi.
But he is crazy, so I mean, that's
it's Paper Thin, you know, what can you do? He's shorter than me, that's crazy, isn't it? But anyway, we got ourselves Na'Vi, the dead center of this circle. They're looking to repeat a lot of success that we've seen from them so far. Funny thing is, no win yet from Na'Vi, but a load of thirds and second places. They're just ever so consistent.
I do feel like Example is going to have nightmares tonight about not flushing Beamy in that Miramar game, because that did end up being their downfall. But no, as you're saying, I mean, they're setting themselves up for success, and that is exactly what Elrain said coming into the upper bracket as well. They're no longer striving to go out and get the 18-19 kill, you know, like championship game performances, because when you're playing best of 12s, and even in finals that are usually best of 18s to even higher potentially, those singular games don't matter much if you're following 4 games or 0-point games. On the other hand, if you manage to go out and get yourself somewhere close to double digit every game, let's say 8 points on average, you're pretty guaranteed to be somewhere within the top 3. And I think that's what Navi's aiming for. And so far, as you can see, it's working out pretty well.
Hoping that it kind of repeats when it comes to the final as well. As I say, it would. I'd be really sad if we didn't have our world champions defending their world championship. In my mind, like, if you become world champion, and like, this is just theory crafting whilst we're getting this game going. If you become world champion and there's not that many shifts between your roster and your organization, I feel like you should just be straight invited back.
No.
But that's by the by. A lot of things can change.
No. That's a year of esports.
Yeah.
That's,
I mean,
yeah. Even if you are the same team, other teams can come up and surpass you and best you. I disagree.
I always want the defense able to be happening.
I get that, but I feel like they should still qualify on the same merit as everyone else, because it's a new year, new tournament.
Like, for example, why I wanted Michael to be at PNC for the UK roster. I wanted all 4 to be able to defend their championship.
Yeah.
Whatever.
Should have qualified, man. Had BBL qualified for some globals, he would have been there.
That is true. They've had a rough time.
Same merit. Yeah, same merit as everyone else. Circle Center, though, this time around more playable, and you can see why. A lot of teams, both Na'Vi, DA as well, opting to try and claim real estate in the middle of it, but instantly met by other teams. And I think that kind of leads into what I was just alluding to before. Teams just don't know Vikendi as well, especially from a competitive point of view. So they want to get in, they want to hunker down. They don't want to have to move too much on a map where they don't necessarily know exactly where the opponents are going to be playing from. I think that's why we're seeing more teams now up to commit center early on than we see on other maps.
Well, Laveni is still very open for the most part. That being said, that's the golden rule that we always go with. Don't go into a city unless you think it's going to end there. In the very early game, you can get away with it a little bit. Like, you're not expecting that many barrier teams to exist. The drops that already exists on the map, one far up against Cosmodrome. That's down quite a, not a sheer hill, but a hill nonetheless. And he's flipped his bloody car. Hits it.
Watch out, smash.
Bang.
And
poop.
It's a crazy car. Paper Thin was right all along.
Gotta hit it from the side, man. That Zima. It's like a box.
Come on, Rostenmar. This is like home field advantage with all the snow around you. You got to be able to flip this thing. But no, they're going to give up. They're going to continue their rotation. No reason to spend too much time because they do have their 2 teammates further up ahead. And for BBL in particular, they already have enough things going against them that they don't need to have Clip and Michael play on their own for too long here.
They're far away, but not too far away.
It's all right.
They're all right. They're all right. Still lots of room to work with. As always, the usual suspects that are coming in late. Ascend, Foot, all doing the movie move thing. As they're just trying to wiggle their way on through. We Live Again has plenty of room to work with on that right-hand side. They've had a bit of a fall from grace, though, in these past couple of games. As now currently sat at 61 points. Still, in terms of against the barrier, almost 20 points ahead. So they're not too concerned just yet, but they'd like a little bit more.
Yeah, no reason to worry, at least for now, for them. But again, with this Eastern wraparound, they should find themselves in an all-right position. Maybe they're lucky that should a fight happen between them and BBL, and Tropic comes to say hello and helps them out a bit. But We'll see just exactly how that's going to end up unfolding. Formulation, as you can see, set on top of each other in a non-moving vehicle. That's an indicator that they are, in fact, in an emergency pickup. They should be flying as we speak. I'm curious to see where they're going to drop down because, again, the circle center has been heavily occupied already.
Yeah, and when it comes to that road that currently seeing DA sat along, Semler sat along and stuff like that, that becomes a real heavy focal point for a circle like this. It acts like a pretty deep valley, and lots of teams will be wanting to utilize it if push comes to shove with a circle like this. Here comes formulation. What are they concocting? Looks like they're going to be moving towards Cosmodrome.
Yeah, I don't mind it. I mean, it's on the very northern edge. I don't know why a team, unless if they had looted there, which they wouldn't have given the plane path, why they would have gone all the way up there to then have to play into the circle again. So it makes sense for them to wrap on up, maybe even get some extra loot if they didn't like what they had to begin with, and potentially find a hard spawn or two.
Some decent extra loot to get things rolling. FaZe is on their west side, pretty split across all of this, trying to control any potential rotates that may come their way up on that north side, but even if somebody wanted to, it's a bit of a dead end. So just controlling the space, making sure, likewise to what I was saying about Na'Vi and the way that they are able to make sure nobody's coming in from behind them, they're able to do something similar here. They just have to be worried about a fewer angles with a split like this.
Yeah, as we see, most teams, if not almost all, have made their way up inside the circle. Foot probably would have been here too, had it not been a blizzard just popped up right in front of them. Said, yeah, you're not entering the circle from here, so they have to wrap even further around to the east out towards the villa. And Sabim, well, they get to sit tight for a little while. They have control of the gondola station. Should they opt to go gliding anywhere, they could go south. You know what? Honestly, that wouldn't be the worst play. If the circle does hard shift southwest, for Sabim just to take the gondola. Or gondola.
Yeah, straight away.
Gondola. Gondola. Yeah.
How is it said in Danish? I'm curious.
Gondol. It's literally just without the A. Gondol.
Gondol. Okay, so that's why you're saying
not gondol. It's gondol.
I see. It all comes back to the Danish roots.
I don't think that's a Danish word. I think it's probably Italian or probably Latin or something like that. In any case, circle, pub, where are we headed? Are we going southwest? No, we're going southeast. And PUBG Esports, despite being in here as the late arriver, will be blessed with a circle in that direction. And oh look, who they find themselves next to now. BBL right in front of him.
Yeah, if this conflict keeps happening, BBL's going to be just... wait, back to social media. BBL's really cool. No, what's really cool?
You can't change teams now, James. You've doubled down on BBL. That's how it is.
Yeah, it's, well, hopefully they're able to get a few more points. The crazy thing is for BBL is that last time around, right, when they went into the lower bracket, we were like, oh, well, it doesn't matter. BBL, they're killers. They're going to absolutely smash it. But they didn't there. I think they were like one place off qualifying into the final, which a bit of heartbreak for them.
Yeah, it's been it's kind of been the same story for PUBG Esports and BBL, but in different separate parts of the tournament. BBL has been just short of finals. FUT have been just short of qualification for globals. They finished third twice where they had to finish second. It's been brutal for PUBG Esports.
So FaZe saw these drops coming in and is going out for them. They now realize there was already one there, so they have 100 million
They're gonna
crates.
all have level 3 gear. The issue is BBL saw it too, and BBL, if they're going here,
Do you mean Ascend?
No, Ascent, sorry, yeah. If they're going up here, you see now shots are being fired, Correction is trying to force them off. If they're greedy for this and they think, oh, it's just 1 or 2 players here, then that might be players caught in the open. I mean, Correction and Fex literally have players swimming for loot right now. They need to fend off against Ascent.
Buy some time, and then the boys will come out of the water with their Stahlkanon, hopefully here, as they might have the big cannons to be able to rinse Ascend. What's in these boxes? Quick, get as much. There it is, the Stahlkanon, the Orm.
Yeah, that's as far from Danish as you can get with the correct letters in the word, I suppose. But kudos to you, James, for making up your own languages on the fly.
Okay, what's the big cannon in Danish?
Den store with an R, not an L, cannon.
Who cares? That's close enough.
Yeah, I suppose. It works.
Okay. I tried. I tried my best. But
it's all right. It's all right.
They're not dead, and Ascend is left.
True. True. The issue is they now know that a team was sitting there looting forever, and Ascent don't really strike me as a team that minds playing late into the circle. So curious to see how FaZe are going to opt to maneuver forward. Also, there's a Blizzard in front of them. So maybe, I can't tell if that's going to help them or if it's just going to slow things down even further.
Yeah, they're looking to go around it, which, you know, fully enough, as you say, might be a blessing in disguise considering the other teams that were waiting on the other side of the snowstorm.
Which is a blizzard. But yeah, I suppose that's two words for the same thing. Is that like a British/American thing, or does it depend on the wind speeds? I'm not sure.
I think in-game they're called snowstorms, not blizzards,
no,
right?
It's just, the blizzard has started. It literally says with capital letters in the middle of the screen. Yeah.
Oh, I never pay attention to that.
Okay.
There you go.
Formulation pulling up on a solo player from We Live Again. They're in a wide 2-1-1 split trying to maintain control of the East. And now that CEST has seen them, you'd have to imagine that either a collapse comes through or they completely disengage. Yeah, CEST already in a vehicle, trying to get out from there as fast as can be. And I'm actually a bit surprised. I said coming into this first circle shift that I was expecting some chaos to unfold. We haven't seen it. 0 kills. Now Michael gets knocked. So now we might see some chaos unfold as players now are starting to fall like flies.
BBL can't catch a break, and but Entropic definitely can today. They might get 3 on the day, similar to FaZe yesterday, considering the circle shift over towards them. Trallius has to heal up, get out of dodge, because Ascend is peppering their position with plenty of bullets.
Yeah, looking pretty good for them right now on the receiving end of it, though. Digital Athletics trying to get away alive. Not looking too good for a team that's already lost 2 and is now driving straight into Na'Vi, at least on the looks of it. Trying to make their way here. Circle center on the southern side, as you said. Plenty of space available in terms of like open areas, but those open areas are also very hard to maintain any sort of control of. And now Vorpal trying to continue this fight against BBL.
Big push over. Will they be able to do much about it, though? Clib already going for the heal. Smoked off. He's got an MG3 in hand. It will rip apart someone if they're not careful. Sees him through some of that, but has already found himself in this blue. And actually, never mind. BBO gets slaughtered. Oh, no, Toby.
Just cannot get anything going whatsoever. DA instantly there to follow. The two teams that needed everything going their way here in the final couple of games fall early on in this match. Beamy out as well. A lot of these teams, I mean, 3 Turkish organizations under fire at the very beginning of this one.
Got something against them.
I suppose so. The game, it's like, how can we counter Turkish players? Snowstorms and everything that comes with it.
I mean, let's play the odds, right? 14 teams alive, 26% of our players are Turkish.
I mean, the funny thing is those 3 orgs, I mean, I guess outside of DA, don't have a whole lot of Turkish players on them. So it's just it comes with a debuff from the, I suppose, from the region.
Yeah, good point, good point. And I didn't actually account for the teams that are in the lower bracket with my percentages, so I'm a bit off.
Yeah, true.
Yeah, so... Stupid James. But anyway, is that a 3-wheeler? Yak. Hobbit is going to be pulling up here, waiting for Formulation to make a move. As We Live Against, trying to find themselves an entry point as well. Zoom is trying to zoom across some of these snowdrifts.
I mean, they had to group up. They were, as we saw earlier, very widely split, so had to try and regroup. Now have been able to do so. That nade, is it going to bounce off the rock? Yes, it will, but not going to find its target.
Another one bounce, but not far enough at all. The retreat has come out here from Howl. They've sounded the horns, and they're going to be running away. There's Perfectix alive in this game, Sobi.
Yeah.
That's cool.
Has fallen. So, again, a case for Twisted Minds of just not being able to keep all 4 up through the beginning of these matches. Circle, towards the east we go. FaZe, as we heard in the interview yesterday, sometimes Circle go away, sometimes Circle come to you. And this one, well, James, there you go. It's come to you.
Channeling the spirit of Squeaky. But yeah, so this would be cool. Either FaZe gets 4 across the days, or Entropic gets 3 on the day if they're able to hold these compounds down well, which would be cool. Why am I saying cool so much? Stop it, James.
I don't know. Maybe you're feeling it. Maybe it's the whole thing with wearing glasses and leather jackets earlier that got you...
definitely cool.
That got you feeling cool, I suppose. Yeah, I guess so.
Damn, what a badass. Ooh.
Yeah, it's you know, it's, yeah. I'll leave you to enjoy that for yourself.
Thank you. Howl's made a good move here, though, if they don't get absolutely destroyed upon entry, turned into Swiss cheese. And nobody's knocked just yet, so maybe Howl can make this work.
Yeah, they sure probably could. Savim trying to run on up, trying to defend the position. And again, I mean, with these hilltop spots, it's always pretty hard to maneuver. Good thing for them is they've already found 2 with a 3rd knock now as well. It's just example left alive. But even with him as a solo, never count out the potential of him just wiping out your entire team.
More nades charged against Na'Vi down the hill here. Gonna have a really, really tough time about approaching these locations. Some of these uphill battles against the gondola station, if we want to call it that, very difficult. And yeah, they nade perfectly on the mark. Schiller putting in work for Sarvum.
Yeah, Send in trouble here as well, trying to make their way in to this circle. Mika has been completely shredded by Twisted Minds, trying to continue forward. Maybe he can find the knock on the other side of this, but nope, not going to happen. Perfectix stayed alive, and thus Perfectix finds kills.
Schiller's hitting everything in the kill feed here, but Vorpal Swords trying to go up against We Live Again. Ooh. And it's only Hobbit to actually trade away. Manages to hit one, but Nabat will finish everything off. Good for them here. Vorpal Swords, 8 kills for this game. They're playing it out.
Fragging on the edge of the circle. They perfectly timed their engage in that previous fight, and not only do they get 8 kills, but they also get to stay alive with 3. Pretty impressive performance overall for them. Samla, in the meantime, now trying to take the fight to Twisted Minds. We do have Dragonov action unfolding, and these players are close enough to one another that a single tap to the dome would be a player down.
Saying goodbye to his hombre on the other side of all of this, as Milo's going to charge up another nade himself, looking towards Petulin, is able to take him down. Semla's actually able to hang with them for the moment, but Molodoc's causing a lot of problems. So is Fate here, as they are able to third-party this fight very, very quickly against it. Neeks manages to confirm Petulin's, but as this fight boils down, I can't help but feel whoever comes out of it is going to be either destroyed by Exalt or Entropic.
Yeah, there's not a whole lot to run into on this one. What you could do is rest and then deny, but for a team who's currently set in 12th place, I don't think there's a whole lot to gain from doing so. Of course, trying to see if you can rack up some more points off of this would be the wiser thing to do. Exalt, as you can see, trying to just make sure that no one's able to wrap in behind him as we see more and more players fall to the blue.
Tough terrain, tough stuff for those teams caught on the edge. Still, some success to be found for FaZe, some success to be found potentially for Foot if they're able to wiggle on through from that east side. Pacific might have a much harder time on their approach against this road side, against this cliff side, but Schiller still is putting in work. 5 kills already for him from Sarvum.
I mean, in the previous game, you mentioned how they had a good circle center position, but didn't make much of it. This time around, I think Sheila might have heard you and said, you know what, we'll peek out, we'll go aggressive, and now there's a blizzard. So now we can't see anything, but whenever it's gone, we will start shooting again.
Definitely can with that. Maybe even, I mean, controlling that hillside that they've got, Vorpal Swords might end up falling to them. They do see Schiller in the distance, though, so Schiller's under some barrage of shots. Nabat's going to have to move on up alongside this. This could be Sarvum looking over this way very quickly. A spray goes down, but not able to find the knock.
Nope. A lot of damage done, though. Forcing them down for a little while longer should potentially, or could potentially, allow for Vorpal to wrap around towards him. I don't think they're aware, though, they're running into a 4-man strong Sarvum. So we'll see, once the first knock comes through, if they're going to commit to this fight or not.
Yeah, got to play this patiently. CCNX is waiting. Not a huge amount of ammo here for the SLR as well as the AK that he has available. All those teams on the west side now are going to use the snowstorm's opportunity and cover to try and move up against that hillside, which normally Howl and Sarvum would have an absolute field day with teams approaching from there, but it's all about when that snowstorm clears, does Exalt have the exact cover they need when they're moving on up?
And it clears surprisingly quickly. So if you aren't, as we saw yesterday, if you aren't in a good spot by the time it's gone, you're in trouble. Because they will instantly see you very, very short after that thing has started evaporating.
Not easy to deal with. Baron Peak finding Howl alongside this ridge line as well. The two teams up on this hillside have realized, well, we couldn't fight anything on the east-west side, so I guess we'll fight each other. As now, this is slowly clearing, or teams are slowly emerging from it. The teams are having a field day with it. Molodoc getting caught here, but Howl is down, with Gustav finishing off Schofield in the distance.
Yeah, Baron Peak trying to stay put. One of two players alive on the team, but he falls. Now just Odin is left alive on the roster. Not easy for them to stand strong against the push from both sides. I thought initially they were going to be able to hold off against Vorpal, but Exalt, as you said as well, James, being able to creep their way forward using the Blizzard for cover, got close enough to take him out.
It's the one advantage you can garner from this Blizzard. So why on earth not use it? Vorpal Swords still doing a lot for themselves here. Still, you can see them in 14th place, but 10 kills for them in this game. You got to consider that a success. Zuber and Moldodox will be the next challenge that rises up against them. And they're playing slow here on that angle.
How are they going to play this one out? I was thinking they're just going to prone down and wait, but I think for Vorpal, there's only one direction. That's exactly where they're going now, south. They have to take the fight to Exalt. They have to try and clear out Entropic as well, with a little help now actually coming from Pacific on the southern side. If they can get control of this entire hillside, they're going to be in such a good spot. They cannot go anywhere down the hill towards the east because they would be in perfect vision for FaZe Clan in the compound.
Yeah. And there might be a world where when you survive this hillside fight, you're hoping for a snowstorm, but that would be the worst. But anyway, we'll provide some cover. But anyway, look at Roxio is able to hit some shots on Molodok, so Exalt is now down to the last legs. Uber, the only one alive to try and do this. He's going to crest over here, but if he's seen through the tree line, then he'll be going down swiftly as well.
Yeah, you can see him trying to dodge and weave, trying to stay outside of vision of FaZe Clan. And now, to make matters even worse, here comes PUBG Esports saying, you know what, we didn't like the whole compound thing. Let's just go up the mountainside. Gustav, with the Dragonov in hand, corrects it with one as well. As you see the attacks come through, PUBG Esports need to get out of vision, out of line of sight of these guys as fast as they can.
Oh, yeah, can't use that rock really for cover as aggressively against the teams moving on you, because again, it would leave you exposed. Lucarox goes down. Vorpal Sword still looking for even more. They will go down to Foot, though. Foot cleans them up. HC and Vard strike at the perfect time. They have been rapping, and oh boy, has it worked out.
Yeah, solid timing on their approach, because they didn't find Uber fast enough, with him now being gone. Because they didn't find him fast enough, they knew that they had time to maneuver. And now with a knock on Entropic, there might actually be more for Foot to gain here on the hills.
Not bad, not bad. If they can press the issue here, they might get completely sandwiched if Pacific has anything to say about it as well. It really does depend on where Pacific's attention is focused at the moment. HC sees Pacific through some of those tree lines. Likewise, though, Entropic's also under a little bit of threat. It's a difficult position for Entropic.
Yeah, all they can do is hope that Foot and Pacific somehow gets knocked from one another. Maybe throw some flashes forward to try and set up a push for yourself. But look at this angle. I mean, it's so difficult to get anything done from down there.
FaZe is moving out of the compound as well. They want to press the issue themselves.
Yeah.
As Celtic is caught a little bit off guard compared to the other three here from Pacific.
That's what they need, though. That is exactly what Entropic needs. Once they see the fighting or hear the fighting happening on the southern side, they know that there's no one looking at them from behind. With the circle going into the city now, though, that might be FaZe backing off and Pacific instantly re-engaging on this exact fight. So what was an upper hand for Entropic, that might be them completely backstabbed in just a second.
It comes back to that mature play style that we've been seeing from FaZe yesterday. They didn't need to press the issue considering the circle, so just move back. At the same time, though, here, T-Bone looking for more against Entropic, but Mexi lying down, waiting in the wings to shut down T-Bone.
But can't quite get the angle that he wants. But again, I mean, in similar fashion to what we're currently seeing down the hillside from FaZe, don't aggress if you don't have to. Nate gets to stay alive off of that one, but helmet torn off. Nate not going to go far enough. I'm loving the animation of the snow kind of blowing up as the as those nades explode in there. But Vard now all on his own against the entirety of Pacific, who fell short on their first Miramar run of a potential one game. But this time around, looking very, very poised to potentially bring it home.
I should have listened to Fuzzface 2 days ago. 8C was very cheap for the amount that he's being able to put up when it comes to fantasy. But now, Pacific, they did a great job transitioning from the south. They've got themselves 5 kills, but they're going to be going up against a FaZe who is in a castle. They are in an absolute bulwark here. And in those tree lines, they're going to have to be very smart about their transitions, because if not, there's FAMAS in hand, there's an Orm in hand. FaZe ransacked the treasury of this castle up in the north side with all of those crates, and now they've got all the gear to work with.
I'm curious to see James we saw it yesterday as well, playing this flex role or kind of split out flank role, whatever you want to call it. Because we've seen him do it in the past, and it might just be them being ahead and being in a good enough position that they're qualified. But I had a chat with him during PGS2 that they had swapped that role with Gustav, but he's back in it again now. But now, as you're wooing, here comes Pacific straight into the compound.
Trying to blitz through this. It is a bold play. It's an opportunistic play, but it's not going to be enough here. A pre-nade as well through that window. FaZe is looking for 4 across 2 days. Across 10 games. It's only Thunderloss to try and shut it down, but it's not going to be enough. FaZe is rolling. 40% of the games played, and they get themselves the chicken dinners from the 10 games.
Sometimes the circle go away, sometimes they come to you. I'm not gonna lie though, I've seen FaZe get overzealous, seen FaZe get eager on joining those fights on the hills. Then maybe James gets a little aggressive, gets taken down. Then maybe Pacific gets a lucky knock on entry, and all of a sudden that's a 3v2 in Pacific's favor after they get there. I've seen them lose these fights before, but the calm, the collected FaZe that we've gotten used to see over the last 2 days, I'm giving them like 90% win chance, even in 4v4s at this point. They're playing these games so smart, never taking any unnecessary risks.
When a circle works out like that, why on earth not? Why on earth not?
Yeah.
Go back to that compound, lock yourself down, and force Pacific to make some decisions that they're really uncomfortable with making. But anyway, let's go back to the desk here. It's not uncomfortable to go back to them. We've got Sam, Saga, and Martin ready to go.
Thanks so much, Kylaris. And of course, right now you're seeing FaZe claiming their 4th chicken dinner, their 4th win here in the upper bracket. Yesterday, they won half the games. Today, it was a bit of a slow start for them, Saga. I felt like the drive had gone, and they knew they had qualified already. But as Toby said, when you find yourself in a good spot, might as well take advantage of it, right?
Yeah, I think at this point, we can throw any expectations of FaZe playing like psychopaths out of the window. They're still playing that disciplined style and just making sure that they're fully prepared for the grand finals and ready for it when it comes. And that's not to say that they're doing everything completely sort of regimented, because the reason that they had that compound in the first place was pretty much a blind send. I mean, about a minute before that, they were still swimming off of the northeastern coast, just looting airdrops, and a send was threatening to maybe cause problems for them. And they really just pulled the rug out from underneath Foot. They were scouting that compound for a while, and Tropic were holding it as part of a 2-2. And the very second that they sort of regroup, they get in their cars, Beamy walks into that compound and gets full crashed blind by a 4-man FaZe. And unfortunately, that meant Foot were pretty much doomed from that point on. They eventually got something out of it with a big wrap. But FaZe Clan, yeah, they are playing a little bit reckless, but once they get there, they're not going over aggressive, and we love to see it.
We have our scoreboard ready from this match, and while we pull that up, Avenger, what were your thoughts on Vikendi?
I mean, I was hoping for a little bit more crazy stuff. Like, if the wildest thing you can get is a blind send from FaZe to get the win with 6 kills, it's not like I'm sitting here like clapping, but it's still an interesting one. But for me, it's still a case of, except for Warble Swords, of course, popping off. It's good to see them get double digits here, but it's very much the case of the rich get richer with FaZe just stacking points. Foot already also stacking points here. Like, they're going to be in a situation now that they're also guaranteed to qualify no matter what. And I feel like at this point, it's only like a Ascent spot that's actually going to be up for grabs. And Pacific with this game could potentially contest it a little bit. And they are actually with 3 points on top of Ascent here, Sam.
There we go. I mean, this is changing up, but let's be frank. There is very little opportunity now for a lot of these. I mean, I know who you are, but I was going to lead this to Saga, but thanks for that. Yeah, can we mute him again?
I'm not frank.
What I was gonna say, Saga, is that it means that there's maybe 1-2 at a push opportunities for teams to make it through.
Yeah, the amount of games we have left probably equals the amount of opportunities there are. But, I mean, if we go back 10, 15 minutes, Sarvam had a really good opportunity. They were all the way up on the hilltop. They were holding that gondola station for so long. But the big thing that really ruined their game, and it's by no fault of their own, was the blizzard that they weren't even caught in. It was the teams that were on the low ground. They had Howl slightly lower down the same ridge. They had a great opportunity to farm sort of 10 kills on players that had to come out from the low ground, had nowhere to go, but then an RNG blizzard spawned directly on top of them, and it's basically a 4-minute smoke grenade that covers a kilometer of space. And Howl just couldn't find any angles. They pushed up the hill, and it started a big fight between themselves and Sarvum that Vorpal came in third party. If that blizzard had never happened or had spawned somewhere else in the circle, then Howl and Sarvum probably work together and wipe out teams like Entropic, and that fight never rears its head, and maybe Vorpal Swords don't get the chance. But that's how PUBG works out. Those tiny little things can impact so much, and it's meant Ascend are out of the top 8 for now.
I love production. Look at that. I'm not Frank.
They're the quickest production in the West. I swear to God, these guys.
They still haven't added my @ though, so I mean.
No, they still haven't. Yeah, no social.
Saga, this is not about you right now, but okay, it will be about you after the break because I'm not going to let Not Frank talk again. That's what's going to happen.
Great.
So let's go to that break.
Grouping here.
I don't know where he is now.
Knocked him.
Another car coming back.
Yeah,
I flushed him.
South side.
Yes.
Might be leaving. He was alone, right?
Yeah, I was alone.
Nice.
Holy shit, fuck.
You could easily be running like more like orange line over our south ridges now. One knocked on orange, hit low, SLR. On this tree, an orange hit twice. He's not giving the kill, he died. One active.
One went away.
I think we need.
Don't see him.
I don't see anyone.
Dead.
Dead. Let's get this rock maxi together. He dead. Nice.
3 guys, 2 guys. 2 active. 1 active.
Alright.
Nice. You can risk.
You got time.
You take the train. Okay, yeah.
Governation now.
Why should be on the right?
What's coming up? Up.
3 on the right side, knocked.
3 active, 3 active.
I'm running forward a little bit, I'm here. Yeah, do that. That's good.
That's all.
After he smokes me.
Gonna come and I'll be like on my spot.
Yeah, same.
No, please on the compound.
Can you try to mark better?
They're gonna drive to the rock on green. They're gonna drive to the rock on green now.
They can also come right around, just crash.
Yeah, they could.
That's fine if they do. You guys win that.
2 in the second car.
Crashing probably?
Yeah, they're crashing. Second car's lit as fuck, lit as fuck.
2 knocked.
Yeah.
There was 2 on the second car.
Yeah, one more.
You should be low, should come.
1 up. Could be top hill.
Yeah, probably up.
Nice, good up.
Welcome back. We have 2 maps left before we know which 8 teams will be making it through to the grand finals here for PEC Fall and Avenger. The question is, other than shooting them all in the lobby, how do you beat these top teams?
You don't. It's too late at this point. The question is, who's gonna catch Pacific slash Ascend? But I mean, potentially, it could be a world where we live again absolutely bomb out and they don't get more than a couple of more points here, and then there's like Exalt with like a back-to-back mega game here. So yeah, that's really the question. is who's going to take that 8th spot, and then does We Live Again completely choke on the day and not get too much more points?
Don't forget that Na'Vi Champion skin bundle is still up for grabs. All you need to do is tweet with those 2 hashtags we've told you about. It's all on your screen now as well. And if you are creative, entertaining, and funny, unlike Avenger, you could potentially win. Wow. It's as simple as that. I had to. You really threw me under the bus earlier, so I needed to jump in. Saga, you got your ats on. That's very exciting.
Yeah, I love it. I love to see it. If only I did actually sub in Hobbits today on my fantasy team. It wasn't, a massive change. It was only a Sovereign player that has gone out. So if We Live Again could pick it up and, start playing again, would be nice. Love to see it.
It would be nice. Let's find out how it is going to go down on Erangel with Toby and Kalaris.
All right, we're gaming around the world as we do almost the world tour now, moving on to our last battleground for the day, Toby, and our last battleground for these guys to try and shape up and ship out into the finals.
It's very rare that we're coming into the last 2 games have had such a solidified top 8 that the teams in the bottom 8 have to try and kind of brawl their way into. And I'm worried for the teams currently set in the bottom 8. Ascent especially now being down there as well. Curious to see if they can get anything going. It's been, again, as we said in the end of yesterday's show as well, there's just so many more teams on the edge now. And if you don't get that perfectly timed emergency pickup into a perfectly timed hard shift in your direction, then it ain't as easy anymore. So now, BBL, PUBG Esports out there joining them. I think that's part of the reason why Ascent is struggling more on the edge than what they have in the previous couple of tournaments.
And I'm wondering how long we are destined to see this Erangel, this form of Erangel, when it comes to esports, because they've been very swift in exacting change in esports. So as soon as that new Erangel comes in, who knows? These might be the last games we see of this particular version.
I'm not gonna lie, I wouldn't even mind it being added for finals, just because the new Erangel isn't that different. It's not like a massive overhaul. Yes, you have some South George changes, you have your Milta and your Boatyard changes as well, but outside of that, nothing drastic really happening. Outside of you being able to eat some Kentucky Fried Chicken on the map, which is nice, I suppose.
I'm all about that. Bring me some KFC. All right, let's eat chicken dinners whilst we win chicken dinners. We have got game number 11 here for PEC Fall. Let's rock and roll as we have got double grassy pastures on the menu.
Western Plain. I feel like today's plains have been a little rude. Not that it's been too bad, but a little rude. They have been. Yesterday we saw, who was it? Was it We Live Again and Ascent fighting in Primorsk? I hope that despite this plain path not being too optimal, that we won't get to see a repeat of that, because that is, of all the cities you could opt to fight over, that ain't it, man. That ain't it. We are seeing We Live Again out of the plane, but we also see Ascent fight towards Saki, so that should not be an issue when it repeats itself.
And Klib's right on top of them. Is Klib in trouble here? As they're all dropping on the same compound alongside Klib. It will be Rustamar, Michael, as well.
If he finds the gun, and then they don't, then... Oh, I'm seeing shooting. Seeing shooting from Ascent up towards the north, and Klib's dead. That is a -3 for Toby's fantasy team, who was already in shambles.
Yeah, well, that's the great part about it, but it's not great for Klib. Really unfortunate there for him, all things considered. And look at the circle Ascend.
Yeah. And even for BB... There's so many things that I wish to say that I'm not going to. The only thing I'm going to leave it with is surprised that Klib commits when he sees 4 parachutes on the hunt, even if he gets to land first. That is 4 targets for you to find alone, and the cavalry is nowhere near you.
Yeah, you've got to turn around, right?
Sure, he had his reasons. Just I have a hard time making sense of it.
Yeah, and because of the playing path here, FaZe, the winners of our previous game, we're just going to do a cheeky rotate over to where they would normally go. Because, regardless of if they'd have looted somewhere else, they were going to be probably the same distance from the circle anyway, and you may as well go back to your true tried and tested. It's less threatening.
It's the last time they're gonna get to loot this Milta, right? They gotta enjoy it while it lasts. Now there's gonna be like big silos and extra warehouses and
it's gonna be cool,
all that stuff. Yeah, I agree.
Word of the day.
More playable, especially for the end game too. Yeah, you did get to add. Is that like your little achievement thing that you're doing today? You gotta add a cool or cooler to every day or every game of the day.
Well, it was that, and also I was on P90 watch, and then I theorized making a P90 whistle. You know, like when you go duck hunting and you got like that little whistle that lures in ducks.
Okay, so James, this is your time to shine. This is your Britain's Got Talent at some point.
Yeah.
What does a P90 whistle sound like? Go.
Well,
No. Just make the sound. 3, 2, 1, go.
That's my attempt.
Yeah, it wasn't too bad. I'm not gonna lie, I was expecting worse.
You've got to get some suppression in there, you know.
I'll give you like a 7 out of 10.
Yeah, thanks. I tried a little bit.
That's pretty decent.
On the spot.
Also, first time you've gone along with anything I've tried to force you to do, so I take that as a win in my book too.
We got a sandstorm thing going eventually yesterday, so...
Oh, well, you know, that is also true. I'm in 2 in a row now, is that what we're saying?
I did see the clip of that, and it came out all right. So stupid.
It's amazing. It's amazing. What is also amazing is that a lot of these teams have already started their rotations. Again, it's a very playable circle, plenty of areas to pick and choose from. Only issue is that there's still enough of the south side of the river in that that we could see that tricky Everest hard shift that we don't have to go too far back in people's memories to have seen in the past.
Yeah, I guess so. It's going to have to be some major hardships, though, for it to really
I feel like it only takes
fruition.
one. Only takes one, and then it can't go north again, even if it wanted to.
Yeah.
Is that the sound we're making now? Beamy is shooting orcs, I suppose.
It's my professional level commentary, Toby.
I thought it was you imitating Martin for a second.
What, the Goliath, the Oath Martin. Sorry, Frank.
Frank, yeah, that's his new casting name.
Where did I even come from?
Yeah, I think, you should have been there. I think it was something with Sam saying, "Don't be Frank," or then he wasn't Frank, and it was.
Sounds weird too, to be fair. So anyway, sorry.
In any case, I'm worried now that Entropic is seeing so many teams starting to come in their direction that okay, now I'm seeing them in vehicles. I was just gonna say usually there isn't that much traffic over Cube Bridge and the kind of the container bridge, but now there's a lot of teams maneuvering around here, and we see time and time again a team literally trying to bite off more than they can chew. And well, there goes Nate up. So I suppose I was just building into a point that proved to happen literally 2 seconds later.
We did see, actually, one location that becomes a focal point usually in this circle, actually, downed plane. DA's already taken up residency there. I also saw Twisted Minds trying to skirt around the edges of it. It comes formulation, going into what is possibly one of the most dangerous dips on the entire map, if you're not careful. But there's nobody to throw nades in it right now, so they're okay.
It's just nade bait. That's what this dip is. Can we just coin it nade bait? That's... no one gets to live there through like phase 3, especially not if other teams know you're there.
If it becomes like a real hard point of a circle, then you just say, oh wait, suddenly there's 12 cars, there's 12 vehicles in this location because everyone's tried to crash it and everyone's died whilst doing so. It's so silly sometimes.
Oh, Waldemar fell off. I don't know if that was intentional, if he wanted to get the angle. Tindalos falls to the nade. I thought he was going to get the shot on to Perfectix, but timing a little bit off there. Celtic off on the side, can't really do too much to assist either. So despite the fact that Pacific's finally getting things going, have actually managed to breach into the top 8, this is not the start to the second to last game they would have wanted.
Absolutely not. Quetpert still just dancing around on those hillsides, and Celtic's going to be running away, but he is being shot straight away as that run occurs. Gonna have to tuck tail and leave. Where is Quetpert during all of this? Trying to thread the needle between these teams and get back to his teammate. Bless him.
Yep, Mexi trying to... Oh, yeah, that's death. Especially when you got an SKS in hand. Easy kill for Mexi.
Oh, yeah. I will say, we're seeing a little bit more SKS than we usually do.
I'm not gonna lie. Oh, damn you, Dragunov. Why do you come in here and ruin things that were finally starting to look good? But it was starting to become decent enough to people would use it, and then all of a sudden the Dragunov came around.
You wish.
I don't. I knew.
But we've seen a few people using it here and there. But anyway, got ourselves Na'Vi moving on through against Formulation's position and scouting out, seeing what's going on. And there's no interest in it, really. I mean, it doesn't really hold a position of power just yet anyway. There's still plenty of compounds towards the center that could allow them better transition points, better opportunities.
I'm gonna ask you here, James. Where would you love to see this circle go? I know it doesn't matter what you want, but I'm kind of curious to hear how evil you are, considering that we have 2 games left to play.
The fields where foot are.
Yeah. Of all the places in the world, that is both evil and also just a terrible place for an end game. But we've been over there enough times that it's not out of the question, I suppose. A dirty triple hard shift towards the west, and all of a sudden we're there. In the meantime, better late than never, I suppose. Vorpal Swords able to make their transition out of military base proper, and good thing they're going this direction, because look at FaZe, they're still in Milta as well.
Very much so, chilling. That is a long way away, but yeah, still lots of room to work with, as you say. So they'll get here eventually. Mosey on up, as both teams are probably not really expecting much resistance upon entry. Considering a circle like this, they're probably anticipating most teams being north of the river, right?
Yeah, you'd have to imagine that. I mean, again, and that's actually where, despite me saying that it's not a massive overhaul to Erangel, Boatyard does add for another playable spot that you can utilize in the early game. I mean, obviously mid-game, late game as well, depending on where the circles go, on that southern shoreline of the river. Because normally Watertown or Water Atlantis, whatever you want to call it, just hasn't been optimal at all. You can't really park your cars anywhere where they're really safe, and you're running around with water, and oh my lord, Ruin, that's a headshot, body shot to follow, and that's Moldov. Dead. Oh, are we getting to see the revolver return headshot? No.
I'm very surprised.
Up close.
I'm surprised he didn't
up on this. They both pulled up on this.
See what they can do. Is that double blue zone?
I think it is, but the second one is looming a little late. Doesn't matter though. 1 nade over the top is all it took, and that is going to be ruined down and out. Schofield did get down here to try and help out, but they still have the Rich line up north, and there's this is just not a priority, especially in phase 1. So yeah, Ruin gets 1, but gets taken down because of it.
All right, let's see where our circle's going to go as well, whilst that fight ensues.
Yoink!
Okay.
Imagine Clip being alive now.
Oh, that was a hard shift and a half. That's...
Yeah?
Whoosh. All right, well, went completely the opposite way that I wanted to go for that silly old field ending, but of course it was never going to go there. Here, emergency drop was going up as well here for them, whilst we have We Live Again trying to cross the boat. Not as quite as accurate as Ruin was on this entry.
That's more crossing over. That's more Entropic trying to group up now. It's cost them 2 players. Not optimal. Not optimal at all. Again, they saw so many people come into this direction early on, and now actually I think Entropic's trying to... Are they taking the fight to Exalt now that they saw the emergency pickup being deployed?
Maybe. It's a good potential to hold, especially if you realize your opponents, similar to what we saw in Miramar, right? If you think that your opponents are going to be trying to utilize this for what they think to be their only rotation option, why not put the boot in against them here? As Michael's going to push up against the Twisted Minds direction. Perfectix is down once again on this dip. Easy cleanup, maybe.
Yeah, you say easy, but We Live Again is kind of driving around out like sharks in the water on that hillside. And Michael, as you can see here, is very exposed. So if they do up to start shooting, that's going to be pretty dangerous. I think that's part of the reason he's not really over-aggressing anywhere. In the meantime, now, Rostenmar spots Platoons in the open too. That's going to be 2 from Twisted Minds down. And PBL, despite some losses early, at least able to get things going here.
And considering the circle, big fan of the fact that Formulation Gaming gave up the dip on the east side of shooting range and just went towards the compounds. They have far more strength about them, and they're nowhere near as vulnerable. So good to see that, as we have all of these other teams darting in on the west side, trying to find themselves room. We Live Again are moving in against Semler and are just trying to rotate past them, but shots going to come in from Smash. Will he be able to connect with much? Yes, he will. Almost ripping him apart in that car, but Hello My Bad finds shelter spot. Oh, straight into Spiro's hands.
I didn't even realize that was an opponent at first. I was like, oh, he's just going to go down to his teammate. And oh, wait, no, he's dead. That was Spiro sat down there waiting. Unlucky. But at least, hey, now Spiro gets a vehicle. So that's nice for him.
That is nice, considering the rest of his team's obliterated, right? So
yeah,
maybe it gives him options if he has to get out of there.
Yeah, not wrong. In the meantime, FUT Esports able to get themselves some loot in this one too. Double crates picked up towards the west, so expect to see them coming in full speeds and guns blazing. with what they have available. And here comes Pacific, trying to dodge and weave, and I would imagine just go for a shack. Yeah, but he landed on the side of it, and no, just exactly able to get inside. Now he's dead.
Yeah, nice try, but no cigar. Tekers and Sosed able to shut it down. Sosed, as you mentioned, coming into today, top kill leader. Very impressive stuff by him across all of this. And we live again, gathering a little bit more steam in the previous game as well as this one, but not by much. 65 points compared to where they entered today. They were in top 5. They were in 50-some points.
Yeah, he's still sat in first place in kills coming into this match at 21. But tied now with nail up damage, though he is a quite a bit down the list. So is it a phenomenal kill stealer. I mean, he already has 1 kill this game and he's done 4 damage. So I suppose that kind of underlines what he prioritizes. Points over damage. I respect it.
Into Severny. Oh, wow. Please.
Wow.
Please.
The city ending we never saw coming. That's what this is going to be if we do continue to go east here.
And then BBL be really kicking themselves if that becomes the case. As still now find themselves outside of Severny, of course. The team that does. It's FaZe Clan that makes landfall for Severny straight away.
Again, I mean, move as little as you have to. It's a pretty smart strategy to try and pull off. Metralia's taken out on rotation. Smash will be rewarded with the point of the kill. Again, BBL probably need them more than FaZe anyway, so it's only fair that they're the ones to claim them. But now, DA, you cannot bundle up. You cannot sit on top of each other. You have to spread out if you want to stay alive here.
Yeah, sometimes this dip's pretty good, but it depends when you come here. 'Cause sometimes there can be too many angles against it, so they may have entered a little bit too early, especially with those nade range for FaZe, as you were mentioning. And now How, still also quite wounded. They only have a shack as well as some smokes to really work with. But Uber is also just kind of trawling around a little bit. The rest of Exalt is on the other side of the road, far away.
I mean, everyone's looking for a place to go, and because this circle shifted so far east twice in a row now, these players that are coming in have literally had no chance to scout what they're running into. So you're seeing Uber, as you say, doing donuts, trying to figure out what's available over here, because we haven't had any chance to look at it whatsoever.
No, definitely not. I don't think a lot of teams were anticipating really this kind of finish as well.
Oh,
it's
no.
very uncommon given the circle. We had basically 2 hard shifts in this direction. So from phase 1 being the way it was, now all the teams are scrambling a little bit. And after having to play the the urban ending on Tego, we might be going right back there. There is a chance.
Yeah. Yeah, a little more difficult to enter, though, this city. You can see now teams trying to come in the western side. Rolf will get taken down, soon able to claim the points. So once again, we live again, stealing points away from opposing teams, and they've been very successful in doing so, netting them a current 7th place overall.
It's going to be hard times for these teams on the edge. Let's see here. Ascend got themselves a freebie early on against BBL, but BBL now is also kind of locked in shooting range for the most part. If they try and leave, Navi's going to have Overlook on Overwatch on what's going on there. And then you're seeing even just teams kind of like Entropic, like Exalt, all bunched up because there's really not that many locations between shooting range and Severny that you can even take. Once you're kind of locked in there, you're locked in for a good while.
Yeah, it's tricky to maneuver, and I would, seeing where everyone is right now, I'd be surprised to see any more kills come through. That is, of course, unless if Millman can find something with the mortar. I'd be surprised to see more kills come through until the next rotations do come in. Mortar, though, set up, shots being fired towards him. That's gonna deny him at least a little bit of mortaring. Mortaring? I don't know what I'm talking about.
Yeah. I'm not sure exactly how you describe
mortar
the person
firing.
that operates
I'll
as
go
the
with
mortar.
that. Yeah.
I think he was
mortaneering.
There's no way it's mortaneering. I think mortaring is probably just the thing.
Now it is. Laza taken out mid-rotation. T-Bone rewarded with that one. And now how... This is not the place they would want to be in phase 4. But again, I mean, limited playable terrain in this area of the map for sure.
Curious as that shack really wasn't too far away from them whilst they're trying to make that move, but I mean, then it makes it dead obvious as opposed to where they are, especially if somebody crashes in like Sarvam now rocking up to this position, realizing that they were vulnerable here. It will actually be formation that knocks Baron Peak, formulation that knocks them, in fact, and just the complete obliteration of them. They'll lie down, try and keep themselves alive, but it was a desperate send to the middle.
We're about a quarter second away from seeing mortar start raining on in as well. You could only imagine. We already know that Melman has set it up above, but we'll see if he gets a chance to use it or if he's still being contained. CC, well, yeah, look over your shoulder. That nade did not make its way out the window.
Well, if you're a Severny team, though, you hope as anything you have vehicles remaining, or eventually you're able to win out that fight in Severny and then move, because some of that terrain south of Severny is flat. What are you supposed to do? So you're going to need vehicles to traverse it if we go south.
Yeah, it's not looking good if you're a Severny team that has to make its way out, no doubt about it. Kill your Kai. Well aware that Spiro is down here. Gonna commit some utility to try and clear him out. But now BBL is starting to flex out of this side too. Not the entirety of the team though, just Michael trying to make sure that no one sneaks in to shooting range from that western side. I like how he's kind of following the edge of the blue zone in. I also like what they're doing here. They're trying to just deny Spiro a chance to leave. They're going to smoke him out. They're going to throw some flashes down. Then they're going to drive the vehicle in and park it in a way so that Spiro can't get in it nor get out of the area or out of the bunker. So even if they don't get the kill, he dies to blue.
Yep, lock him in. Keep him locked down. Covers your back. Whilst they do know that BBL is shooting in shooting range and they're trying to shut him down, it's Chris already hit smash. And it's going to be up to Michael here, as well as Rustamar on a slight off angle in the silly dip to try and hold off the ascend push. Brexco's also reinforcing.
Yeah, with Navi up high as well, just not making things easier at all. You can see now already shots coming in. Michael wanted to get up, try and help out his teammate, but impossible for him to really assist when you have the entirety of Navi set up above.
Big shots raining down across a lot of this area because you can see how many lines of sight teams in the north and the south have against each other. It's very open, as we were alluding to before. So where was the circle going? Into the open? Yep, right into the open. Okay, terrifying spot. Terrifying circle.
And this is what you were saying, James, before yesterday's broadcast when we were discussing the new changes to Wrangler. We were both going, you know what? Southside Severny could use a bit of an overhaul. Just add a, like the military trenches that was added on the southeastern side of Pochinki. Something. It's too pancakey.
Yeah, I had you check over towards Junkyard as well, right? Because I was not on PTR, and I was saying, well, I mean, me and Martin were also talking about it, like that area just in general, just like not that much cover to work with. Also this area.
Yeah.
And yeah, not much done with it, but you know what? It just presents a different challenge. For these teams on the edge, it just presents a different challenge.
That's where deployable shields come in. That's where smokes come in. That's where vehicle forts come in. And now let's see here. Vorpal had a chance to go for the shack ups to not go. Instead, they run into one another on approach as they try to take the fight to formulation.
Charging up an 8 there and throwing it all around, but it looks like the FAMAS will not even get a shot off as he will be brought down. It's up to Physics here to try and get things done for them on the other side. He might just be bailing here. Almost looking to go to the car, try and pick up some more nades. Maybe throw those forwards. But he knows that another team's approaching here. This is dire for Physics.
Nice timing for DA, reading this one perfectly, seeing the kill feed light up in this compound down here. Now for Physics, as you say, pretty tricky situation. He has to try and stay alive, but one well-placed nade. As I say that, actually, it's going to be his well-placed nade to find the knock, but then he kills himself to his own body.
Yeah, he did.
That's suboptimal.
Definitely suboptimal. Yeah, that was unfortunate. Well, we got DA here being able to find themselves a little bit of a foothold for a moment. They still have to cross the road on towards Vorpal Swords, which will be difficult unless they've got a ton of smokes to be able to make it happen. And even then, if Vorpal Swords takes the second story in some of those windows, you then have to smoke off the top windows, which is difficult in itself unless you get a knock. Great spray from Example.
He's back on it. He is back on it. He's my captain. We'll see him try and claim some more. Even though Fex did steal away his point on It's Chris, they will get the second. Example will be rewarded with a second kill in Brax. Now that is the worst timing in the world. Caught wide out in the open, and Alia not going to be able to find him. Instead, Fex actually helping out there.
Beamy in the kill feed as well with the Orm once again. Here come the mortar shots raining down on positions. Not really able to connect with much just yet, though. As we Spurs for life. Well, more mortar. Ooh, careful.
Yep. The dip was not only dangerous when you have nades, it's also a very easy push for mortar to be lined up there. For esports, well, they fared well in city endings in the past. today, and so far they're making good use of the urban terrain here too. 3 kills, trying to make their way out of the city now. There's the new circle pubs.
It's gonna center. Ooh,
kinda.
okay.
Beamy's in.
Beamy is in, and he has an arm, so I'm okay with that. But at the same time, We Live Again has themselves the barn. There is the potential that this becomes the focus point now for Foot as well as FaZe, which I don't know if I want to be We Live Again in that situation.
The northwest shack is actually just exactly into, but who dares to push it without info on whether or not there's people there or not? You can see here the push comes through. James trying to kind of be the overhead protector, the sniper in the back. Let's try and keep them alive as Gustav pushes on up. Flashes lopped on in. Let's see how well FaZe manages to set up this push against We Live Again.
Goes for it. Throws on the flash through. Hellman finished himself on the other side of things, but we've got smoking off the second story means that they can make this a whole lot more chaotic for We Live Again, who are going to be trying to hold down angles with shotguns at the moment, so making it very painful if FaZe wants to push in aggressively.
See James really trying to apply pressure, and so far it's working for him, but when headshots like these, or body shots I should say, like these come through, it means that they have that much more time to play control. Zoom falls didn't account for Gustav to be just outside the door.
Big fan of breaking down the doors and just being able to spray it through.
Yeah.
As another smoke here to try and delay them. But actually, they'll shut down and starve them on the southeast side of all of this. They do know where Foot is, so Gustav and FaZe are not only eliminating the threat in the warehouse, but they're also, in the barn, but also kind of trying to hold Foot off while that's going on. They're controlling this area very well.
The good thing is they know when to do this. They have to take these fights now, because come next circle, there won't be time for it. So if you can deal with them now, and then make as much space for yourself as you can for the circles to come.
Meanwhile, absolute chaos in the south side, where everybody's scrambling for just a few spots here and there. A few nades do crash through onto Vorpal Swords, who again, in the last couple of games, really come alive a little bit. 44 points on the board for them. They're trying to challenge for that top 8. And I don't know if you're going to get a win off of a position like this, but at least some more kills might be on the cards, with Exalt really stuck between a rock and a hard place.
Need to deal with them. Similar situation, but again, at least the blue is working in their favor. It's closing in, and now they see them. Fade is able to fight the first one, will fall instantly after though, and I think with the position that everyone else has, no one should be able to penalize them off of that knock happening. Nabat should be able to bring him to safety and get the rest. Yes, the rich line just exactly tall enough for them to get the rest on through.
The goalpost really not moving a whole lot, and the fact that 8th place, 54 points right now. So yeah, Vorpal Swords, wow.
Huge.
That being said though, Pacific is in 8th place after starting off the day quite low down. So what a glow up they've had throughout the day.
Yep, definitely some turnarounds and momentum in terms of who out there playing well. With just one more game to go after this. Of course, I mean, it's not a death sentence going into losers bracket, but this circle might just be a death sentence for all the 3 teams up towards the north. Not going to be easy transitions coming out into the open here.
There's a world where everyone just has to shoot at everyone, and Netropic does not much and gets like 2nd or 1st place in this. They've been in that shack for ages now.
I mean, sometimes the circle go away, sometimes circle come to you, and enjoying it.
Yep, because everything else other than that little shack is very, very flat. So now you can see FaZe is looking at this terrain thinking, how are we going to approach this? Get some cover on this car, at least from the angle of Vorpal Swords, to make sure that they have some wheels left when they want to make a move. But here comes Foot looking to make the move their own.
Yeah, where can they go from here? Beamy able to find example with the bolt action. I like the fact that they tried. Was that from the vehicle too? No, it wasn't. Okay, never mind. I was just thinking for a second. That's pretty. Is it? No, wait, it was. He bolt actioned him from the car, got the knock, and at least that allows for them to stay 3 alive, to get to the complete opposite side of it. And now, a little more space to maneuver.
Who threw that? Well,
Entropic? It must have been. Like, no one else has the angle or the... Yeah, it must have been.
Yeah, for sure. As Na'Vi still realizes that this threat exists. Just throwing the flash is just buying time at the moment, because unless he's able to peek for it, but it's a very hard angle to peek from inside.
Oh, nice that's a nade on the backside. They knew there was one potentially playing the outside, so now a lot more damage coming through. Beamy though, denies them the push on forward, but Ivers got knocked with a nade in hand, and that's going to be the last of him down and out. T-Bone finds one, but that isn't dropping out, and I'm loving the position that Foot took here. There's limited to nothing to work with, but just enough of a rich line for them to play under, and outside an 8th range from everyone else.
Yeah, this is good map knowledge for this position, considering it's just in the circle. A really strong rotate for them, and Beamy is lasering people down here with this Orm, also looking to hit with the Org as well. The transition from Na'Vi not strong enough as they're all going down as we move towards the shack. It's Vorpal Swords on the other side to try and challenge it.
Huge game here for Esports. 8 kills already, looking to rack up even more. But again, as you're saying, Vorpal Swords wanting to claim it, wanting to bring it home. Beamy with the bolt in hand, he wants to find it. They know exactly where they have them on the edge of the circle. One well-placed nade could be the downfall, could give Foot Esports their 2nd win on the day.
Really took advantage of the strangle position that Vorpal Swords is in as well.
Jump shot.
He's going for a jump shot with the Orm.
Do it.
Please.
Do it. Imagine.
And they've got all the room. Oh, we hit him through the windows.
No!
Well
he was stood on
done.
his head. He was stood on top of him. That's why he fell. T-Bone, he was underneath him, so he couldn't get off the car. And maybe, just maybe, that's what Vorpal Swords needed to push on him. But no, this is, I mean, look at the field they're pushing through. There's no way they should come out victorious here. And look at who's dead. My fantasy team. Yeah, but that already doesn't matter, though. Here comes Foot Esports. 10 kills and a well-timed rotation out of Severny to bring home their 2nd win on the day.
2nd win on the day. 3rd win of the tournament as well. And I mean, consider all kudos though to Vorpal Swords. They were having none of it, hitting him through the window as Beamy was trying to almost style on their position if he'd have been able to take an arm shot through it all. But so yeah, kudos for Vorpal, kudos to Foot as well for 3 wins so far. They're looking excellent, and now in 2nd place, I would suspect.
Yeah, definitely. Very good performance for the Foot team. And also, I mean, as you say, Vorpal, they were on the cusp now. I believe they should be in. If not, then very, very close to it. 1 more game left to go. It's looking pretty good if you're a Vorpal fan.
Yeah, they've got a good opportunity to strike out of that top 8. This ending, though, I mean, you're seeing how rough it is for all of those teams in Severny, and I think it's really awesome that Foot was able to negate that disadvantage that existed up there by making that very strong West rotate. But anyway, let's head to the studio. Let's hear their thoughts from this game, our first game of Erangel for the day.
Thanks so much, Carlos. And I actually was going to throw this question. He mentioned it there about the rough ending, but Avenger, it was my first question to you. I mean, it was a really rough ending.
It was, yeah.
Teams.
Yeah, it was crazy. That ending, like, where you have... It shifts out of Severny, like, in the next one, right? And there's just a couple of houses inside. FaZe has to fight it, and then Foot is like, there's a dip and a ridge and a defilade we can play over here, and then you go over there just to start farming. Vorpal Swords, though, I gotta give it again to them. They were able to step it up huge for another 2nd place, or for 2nd place for them, and another good double digits on them. So good to see.
It is great. I mean, Saga, this is important as well, because as much as we talk about those like big name teams, the fan favorites, it's nice to see a team like Vorpal Swords make it through potentially getting into that top 8 and getting themselves to grand finals, because that's something that's really important to the sport. It's making sure that we have all these new teams coming up.
And even if they don't make it through to the top 8, just proving to themselves that they can compete with some of the best teams in the region is a huge confidence booster when, you know, maybe they end up going into the lower bracket, but they have that on their side. They've got a little bit more experience along the higher level lobbies. They have more to VOD review of their own. It's one thing to look at another team's VODs and say, okay, this is what they're doing, but there may be adaptations to a team's games day by day that Vorpal Swords can look at it and say, look, if we did this a little bit better, if we slightly change our approach to this, then they can have much better performances. And they've proved it here. The final couple of games that we've seen have been really nice from them, and it's very good to see.
And as we take a look at the leaderboard, of course, we need to celebrate Foot Esports. Their 2nd chicken dinner, their 2nd win of the day, their 3rd in the upper bracket. And with that, Avenger, it pushes them pretty much higher up on the leaderboard a little bit later, but we'll see that. But for now, obviously, 20 points, they're going to be very happy with that.
Right, exactly. It's a 20-point banger on their case, and they're actually potentially, if FaZe didn't have such a good game, they potentially, if they could continue, they could contest FaZe in the top spot. But I don't see it happening. It's gonna be a little bit too much for just one game, unless like FaZe goes out with 0 points and Foot has another banger of a game. But huge for Volpal. It's another really young team. They're like 18, 19, 20, and 23, I believe. So it's crazy to see them up here. Foot join into the triple-digit club together with FaZe. That's huge. But look how close Volpal is. It's a tie, guys, with Pacific in there, and they win the tiebreaker because it's the Ascend. It's a tiebreaker because placement points goes first, and Ascend, they're not going to be able to win that placement points tiebreaker with Pacific at this point.
This is going to be a fight for that 8th spot, Saga. That's really what's going to go down here if all of our teams perform the way we expect them to.
Yeah, I mean, 1 game left, and we've got 3 teams who literally have the same amount of points. Again, Ascend, just if they could have got a few more placement points, they've still been struggling. They've only got 10. They're the 3rd lowest in the lobby. But I suppose that comes with the edge-heavy playstyle that they favor.
Right.
They just need to get something going in this final game. It really sets up the stakes for the last game of the day, and it makes it all the more exciting, really.
It is going to be exciting. We've got some of the more wildcard teams that are in the mix. I think there's 1 or 2, and of course that fight for the final spot in our grand finals. We will find out who will be claiming it right after this.
Help him.
Oh, 1.
They're driving with the cars.
Focus green, I think, yeah.
Knock 1.
1 F2.
He should be in the green smoke.
Yeah, he's knocked on blue. Let's try to get a flash.
Be careful of.
Just let him die. And you're top 4.
Excellent.
Pushing up the hill.
Hovel, pushing up. Get the flag. Running left of him.
One more
Nice.
on the left. Try to flash him, I need to heal.
Blue. I need to push under.
Healing.
Get that
One active. I can res.
There could be 2 active.
Email car, have a nade.
Like on me, just on me on there, yellow. He's alive. That's 4v1. Dip guy.
Dip.
Kill.
You take me, T-Bone.
Just watch and I'm
Nice,
Nice,
guys, nice.
Easiest win about.
Speaking over me.
Detonator. Healing.
I'm knocked.
3 seconds here.
2 more. 1 more man. 1 more same nade.
I'm knocked.
One up.
One man. Put north of me.
Gonna gun me.
You're gonna pull up anywhere.
Put him
just under.
One gun me.
Yeah,
Just under me.
up on the wizard.
Knock on me.
Nice.
What's on the ridges on the...
There's not many alive, by the way, boys. Okay?
Yeah.
Nice. 10 from me.
Run him up.
No.
I'm flashing over. Flashing left side, kind of.
Good shade. Good shade, guys.
Let's go.
Blind. Yeah, road green.
I'm gonna have really good eyes here.
Yeah, it's probably on the tree. I'm on it.
I'm hitting green. Knock one in compound.
Off of my
orange. I hit him once on orange.
Right side of the smokes. He's gonna pick
One more knocked.
Nice. One on this guy's
orange. I'm going for res, Michael.
Yeah.
SLR fighting northwest also.
The far right, guys.
Don't forget the car. You need the car for
Knock one in the mollies.
One active close. One more of BBL knocked.
In the smoke.
Two knocked BBL.
One active BBL.
Wait. They will throw more.
Just one of SRM.
One of them is gonna get knocked on the car.
It's SRM here, okay?
Two knocks. Don't push this though, because Twist is gonna push this.
On the left,
You wanna...
The final match in our upper bracket for PEC4, the final opportunity for teams to try and qualify for the grand finals. For those that are unsuccessful, they will be dropping to the lower bracket, which we will see play tomorrow. I hope that you're ready for our final, Erangel. But before we do that, I just want to remind you to please head on over to Twitter and make sure that you engage with the PUBG Esports Twitter account. Our PUBG partner, Elisa, has taken it over. She is there. She's clipping, she's talking to you, she's interacting, and she's sharing all the fun stuff. So go check it out. Or alternatively, just follow the hashtag PEC4 so that you don't miss out on any of the action. One spot remaining, Avenger. I mean, I think it's fair to call it at this point. That is potentially what is up for grabs in this game.
Yeah, and obviously we're looking at the three-way tie with 54 points, but if all of them goes out early, there could be a team that has a big game that could also take over it. But of course, we're looking at it, and we're you know, it has to be one of them. It could be Exalt, like a big game from them. It could be Savim, a big game from them. But still, it should be one of these three. But we talked about it kind of throughout during the day, right? We're like, okay, it's looking pretty steady. Like these, you know, top 8 teams currently could end up being the teams that go in, and end up being only 7 of them unless Ascent pops off here in the last game.
Saga, I mean, do you think that there's teams already sitting in this lobby going, okay, we need to start preparing, we're playing tomorrow? Or do you think that they are, like Avenger said secretly, going, oh, we just need a big game, boys, we just need a big game?
I think there's definitely teams who know that they're done for the week so far, and they can go out and relax and enjoy their weekend. But there are others that really do still have stress yet to come, and particularly teams like Howl. We can't even rule out the possibility that multiple teams overtake and push them down into the lower bracket, and they really haven't been making it easy for themselves with some other rotations that they've decided to make. So they just got to make sure that they at least get something on the board, because multiple teams overtaking them by 13 or so points is a bit of a stretch. So as long as Howl don't have a disaster, we should be looking at just one spot to play for, and it's going to be very tight.
At the end of this, we will know which 8 teams will be advancing to the grand finals. To take us to our final, Erangel, it is Kylaris and Toby.
That's right. Thank you guys over on the desk. Who is the MVP throughout the upper bracket? Is it James for his sunglasses and his awesome plays from FaZe? Is it someone like T-Bone who's been able to pop off at the end of every single day? Or is it Elisa for the watch party, for the takeover on Twitter? It's probably Elisa here as we continue. For the final game, Toby, 3-way tie for 8th place. Who's going to take it?
I'm not sure, but I thought you were going to give that one to the Observers. You've been on their team throughout the entire day, and once again, not backing them off here. It is what it is, though. 3-way tie, and I like the idea that there is just one spot to play from, but I will also say, should we see 7th fall 0 points down and one of these tied teams get themselves a double-digit game, we're potentially looking at 2 teams down and out fighting for that 7th place spot. Not that it's likely, but of course, PUBG has its ways of usually making the unlikely things happen in tournaments such as this.
Well, let's rock and roll. Game 12 of 12 here for PEC Fall. The final opportunity for those teams, especially on the cusp in 8th place. The tied situation, 54, 54, 54. But even then, it could still be one of the teams slightly under them to try and make that extreme upset occur and knock them all out. Let's find out here in the final game of Erangel.
Tricky playing path once again. I say tricky, not too bad, but a lot of military within the playing path here. 3 teams opting to go towards the south. DA, Volpol, and BBL going to be sharing Sosnovka amongst them. So let's see if they're going to reap the rewards of a southern circle, or if we're going to head on up to the north, where currently both Samler and Formulation are flying side by side.
Well, at least Clib's going to be okay. And you guys will be okay too. In-game, if you pick up the Na'Vi PGC 22 champion skins, they're in-game today, right now. Go pick them up. And look at that, it's a foot circle.
Yep, it has a lot of foot in it, but it's also got plenty of Gatka and the surrounding rares in it too. And here we go, Formulation and Samler. You know what? I mean, for 2 teams that might both be going into the losers bracket, it's a maybe this is a fight for who gets to loot North George in losers bracket. I'm not quite sure. Neither of them are in. As you can see, currently sat in 13th and 14th respectively, where a humongous game for either of the 2 teams would be needed in order to make top 8 off of this.
Humongous.
That's a pretty big scale. That's just larger than large. Oh, that's huge. Never mind. It's gargantuan I was thinking about.
Gargantuan.
Yeah. That's the size.
Yep. It is. You got to be absolutely... I was about to say ginormous. All right,
I'm just gonna leave you with this one. Take it away, James.
Yeah, we're in there like swimwear. Let's get on with it. We've got ourselves Ascend, who are not taking an early fight. We've already left It's Chris down at Cube. Smart play, to be perfectly honest. Keep that as a linchpin.
Yeah.
Roll up to Saverni, get yourself your loot, do it fast, and then get back down there to reinforce him so that you can then probably make transitions over the river, considering the circle and the land ratio that kind of pivots towards that lower side of the river.
Yeah, with the playing path and them being one of the last teams jumping out, of course, not going to be expecting a whole lot, if any, teams to be wrapping in from the north side. Having said that, maybe that would be a stretch to see Howl wrap north around on this one, but could potentially end up happening. No, it's Howl. They'll go center. They always go center. Maybe in Tropic will.
They do like
maybe
center.
in Tropic. Yeah.
Howl's really good at it. They're really good at being able to find that spot.
Yeah.
Or they're at 7th. So they're
that's the thing. They're also a team, though, that is on the cusp. Should 2 of our 8th through 10th teams both pull off double-digit games?
Definitely doable, considering that I think especially like Pacific and Vorpal Sword today, really, really impressive stuff from them in a tier 1 lobby, in a lobby that is not easy. They've come to play. And they're showing some real gusto here. I mean, Pacific, for example, right now in this circle, has pick of the litter. Where do they want to go? Where do they want to play from? The world is your oyster, boys. As long as Sarvam doesn't crush your hopes and dreams with a cheeky long shot.
Yeah, you never know. You never know. I'm liking the split that Sarvam is setting up here. There's 2 compounds from where you can easily see one another. You can even kind of try and play Overwatch for one another, try and predict any rotations coming in, angles that might be difficult to cover from the compound itself. The neighboring compound can kind of help cover for. So liking the split, but of course also a spot where you have to be quick at regrouping should one of the 2 spots get pulled up on.
Rock and roll for Winnie Live again on that west side as well. They've got a strong split to be able to hold down that west side, make that rotation on up there. And Exalt is trying to find themselves a little cheeky compound here and there. And alongside these roads, they will also have their own pick of whatever they want to see, even though Pacific can actually see them moving around and is trying some long shots themselves with limited ammo at the moment. Never mind. He was using the SKS and it switched back over the MK12.
Yeah, look at that. Voldemort really wanted to play the SKS, just could not find more 7.62, so now he has to stick with the MK instead.
Oh, what a painful life. What a cruel world he lives in.
I'm seeing taggers with it.
Yes!
Hello, Chris. How are you doing?
Yes!
Welcome to the compound. We got fun and games. Yep, that's death. Death raining from above, and death raining from above to a team that really could not afford this happening to them. Stop laughing, James. It's miserable. It's a Greek tragedy. It's not fun.
Greek
Chris
tragedy.
died. I mean, it's a German tragedy, I suppose, but yeah.
Well, you know what? That's one way to end your day.
I mean, I suppose so. Yeah, I suppose so. Mika, I've just been able to sit in cube, watch the whole thing, and go, yeah, sorry, bro, didn't scout that one. I know I've been here for 6 minutes, but that was on you.
If there's any way to guarantee a kill as they're pushing in like that. But anyway, let's move on. Vorpal Swords finding themselves a few hindrances upon this rotation. See Clib in the distance, but unfortunately Clib's had a lot of the worst of it throughout these past couple of games, so I'm not expecting much yet. This is all a military, mate.
Exactly. I mean, that's the thing, right? Considering how much BBL want to go to this kind of slow approach and play it, you know, not passive, but like defensively calculated, I'll call it. They really do run into a lot of early game shenanigans. This being one of them. Fortunately, this time around, it does seem like they're going to get out of it alive. Michael should be able to get away without causing any issues. Yeah, he'll be fine. So, lives with the scare. As BBL would need, I don't know what's bigger than a gargantuan, but a solar system scale game in order to make it into top 8.
a Canis Majoris-sized effort. All right, that's a big star. Let me put it that way.
That's the game they're looking for. They wipe the whole server type game in order to qualify. But then again, I'm not too. I mean, again, while of course you do want to make your way straight through to the grand finals, I would be very surprised to not see them in the top 8 in the losers bracket. But then again, we have been disappointed before. Last time it was Na'Vi in the rotation tournament who didn't make top 8, so it's not out of the question, unfortunately. While it would be unlikely.
Still holding them off here all across the bridge. Just breaking all the windows.
Yeah.
Why not? So I was just thinking more about Canis Majoris. I really like that. I like not solar system. I like space facts, space things. You know Canis Majoris? Like one of the biggest stars.
Probably a star, yeah.
Did you know, if you put Canis Majoris in the place of our sun, I know this is like, well, nothing's going on, we're fine. If you put it in the place of our sun, it is so big that I think Jupiter and Saturn would be inside the star still. That's how big that star is. How crazy is that?
That's pretty wild, James.
Thank you.
Pretty wild. Yeah, anyway. Anything else you want to add to your Canis Majoris sounding like a Harry Potter spell conversation?
Don't say it sounds like a Harry Potter spell. No. I just did nothing's going on, right? So I wanted to talk about.
You could definitely hear Daniel Radcliffe yell Canis Majoris while he's
Sadly, you could, and I hate that. That's awful.
Exactly. There you go. I'll leave you with that. You can think about that all night. In the meantime, everyone's made their way to the circle. Outside of Chris getting blown to pieces, everyone is still alive. I say that Rustin Mars is about to flip his vehicle, but he's going to be all right as well. BBL did manage to get out of issues, and wow, Vorpal. Really? I don't think this is so much them camping BBL as it's Vorpal fearing that there's people ahead of them. And you know what? For a last game, and for them having quite a lot of the line here as well, I think it's pretty wise that they take that time.
I mean, what expectations do you think they came into the upper bracket with? Do you think that they came in thinking they could get top 8? I personally don't think they did.
I'm not going to lie, if they didn't, I would be sad. If you're not, I mean, while it's unlikely for them to finish in first, I think every single team in this lobby has to aim to make top 8.
Oh, of course. But, like, let's be a realist here for a second. You're in with the big dogs of Europe, right? Or EMEA. Yeah. Like, as your first outing against these teams that are seasoned time and tournament again. So, I mean, being on the cusp, that's going to throw a few nerves in there.
Ooh,
oh, my
that's
God.
Thrown in nerve, I suppose.
Do they have an
James, what were you trying to say?
Do they have an E pickup? That's what I'm going to go with.
I hope they do, and then they just go instantly to North George. That would be the play here, because right now this is going to be chaotic. And then some. Why not just throw that one at him for the very final match of this bracket?
All right, yeah, things are about to get spicy. We have We Live Again already getting themselves that west rotate here. You can see FaZe down to the bottom side of things, just rotating in pretty leisurely, to be perfectly honest. Let's focus on those teams that are really on the cusp with Pacific. The funny thing is they had the pick of the litter in the previous circle, but this has thrown all plans asunder here, Toby.
Yep, not optimal at all. In the meantime, now BBL trying to rotate forward, but they're going to be going straight through FaZe Clan's rotation. Also, Howl trying to rotate forward. They got to run side by side with Entropic, and inside the city proper, there is still space to be had between the teams, but Ascent is running into trouble again, and remember, they've already lost one.
This is tough. This is very, very tough here, and a lot of this land even might be completely different as time goes on here, but Twisted Minds has absolutely ripped apart some of them to get things going. Formulation Gaming is trying to hold off the position that we're seeing Ascend trying to take up on their east side of things, with Tekka's already having one, and Kiliakai is gone.
Yeah, one more eliminated as Ascend now falls down to just 2 left alive. They are still tied for 8th, but of course, as we saw in the leaderboard in the break as well, they need to get one more. This tie don't grant them anything.
No, it does not. Hospital has been taken by foot. I mean, they're assuredly in. They're having an absolute field day with this one as well. The 2-2 split that they've got not only is strong, but also could have huge impact and ramifications on the rest of the teams around them, especially if Pacific's the one that's trying to crash in. But they're just south of them, and they're already losing people. They've got to be very careful of Pacific about the position they find themselves in.
Yep. DA spots one, peeks on over. Fortunately for for Pacific, though. Helped out a little bit by Na'Vi Fairist, forcing DA to think better of it, and that's going to allow them to group up in a compound that could, I mean, if we do have the next circle going anywhere south, this compound could very well become a game-winning compound for a team that is still tied with 3 teams in 8th.
It definitely could be. Definitely could be. As Ascend losing more players, their chances to go to final are waning very rapidly here as shots. I mean, they're so pinched by so many teams around them at this point in time. They are still alive, of course, so they still have an opportunity. But for those teams in the north side, like Entropic, what's your plan here?
I mean, Vorpal did the same thing. They're like, no, there is literally nothing for us to claim down there. We'll take the issues when they come around.
Scary, considering that tiebreaker. RV's done enough as well. They're looking good. Very excited. I've already said it multiple times. Very excited to see Fairist on this roster.
Yeah.
As tries to take a few shots towards James. James decides to stop, and FaZe is going to battle them for it.
Yeah, Fairist finds one, goes down instant in return, though. So not what he would have wanted. Example, able to dodge and weave, only take half damage off that nade. And now it's actually going to be BBL to find the flush. They're coming in from the side. Maybe they want a piece of this.
Trying. It's crumbling away. FAMAS in hand there for James in the distance, but they absolutely rip them. It is Na'Vi gone down here in 15th place. FaZe is looking excellent, man, in this tournament. They're able to take any fight they want, it seems. It feels like a revitalized FaZe.
It's one of those where we've seen Rustus in the past where you put all the stars on them and it just can't work. Oh my god, look at that circle. Where it just can't make it work. But FaZe has clearly figured out the recipe of how do we make this particular roster play to their full potential in this tournament. I'm absolutely loving to see it. Also, absolutely loving to see this circle, James. That's a rare one, yet again.
What a way to finish this off. What a way.
Entropic might get top 8 by just staying in the water.
Technically, yes. Yes, they could. That's ridiculous. They definitely could here. As we have Sosed now doing a lot for We Live again, having to do even more, trying to dislodge Semler wherever they are. FAMAS in hand for Aizu. How many FAMASs are in this game? He gets Rolf.
Oh, that's a self flash there. We did see a knock come through for Ascent. No point confirmed yet, though, I believe. So they're still tied at 54. But again, keep your eyes on 8th through 10th right now. That is where the excitement is to be, because everyone within the top 8 will be going through to the grand finals. But the fight is still very much on forward. Yeah, no kill confirmed yet. The knock came through, but the flush was not to be found.
This is scary for Ascend.
Yeah. I mean, the circle's going to come back to them, but there should be no way they don't get breached. The thing is, there's no one in hospital right now. So that should be the... I just don't think anyone's going to dare peek over. Like, no one's expecting hospital to be free in this circle.
No, absolutely not.
So they might get blessed by that. Because no one is even scouting hospital, there's going to be even fewer people looking towards Ascent.
Tough stuff ahead here for these teams. I'm trying to take stock of things. I'm trying to think about how these teams are supposed to get out of the situation. That's why I'm being a bit quiet here, Toby, but it's difficult. Very difficult. Batulins rocks up against the Mad and gets absolutely slaughtered upon entry. And the Mad's just looking into the distance here. Again, as you said, they're really not safe for Howl, so they're having to play this out to the best of their ability against all of these teams in a very dire circle, and they're on the edge.
Yeah, BBL trying to wrap it on the southern side as well, but DA will have none of it. Taking down 2 on entry, make that 3 actually. It's just Rustenmar left alive, and he needs to do everything in order to stay alive here. DA pushing forward, of course, still being concerned with what's happening behind him, but does he manage to get a rest on up? Let's see. Nope,
Don your scuba diving equipment as Entropic's on the way, slowly.
They'll get there.
They will. DA defeats BBL. What a disaster, really, for BBL, considering what we were hoping we would see from them. But they'll get another chance in the lower bracket. Here comes Vorpal Swords, though. It's a big deal here. James is going to impact this heavily alongside Curexia as well. Sprays go down, pulling out the Mini-14s, try and finish this off. They've already lost 1 or 2 there on the entry. Oh, no. Vorpal is falling apart.
Yeah, now Razer is running himself over, not optimal at all, and to make matters even worse, maybe you talking about the scuba divers could be the final nail in the coffin if Entropic peeks on over, takes him out. Nope, Fates are gonna do it themselves. They'll go full speed forward, see if they can find him. James out of the vehicle, he goes! but oh, it's just a knock. I was just gonna say if a flush came through, that could be a qualifying flush, but they did get one kill. So far, they're ahead. Ascent is down to just... No, wait, never mind, it's Vorpal. I'm stupid. Never mind, they're out.
Yeah, they're gone. I
was thinking Pacific. So, never mind.
For Pacific, if they wrap around on that south side and are able to eliminate what I consider to be the threat of Exol, then maybe they can be safe and secure here with a potential entry into some of this circle that still exists. But FaZe... Are you anticipating swimmers?
They've seen them. They've just shot at them in the water. Yeah. Look at Rooks. You're in trouble, mate. This is the issue for whales when you're in the water. If you go to the surface, they'll harpoon you. If you stay underwater, you'll drown. What's the play here in Tropic?
Poor whales.
Poor whales. Yeah.
I mean,
remember seeing it once in like a Donald Duck magazine, and it was the saddest thing I read as a kid. The way that whales are hunted. Very sad.
Oh. Yeah.
They didn't like the harpoons.
So the Tropic's been hunted into extinction by the looks of things.
There you go.
But they are gone.
Yep.
Oh, Mex is all right.
Mex is chilling.
He's going to drown himself.
I mean, he's not dead yet.
Da-na, da-na, da-na.
Is this a James Bond-esque situation? Nah.
Yeah, he's drowned.
Yeah. Not a whole lot more for him to do. So our eyes go to Ascent. Currently out of the race, but with a chance to qualify. In all fairness, Exalt could potentially pull it off too. They're on the far southern side. They would need to get things going soon. But if we see a southern shift here, all kinds of hell will break loose in what's left of South George, and that should be them almost guaranteed top 5. So not completely out of the question, but again, they need to rack up a lot of points, and I don't think placements alone are going to cut it.
With the team from 11 games out of the 12, the teams ahead of them aren't exactly posing as much threat as you would normally expect, right? DA has not had the best of tournaments. They were able to eliminate BBL just before, but Exalt, I would say, has looked a little bit better than DA throughout this tournament so far. So that could be their next checkpoint, their next contest. As we see Arctic's already knocking Lyra with that mini 14. Maybe they'll push on that.
They should definitely peek on over Pacific. Able to find one, find two. Ooh, nice shot coming through there from Quetpa. Taking down Laza, a former teammate, if I don't remember wrong. As they now continue their venture forward. Exalt, again, they need a big game, and now they have forced DA to make a move. They got the first knock, and now, he's just going to full speed send it straight into them.
Trying. Gonna throw down some smokes on the entry point, but it's not going to be enough here. T-Bone already brings down Mertralius. Uber has finished off Lyran during all of this, and Hurth manages to get into the building. But for how long does this last?
It's been a while since we've seen DA do DA things.
I'm okay with
right
it.
Back in it. I'm all right with the way that they've changed their strats too. But more points now being racked up for Pacific. They're trying to really separate themselves from Ascent. 3 points now separating them. Again, remember, Ascent in a tie would lose, so they need 4. They need to surpass Pacific in order to bring this one home.
Yeah, those placement points not really working out in their favor here. Pacific just healing up, getting some of that foliage coverage from what we're seeing from Exalt, who are trying to pepper them in this position. Celtic's very far forwards, though, so he could potentially be the reinforcing shots if they need it. Heroin lurking on the backside. I mean, they're at 69 points now. There's no way 2 teams are taking over, surely.
No. That's mathematical, very big unlikeliness. But we'll see now. Maybe one more bullet needed. Not going to happen. Actually, it's going to be Ascent. Ascent racking up some much-needed points here as Formulation takes casualties. Samla will go out as well. That's them down in 10th place. They are yet another team to be confirmed to be in the losers bracket.
Not a bad try for Samla. As you say, we will see them again. And I'm looking forward to it. I want to see them be able to rock the boat a little bit. But T-Bone is doing all sorts of rocking the boat. Be it his pop-offs at the end of games or any shots that are coming through from him. It's been a great day for Foot. I think they've done almost as many points as FaZe did yesterday. But Mika almost down. That's a big deal if he does go down for ace.
Yep, one tick from Blue would hurt a hell of a lot. Brexco able to find one more. Again, trying to pull up even more points and now tied once again with the guys ahead. Brexto does get knocked, and what worse team to get knocked by than Pacific? Honestly, I'm seeing Pacific get this knock. They got a Fortify on it. They should go up and just try and take out Ascent altogether. Of course, they don't know the exact points, and they have full... you know what, I'll take it back. They're inside the circle. Ascent has to push on them. They can just wait this one out. But them now knowing that the team that is on the hunt is right next to them is huge.
Yep, you just wait it out, hold them out. Because although if Ascent doesn't make some like extreme wrap here and just avoid you, and then probably on that wrap anyway, die, then yeah, you've absolutely won this out here. FaZe Clan is gone here. We Live Again is able to shut them down. They are totally safe. They're going to the final. They've had a great 2 days so far.
This
and now
fight
Ascend,
here.
it's Mika.
This fight here, they instantly changed the focus completely. They were 3-1 focusing Exalt just like that. They swap over. Now 3 of them are looking for Mika. They want him down. They want to solidify this spot. They know that it's Ascent who's behind them. And they've seen them get kills in the kill feed too. Mika staying alive as best as he can. He has almost fully charged Jammer Pack 2, so he will be able to tank a bit of the blue. But again, I mean, Pacific, they can't give up this angle. They have to confirm Mika dead before they do anything else.
Yeah, and then beyond that, there is a stray chance that if Exalt goes big on this game and gets the win as well, they could be a threat. But we're slowly getting into that position now where placement points are going to start racking up even if Pacific just stays alive. So it's going to have to be a huge game for Exalt to try and catch up.
Definitely. Not out of the question, but would have to go big. Again, we're at a point where placement points alone probably wouldn't cut it. Or actually, for sure, wouldn't cut it. They would need some kills to go with him. Again, they know he's here. They know he's here. They're just waiting for the angle, but Jammer Pack still working in Mika's favor.
They don't want to lose a single person as well, so they're not willing to push on over this ridge line. But Foot can see those smokes blooming and is looking that way. But so they could technically have impact. They're trying to smoke off some angles as well as they want to make a push forward. So they might try and use Hearth's unfortunate shack as their next point of contest.
Dangerous timing for a shot connected. Mika is now starting to take damage. First shot comes through, but instantly the response is there. And who better to do it than Quetpa? Such a phenomenal player from the team. And I feel like every single time we've seen Pacific have success today, it's come on the back of Quetpa doing something phenomenal. And this time around again, that's exactly what happens.
Foot's moving up to this ridge line, knowing that Exalt is trying to control from that south side. Likewise, We Live Again shooting from the north. Earth still in there, sends a nade over to try and dislodge his location, but Celtic now down. Exalt. This could be the start of a huge game. If they're able to wipe them out and somehow start wiping out the rest of the lobby, but it's getting to the point where they'd have to wipe out the rest of the lobby.
Yeah. Or at least close to it. Let's see now. First task at hand here would be dealing with Pacific. Moldog finds one with a nade. Uber up close. Can't find it. $10. Peeks over. Finds one in return.
Not bad, not bad. Actually, a lot of help coming in from T-Bone as well. Tender Lost is also down on the other side of this and confirmed. Quetpa finishes Uber. So now Exalt is wounded whilst having to play this out from the south side.
Foot taking casualties now once more as well. But the thing is, they need Pacific out, and just like that, that's when they fall. So now placement points only gonna be racked up for Exalt. They need an additional 13 points, and they're only gonna get another 6 if they win the game. I don't think it's possible for them to do this. Yes, okay, if they kill literally everyone else on the server.
Yeah.
That's 7, 6, 13. They would tie. So they need everything.
Yeah, considering the conflicts that are already going on, extremely unlikely, right? DA and Foot are probably going to trade off against one another. We Live Again might take some here and there, and then it's kind of all donezo from there. But let's see how it plays out here. Exalt, you can see the desperation almost in their play, trying to find a solution at the very last second, the last hour, as the clock is ticking down against them. Or We Live Again. Hearth is actually doing work here against Foot on the other side. He's done it. He's been able to shut them down. Great stuff by Hearth.
Even though they might have to play losers bracket, at least they'll go into it ahead of BBL. Getting away from that last place spot is at some sort of a victory in a set of losses, I suppose. As now, Fate, that could be a very promising nade. Lopped on out, but good thing for We Live Again is they get to spread out in time. Second peek on over somehow doesn't find the knock.
I like that they were ready for the push as soon as this came along. Panzerfaust actually goes off. P90 in action. Blue Zone also thrown in to try and shut all this down as well. Molodoct on the transition forwards. Not going to be enough. The P90 is in full effect. It's still here. Will he be able to shut it down? It's the P90 all day, baby, because Artix is gone as well. We live again. Oh, I'm so happy.
I can tell you're pretty excited, almost flabbergasted to some extent. We live again though, 4v1, a current 3v1 I suppose, should they not be able to get the res on up. But Huth, solo player, left alive, do they know where he is? Even if they don't, they would probably find out really soon. And now they know, and now he is not dead. Yes, there you go. Hobart does find him. So there we have it. Our 8 teams that will go through. We live again. We're already in. But they're just going to solidify their position with this 12-kill win.
Yeah, for day number 2, obviously, they had a great day 1, right? They were in the top. They were in the mix with those 5 teams that were really fighting for those top spots. The start of day 2 here wasn't exactly the best start here for We Live Again, but they're able to round it out with another win after getting one yesterday. So definitely a bit of a challenger, a bit of a kind of an underdog challenger, which I didn't expect to be taking one of the top spots, Toby.
Oh, no, definitely. And kudos to Pacific as well for being able to maintain control and understanding where they had to prioritize in the situation. Like, they just could not give up Mika for a second. Even you saw him peek over, get a knock there. Could have very quickly gotten very dangerous, but good thing for them they managed to take him out.
Great day of PUBG. Great day of PUBG. I do like the variety that having Tego and Vikendi adds here between it all. It's chaotic. I'm going to put it that way. It's chaotic, the fact that all these teams have to play the 4 battlegrounds back to back to back, but it is a lot of fun to be able to cover the games today and yesterday, Toby.
It sure has been. It's been great fun, and I'm really excited to see how the grand finals are going to bring, hopefully, even more joy once we get there. But of course, a loser's bracket is to be found first.
All right, studio's ready. Let's have them round out the day and see our top 8 moving into the finals.
Thanks so much, gents. And of course, We Live Again, their second win of the upper bracket. Of course, they claimed one yesterday. Saga, a bit of a wild card, but a team that everyone's going to be keeping an eye out on now when they move into the grand finals.
Definitely so, especially when they're given the opportunity to make those plays. They completely eviscerated FaZe Clan in the compound, and they found that western road very early on. So whether that was just a really good read on the zone or whether it was a little bit of fortune that favored them towards the end, there was no fortune involved whatsoever at the end. It was very decisive. The push to wipe out Exalt and then a clean 4 versus 1. Really, really well played by We Live Again, and they finally did it. They started playing the game again, so well done to them.
Exalt Avenger, they looked almost frantic at the end there, as if they had suddenly realized that this was their final shot to finish in the top 8.
It was, and as Toby pointed out, they needed almost all, if not all, the remaining kills, and then Uber died, and then they couldn't really play as aggressive as they'd like to. Yeah, and then of course, We Live Again, they stepped up, got 12 kills and a win to close things out, so Exalt is not gonna make it, but of course, we're gonna have to wait for the leaderboard to see who's the final 8.
Do you think Exalt is struggling a little bit now with bringing in Uber, just trying that period of getting used to one another?
I think it's a rough one, but I'm not too worried about them going into lower bracket. Like this is a good kind of reminder of how strong the upper teams are, but I'm pretty sure we're going to see them dominate once we get into the lower bracket tomorrow. To be honest, I think they're a team that should be in like the top 4, top 5 once we get to things.
We're waiting just to pull up the scoreboard from that final game because, of course, I know once we've moved from the scoreboard, we're going to be hitting the leaderboard. That's the big thing, Saga. There was that fight for the final spot in the grand finals.
Oh, there really was. And there was, at the very start, 3 teams that were tied for that position. Ascend took an early loss, and then they took another one, and it looked like all that they could really do was hunker down and just play for placements inside that little shack just to the north of the hospital. But they actually got a little more active. They found a decent timing to avoid some of the pressure coming from teams like Foot. They were just up to their north and actually get involved on the fight up the hill, but might have just been a little bit too much with the numbers disadvantage. Maybe if Chris hadn't just full sent into a Panzerfaust, they could have got a little more, but I think we'll have to chalk it up as a loser's bracket run for Ascend this time, unfortunately.
We'll find out if you're right. First, let's take a look at the scoreboard that we got from that final Erangel game. It's coming up on your screens right now. Once again, We Live Again getting a stack of points and Avenger getting excited.
Yeah, of course. Excited for Relive again here. They're able to step it up. They had a little bit of a blunder in some of the games throughout today, but a 22-pointer here to round things out. Foot as well with a double digit for this one. Digital Elite finally with a big game to put them on top of BBL and get out of that last spot. So that's good for them. Pacific here with 9. Yeah, it's very likely that's where we're ending up for sure.
Let's take a look now at your final leaderboard. This is the top 8 teams that will be making it through to the PUBG EMEA Championship Fall Grand Finals. And Pacific Esports, they did it, Saga.
Yeah, 5 teams with a goose egg in the very final game, and unfortunately one of them was Vorpal Swords, but hey, if you're Pacific and one of your tightest bits of competition falls out early on and Ascend lose 2, they just have to capitalize, and they took the chance that they had and they did enough from that ridge to the south, which is really nice to see. And FaZe Clan, once again, with another bit of a chaotic blind send, they did enough to keep themselves in first place. There was definitely a moment where it looked like Foot could overtake them, but FaZe, really, really well played over the past couple of days.
Our PEC Spring Champs, they're in there. Hal, obviously Foot, FaZe, Na'Vi, all those big names that we expected. But Avenger, concerned about the BBL, Digital Athletics, Exalt, Ascend not being able to make it through, or do you think they'll be just fine in the lower bracket?
I'm hoping that they'll be just fine, but it's a rough one. They gotta shake it off going into tomorrow, right? They gotta head straight to bed or talk things out. And just get settled for tomorrow, because it's a completely different tournament tomorrow. It's another PO12, and you gotta completely reset and not like argue, not have anything. Like you just full reset and then you go into tomorrow, because it's an easier lobby tomorrow. Also a little bit more random, but I'm pretty sure that they should be able to do fine. But then again, they've had the history has been against them a few other times for BBL's sake, at least. Digital is one of our top contenders for one of the spots in terms of PGC points to go to PGC. So they need to be in the grand final to kind of defend that spot. Otherwise, it's kind of rough. But I gotta say, like looking at our top 8, it's like the teams that we expect to do well did well. A few surprises, of course, a few underdogs that jumped in there. But still, it's very much the teams that we expect to be up there and dominate.
We now have a chance to celebrate with the victors. They had an incredible run today, 2 wins. I'm very happy to chat to T-Bone because he carried my Twire Fantasy team all the way to 2nd place on his shoulders. So I'm very grateful for that as well. Welcome, congratulations on a fantastic day. I have to ask T-Bone, the level of play in this upper bracket lobby, what did you think of
it? From us or in general?
In general, I'm talking about all the other teams as well, because it's something that we've been speaking about as the level of play in Europe.
Honestly, it was pretty bad, if I'm being honest. That's how it felt from my point of view.
We was like,
right? The other guys were just bad.
Like we was griefing first day. Like if not, we'd have way more points. But like overall, it just I don't know. Sometimes I don't know what people are doing, and that's just that's how it feels.
I'm gonna give this one to Saga now. I know that he has a question for you.
Yeah, so apologies for peer pressuring you into the PNC VOD review, but I'm glad that you did, because you talked there about the adaptation to the way that you make calls when the lobby wasn't up to the standards that you expected. And if that's the case here, how much adaptation was there again? Was it quite similar? So for those that didn't watch it, it was essentially a case of be more careless and be more reckless and just play more confident. Was that kind of the same here as well?
Yeah, for sure. Like day one, I was just calling real passive for no reason. Like I don't know why I was being like that, to be honest. And then day 2, I just said, guys, just go kill everyone you want to kill. And then I think we averaged way over 10 points a game today, so it worked out pretty well.
Easily, yeah. Huge, massive day. Really, really well played. Congratulations.
Yeah, good to see you, Luke, of course, in here. And the biggest day here in day 2, you had more points today. I think it was like 82 points or so, more than FaZe had in day 1. So huge congrats to that. Another thing I want to ask, though, is how does it feel now that you know that you're going to PGC? You had like a really long year where you just barely didn't manage to go to an international. So now that you know it's guaranteed that you're going to PGC, it's not like it's impossible for you guys not to go in terms of the PGC points you got. How does it feel?
Honestly, it feels awesome. That's literally what we wanted to do with this tournament or these qualifiers. Is just to get that like burden off your shoulders. Just boom, you're in PGC. The guys have been great. They've trusted me fully. Like as I've just become an IGL, because this is my first year IGL in as well. So they've like blindly trusted me, and seems to be working out okay right now. So hopefully we can keep it up and do really good in this tournament and PGC both.
Fantastic. Happy for you and the boys. Say hi to them.
Yeah.
And congrats.
Appreciate it. Thanks, guys.
Now, just before we send you away, there is one more thing I want to ask. We've been listening into a lot of team comms throughout the course of this, and you have to think all the way back to game number 1. There's a comm from you that conveniently gets cut off. He says, easiest game of our... And then the camera cuts there. Can you just confirm what letter the next word out of your mouth started with?
F.
Was it an F? Yeah, okay, I thought so.
Yeah, it was.
Fantastic. Love to see it. Well, we'll save that one for off camera, but no, really well played. Great stuff.
Appreciate it, guys.
All the way.
Well done,
Thank
T-Bone.
you.
We'll see you in the grand finals.
Cheers. Thanks, guys.
Bye. There we go, Saga. You were waiting for that, eh? You've been sitting on that.
Yeah, it had to be. I'm pretty sure the second letter was an A, but that's just an accent thing. But no, really well played and very well deserved pop-off. And it's great to see that, you know, that's the excitement that came through from game 1 and it fell off a little bit on day 1. But to come back to that form on day 2 is huge from PUBG Esports. So well-deserved appearance in the grand finals.
So obviously those 8 teams, Avenger, they are going to be focusing on what's next, the grand finals. They got 2 days to chill out, but there are 8 teams now that are dropping to the lower bracket. And like you said, it's a full reset. It's a whole different tournament tomorrow, all new teams, mixing it all up. That's a lot of pressure.
It's a lot of pressure, and that's exactly what you got to do, right? You got to go in and you got a full mental reset, talk to the guys. What could we have improved on a little bit? You got to go in and look at that, and then you got to start working on, all right, how does everything look? Are we going to have our spots safe, or we're going to have to move? So there's a lot of discussions to be made with that. Of course, there's always like kind of priorities in terms of if you're the bigger team or whatever, but it's going to be exciting. Of course, this is the last chance for these teams here to go to PGC, to go to PEC and get any of the PGC points, and there's still plenty of kind of spots up for grabs, and there's some teams, Ascent, Exalt, etc., that and Digitalytics that need to go in and defend their spot. Otherwise, they are not going to PGC. And of course, we have that Hail Mary first place ticket. Right now, it's looking pretty contested at the top. I gotta say, FaZe Clan looking extremely good. Foot's day today was 84 points. That's 7 more points than FaZe Clan's DA yesterday. It really talks to how big of a day they had today here. So it's really good to see, and it's kind of stacking up. I asked teams yesterday, like, are the teams, you know, like, is it harder, like it's becoming a little bit like stagnant? But you can definitely tell that the top teams in Europe are still the top teams, and it's like a lot of very known faces.
I think before we head on out, we have one more important leaderboard, very important leaderboard that needs to be pulled up. It is the Twire GG Fantasy leaderboard.
Oh, that's easy.
And look at that, Avenger, you are flying.
Yeah, it's beautiful. I like that. I like that a lot. I think I ended up top 100. It's been a good one, but like it's also 100 points more than Toby, which makes me very happy.
That is huge. That is huge. Yeah, the gap between me and you looks bigger, but it's exactly the same as the gap between me and Toby. So
yeah. So you're actually very far ahead of Toby as well. Now, what's going to be fun?
Happened?
And remember to do your Twire teams tomorrow. You can fully change your team. So remember everyone out there to check out Twire. I think it opens up in like half an hour or 50 minutes.
There we go. I am curious what happened with Toby. I need to go and have a look.
What happened with you? What are you doing in second place? That's not allowed.
Saga, we spoke about this. Every time I just go with IGLs, I do far better than when I actually try and think logically about how this game is played. So what I've learned is that there is no logic to PUBG. You just pick with your heart. That's my great advice when you pick your fantasy teams. Don't take it. You'll do very badly. Gents, it's been an absolute honor and a privilege. Always fun to chat to both of you. And you're stuck with me again tomorrow. To everyone watching, we will be back same time tomorrow for the lower bracket. And we will find out by the end of this weekend which other 8 teams will be joining our winners in the grand finals. Thank you so much for watching. We'll see you tomorrow.